I'm going to take off from my discussion of social and perceptual externalism yesterday. Just remind you of the things that seem to me to mark a failure, in my understanding anyway, of Kripke's skeptical solution to the problem of meaning, and the difficulties I find in Burge's account of perceptual externalism. Kripke's solution depended on the idea that we could make sense of the idea of going on in the same way, or making the distinction between following a rule and thinking you're following a rule. We could make this distinction only by introducing a social element. Let's say at least one more creature, presumably more than that, but so far as the theory is concerned, one ought to do the trick. And I commented on this by saying that it wasn't clear that you could solve the problem of one person going on in the same way by talking about two people going on in the same way. The notion of sane there is the crux, and it seems just to have been postponed rather than some solution being offered. That may not be fair to the position, and in a sense, I think it isn't. But let's say this question can certainly linger in your mind until you hear something more. I also think that the emphasis in Kripke's discussion of adding, when do you know that somebody's got the notion of adding, conceals, or let's say just omits, any serious discussion of how bringing in a social situation helps in understanding how we get the notion of objectivity in the case of observation sentences. It leaves out any serious account of how the external world enters into our considerations. It's not so much that one can't imagine ways of introducing it as just to say, if I remember Kripke's book correctly, it's not clear how it's to enter. Most of the discussion concentrates on addition, where the connection with the external world is just not mentioned at all. But if one asks, how does Kripke's solution help in explaining how objectivity enters in to our identification of the contents of observation sentences, you won't find any clear answer at all. Finally, there isn't anything very explicit, though there are plenty of hints. There's nothing explicit about how interaction between the two or more characters who are involved plays a role. You could talk about two creatures reacting in the same way to the same situations, going on in the same way without supposing that there's any connection between them at all. That is, that the fact that they are or aren't going on in the same way makes any difference to them. I'm not saying that one is not apt to read something about that into the discussion, but it's not very explicit there, and it surely needs to be made explicit if this is going to be any help at all in understanding objectivity, truth, and so forth. In fact, the possibility of judgment, according to me. Burge's discussion of perceptual externalism seems to me to be okay as far as it goes. but it leaves open some absolutely basic questions. One is just this. He says, well, we react in the same way to certain external stimuli, let's say cows, but he doesn't ask the question, what does it mean to say that these reactions are similar? The whole idea of classifying things together is something that we can't make sense of unless we classify reactions together. What allows us to say something is some creature is discriminating cows, discriminating colors, whatever it might be, rests on the idea that the reactions of the creature are relevantly similar from one case to another. Just the use of the word same fools you. Of course, these reactions aren't identical. They take place at different times. And if you want to know what justifies you in saying this creature is classing certain things together, you've got to answer the prior question, what makes you say it's classifying those things together? And the answer can only be that its reactions are relevantly similar. So once again, the notion of relevant similarity has just been passed on one more stage. It's not as though it's been answered in some way. We've just gone from classifying things as similar to classifying reactions as similar. And if the creature itself hasn't got the notion of similarity, relevant similarity, and so forth, there's no reason to suppose it has a concept in the sense in which I've been using the notion of concept, where it just fits into judgments, and where judgments require the concept of objectivity. So you might say, as far as we've gotten at this point, social externalism promises, by introducing more than one person, to answer the question, what's the difference between following a rule and thinking you're following a rule? And that seems to me, or at least is read by me, as asking about what introduces the concept of error, of truth, of objectivity. Also, the treatment of social externalism, so far as we've gone, that is, this particular treatment, Kripke's, doesn't give us in itself any way of saying what the content of any particular judgment is. It just helps us or gives us a hint as to how the concept of objectivity might enter. But objectivity about what? There's no answer to that so far. Perceptual externalism promises to connect language and thought to what we would roughly say what it's about. That is, to external objects, events, and so forth. But according to me, anyway, this idea as developed by Kripke and Burge so far, neither of these forms of externalism answers certain questions that the other one is designed to answer. And so we have two sets of unanswered questions. Now, my idea is to bring these two forms of externalism explicitly into relationship with each other in a rather simple-minded way. The basic picture is one of those kinds of pictures that philosophers love to put on the blackboard. It doesn't explain anything at all. Here we have some creature, and it's reacting to events, objects, whatever they might be in the world. You and I can say there are certain causal connections here. Perception in some form or other is entering. And now this creature is reacting to it. But we can say, what is it reacting to? Why say it's reacting to this rather than something here or something further out. Burge actually mentions this problem, and his answer is this. If, he said, we were to try to say what the cause is in too close here, our account would be impossibly complex. It would be the same kind of problem that people have run up against when they've tried to define what a cow or a table is in terms of sense data or something of that kind. And everybody knows that this never succeeds unless one cheats. That is, unless one says, well, it's just that collection of sense data that you would have if there were a table or a cow there. But if you were to try to spell that out in terms of some way of identifying sense data, you'd have a terrible problem. Quine's notion of stimulus meaning was an attempt to get around this problem, and it's in its way a brilliant one, because it both got rid of sense data on the one hand and also gave a way of thinking about what the class of stimulations of the sense organs would be that you would need for translation. So we could compare patterns of stimulation from one person to another without being able to say anything more about what the pattern was like. Now, here we got another person reacting to the same thing, and here we have, in both cases, perceptual externalism. We're saying, well, what the person is reacting to is something or other, but we are having a hard time saying exactly what it is, or even what it is at all, until we can somehow say what the cause is that is the relevant one. The cause that, so to speak, determines, or at least helps determine, the content of a thought at the point where we're able to talk about thoughts. Now, social externalism introduces a relationship between two people. And it says, well, suppose that their reactions are the same, then at least we can say the notion of objectivity can enter in here. Now, all I'm going to do is to suggest that we take into account all of the arrows that I've drawn here. That is, the interactions between the two people on the one hand, and their reactions to something external on the other hand. The simplest possible situation, and this can be described, or should be described, prior to any assumptions about language, thought, judgment, and so forth, is as simple as this. The simplest creatures, well, not the simplest, but very simple creatures, certainly ones that we would not say have thoughts, discriminate in the sense of reacting to things in the world, classifying them from our point of view. That is, we say they're reacting in somewhat the same way to external stimuli. They also can correlate stimuli in various ways. That's necessary for learning. Now, I think of each of these creatures as being capable of, in some sense, not thinking about it, but correlating stimuli in the way required for learning. A is correlating stimuli from outside, that is what we'll think of as the world, and stimuli from the other creature. That is, every time A sees, not in the intentional sense of seeing that, but just sees something catches its attention, so to speak, and causes it to record, make notice, it also notices that B is reacting in ways that it can classify together. So there's a correlation between stimuli from this direction, stimuli from this direction. I'm not supposing it has the notion of direction, just pairs of stimuli, which it can classify together. B can do the same thing. That is, it can classify stimuli coming from this direction and stimuli coming from this direction. We, looking on at this triangle, can draw these arrows. And we, drawing these arrows, can think of them as all causal. I mean, there's actually stimuli coming in. Since we can do this, given our ways of classifying things together, we can draw this triangle and say, we can say, A and B are reacting to the same thing. And so we can draw this triangle and say, here's the thing that they're reacting to. I'm not supposing they, at this point, can say, that's what I'm reacting to. I'm just saying, we're in a position, staring at this triangle, to say that's what they're reacting to. That's what we say about animals, for example. We say, there's the stimulus that they're reacting to. It's the ringing of the bell that causes the dog to salivate, act in a way as if food were present. It's learned to do that, classify those things together. We say it's the bell, the ringing of the bell that it's reacting to. Of course, knowing all the things we know, we could also say it's reacting to certain vibrations in its ear. We can even talk about its nervous system and talk about events there. But the natural thing for us to say, before we know about all that, or just even ignoring it, is to say the relevant stimulus is the ringing of the bell. Of course, as psychologists get more sophisticated, the question of where the stimulus is or what the stimulus is a question that they can argue about, and they have reasons to put it in different places depending upon what they're concerned about. The more naive, however, the reaction to this situation is, the more natural it becomes just to describe it in this extremely simple way. Now, my view is, and this is I think, the most speculative part of what I'm going to say, is the existence of such a triangle is a necessary, though of course not sufficient, condition for the concept of objectivity, of the notion of a content to thought, which is in a shared world, and so forth. Until there is a triangle of this kind, there can't be a basis for the concept of objectivity on the part of one of the creatures that's involved. How does the concept of objectivity enter? Well, in one sense, this triangulation of what's in the world can now be made sense of. It's only the triangulation that provides a basis for saying there's something that doesn't just depend upon the reactions of the creature itself. It gives us the grounds for saying it's reacting to something outside. And so far as one of these creatures, of course, can grasp what's going on in this situation, you can say it has the concept of objectivity. But until it can do that, it's only we who can say what the objective thing is. See, if we're observing all of this going on, we can say, there's the thing it's reacting to out there in the world, something that we're sharing with our dog or our cat or whatever it might be. But there's no reason to say it has that notion, and it grasps the basic triangular situation. Well, let me read a description of this situation, which I think has appeared somewhere or other, though in fact I can't remember where. And so some of you may have read this, but since it puts it all just once more in slightly different words, and since this is a crucial step if I'm going to maintain, as I do, that not only language but thought itself is social, that is, depends upon certain kinds of interactions between creatures. To put it differently, our concept of objectivity is based upon intersubjectivity. The only basis for our concept of objectivity is certain kinds of intersubjective reactions, but those intersubjective reactions only can be explained in terms of the presence of a shared environment. Right? Okay. Consider a primitive learning situation. Some creature is taught, or anyway learns to respond in a specific way to a stimulus or a class of stimuli. The dog hears a bell and is fed. Presently it salivates when it hears the bell. The child babbles, and when it produces a sound like table in the evident presence of a table, it's rewarded. The process is repeated, and presently the child says table in the presence of tables. The phenomenon of generalization, of perceived similarity, plays an essential role in the process. One ring of the bell is enough like another to the dog to provoke similar behavior, just as one presentation of food is enough like another to engender salivation. If some such discriminative mechanisms weren't built in, none could be learned. The same goes for the child. We can class the child's stimuli by the similarity of the responses those stimuli elicit in the child. Now this seems straightforward, but as psychologists have noticed, there's a problem about the stimulus. In the case of the dog, why say the stimulus is the ringing of the bell? Why couldn't it be the vibration of the air close to the ears of the dog, or even the stimulation of its nerve endings? Certainly, if the air were made to vibrate in the same way the bell makes it vibrate, it would make no difference to the behavior of the dog. And if the right nerve endings were activated in the right way, there still would be no difference. In fact, if we must choose, it seems that the proximal cause of the behavior has the best claim to be called the stimulus. Since the more distant an event is causally from its perceiver, the more chance there is that the causal chain will be broken or distorted. Why not say the same about the child, that its responses are not to tables but to patterns of stimulation at its surfaces, since these patterns of stimulation always produce the behavior, while tables produce it only under favorable conditions. What explains the fact that it seems so natural to say the dog is responding to the bell or the child to tables? It seems natural to us because it is natural, that is, to us. Just as the dog and the child respond in similar ways to certain stimuli, so do we. It's we who find it natural to group together the various salivations of the dog and the events in the world that we notice and group together that are causally linked to the dog's behavior are ringings of the bell. We find the child's mouthings of table similar, and the natural to us class that we find in the world that accompanies those mouthings is a class of tables. The acoustical and visual patterns that speed at their various rates between bell and dog ears, table and child eyes, we cannot easily observe, and if we could, we might have a hard time saying what made them similar, except by cheating in the standard sorts of ways. Nor do we observe the stimulation of nerve endings of other people and animals. And if we did, we would probably find it impossible to describe in a non-circular way what made the patterns relevantly similar from trial to trial. The problem would be much the same as the insoluble problem of defining tables and bell ringings in terms of sense data without mentioning tables or bells. Now, involved in the picture now, there are not two but three similarity patterns. The child finds tables similar, we find tables similar, and we find the child's responses in the presence of tables similar. It now makes sense for us to call the responses of the child responses to tables. Given these three patterns of response, we can assign a location to the stimuli that elicit the child's responses. The relevant stimuli are the objects or events we naturally find similar, tables, which are correlated with responses of the child that we find similar. It's a form of triangulation. One line goes from the child in the direction of the table, one line goes from us in the direction of the table, and the third line goes from us to the child. Where the lines from child to table and us to table converge, the stimulus is located, with quotation marks around the, because there's nothing except this triangle to give it any particular meaning. Given our view of child and world, we can pick out the cause of the child's responses. It's the common cause of our response and the child's response. Well, enough features are in place to give a meaning to the idea that the stimulus has an objective location in a common space. But nothing in this picture shows that either we, the observers, or our subjects, the dog and the child, have this idea. Nevertheless, we've come a good distance, for if I'm right, the idea of triangulation that I've described something wrong here. Anyway, the idea that there are three corners to this triangle, while not sufficient to establish that a creature has a concept of a particular object or a kind of object, is necessary if there's to be any answer at all to the question what its concepts are concepts of. If we consider a single creature by itself, its responses, no matter how complex, cannot show that it's reacting to or thinking about events a certain distance away rather than, say, on its skin. The solipsist's world can be any size, which is to say, from the solipsist's point of view, it has no size. Why call it a world? The problem is not, I should stress, one of verifying what objects or events a creature is responding to. The problem is that without a second creature responding to the first, there can be no answer to the question. And of course, if there is no answer to this question, there's no answer to the question what language a creature speaks, since to designate a language as one being spoken requires that utterances be matched up with objects in the world, and not in general events on the surface of the skin. So we can say as a preliminary to answering the question with which we began, that is about the nature of objectivity, that if anyone is to speak a language, there must be another creature interacting with the speaker. Of course, this can't be enough, since mere interaction does not show how the interaction matters to the creatures involved. Unless the creatures concerned can be said to react to the interaction, there's no way they can take cognitive advantage of the three-way relation, which gives content to our idea that they're reacting to one thing rather than another. Now, here's part of what I think has to be added. The interaction has to be, as I say, made available to the interacting creatures if they're to have any concepts at all. Thus, the child learning the word table has already, in effect, noted that the teacher's responses are similar. That is rewarding, when its own responses, that is making the sound table, are similar. The teacher, on his part, is training the child to make similar responses to what he, the teacher, perceives as similar stimuli. For this to work, it's clear that the innate similarity responses of child and teacher, what they naturally group together, must be much alike. Otherwise, the child will respond to what the teacher takes to be similar stimuli in ways that the teacher does not find similar. A condition for being a speaker is that there are others enough like oneself to get this process going. Now, so far, I've left out of explicit account the concepts of belief and intention, which are clearly essential to speaking a language. I have no thought of trying to introduce these concepts in terms of the simple conditioning situations I've been describing. The concept of thought is not reducible to anything else, much less to these simple concepts. All I've tried to show so far is that interaction among similar creatures is a necessary condition for speaking a language, or for that matter, having a thought. Now, to put these 2 points together, first, if someone is the speaker of a language, there must be another sentient being whose innate similarity responses are sufficiently like hers to provide an answer to the question, what the stimulus is to which the speaker is responding. And second, if the speaker's responses are linguistic, they must be knowingly and intentionally responses to specific stimuli. The speaker must have the concept of the stimulus, of the bell, or of tables. Since the bell or a table is identified only by the intersection of two or more sets of similarity responses, lines of thought, we might almost say, to have the concept of a table or a bell is to recognize the existence of a triangle, one apex of which is oneself, another a creature similar to oneself, and the third an object, table or bell, located in a space thus made common. The only way of knowing that the second apex of the triangle, that is the second creature or person, is reacting to the same object as oneself is to know that the other person has the same object in mind. But then the second person must also know that the first person constitutes an apex of the same triangle, another apex of which the second person occupies. For two people to know of each other that they are so related, that their thoughts are so related, requires that they be in communication. Each of them must speak to the other and be understood by the other. They don't, as I said, argued yesterday and before, have to mean the same thing by the same words, but they must each be an interpreter of the other. Now, the remarks I've just made in the last few minutes indicate the sort of work that would be necessary to give an account of meaningful speech. But giving such an account has not been my aim. I'm only looking right now for an argument of why a language cannot be private. By saying a language can't be private, all I mean is one has to have a public language in the sense of a language that is more or less correctly interpreted by someone else in order to have any language at all. There's no particular interest in the fact that once one has thoughts, one has a shared language in this special sense, one can no doubt cook up a code that nobody else understands, and you can call that a language if you want. The argument isn't that there can't be a private language, but rather that you can't have only a private language, that is, a language understood by only one creature. And to this extent, what I'm saying is certainly in agreement with Kripke's idea and with Wittgenstein's, if that is Wittgenstein's idea. But the argument that I have given for this conclusion takes a somewhat different course than certainly than Kripke's account does. How different it is from Wittgenstein's, I just can't guess. Kripke depends on the second person or a community embodying a routine which the speaker can share. And that means here, roughly speaking, meaning the same thing by the same sounds. In contrast, the argument that I've outlined doesn't require, though of course it allows, a shared routine, but it does depend on the interaction of at least two speaker interpreters. So if I'm right, there would be no saying what a speaker was talking or thinking about, no basis for claiming he could locate objects at an objective space and time without interaction with a second person. All right, now that's one way of discussing it. I think there are several things that I can say that will modify that or improve on it in various ways. First, I'm worried about the fact that the description I just read of the triangular situation tends to run together or skip back and forth between three different situations, which we certainly need to distinguish. And once we have further problems arise to which I don't have any very good or any really clear answers. The three situations are simply this. First of all, there's the basic triangle itself. We can describe it without attributing thought or language to the creatures that are involved. In fact, the kind of interaction between creatures based upon similar reactions to, that's what seems similar to both creatures, reactions to the outside world, is something you find in the animal world quite a lot. Monkeys, for example, do this. They communicate, as we like to put it, the fact that there's a snake approaching, that there's a vulture approaching, that there's a lion approaching. They make different sounds for these different situations and react in appropriate ways to these cries, even when they themselves can't see the danger. So the kind of triangular situation that I'm describing is not unique to creatures that have a language. We can describe all of that without supposing that there's a language at all. I might just point out, because it seems to me important, that although we, describing this triangle, talk about causality, there's no reason to attribute the concept of causality to the creatures that are involved in the triangle. They are just both correlating certain things, namely the reactions of the other and something in the world. They're reacting to these two things, and they correlate them. Both of them are doing this. This establishes the basic triangle, which I say is necessary in order to have concepts, the notion of truth, and so forth. But it's only necessary. It certainly is not sufficient. Nevertheless, it's important that the notion of causality itself it hasn't been introduced at any stage here except in our own description of what's going on. Nevertheless, the triangle can't be set up, even in this basic way, unless the two creatures are similar to each other in very important ways. For example, each of them is, as we would put it, reacting in the same way to what we would call similar stimuli, namely bells ringing, animals, and so forth, all the things that animals themselves react to in what seem to us to be similar ways. We're correlating to different things, namely certain stimuli from the outside world and certain things that we notice in the reactions of the creature. If two creatures are to be in this triangular relation to each other, they have both of them to be discriminating the same things in the outside world. That doesn't mean they can't learn some new discriminations. They may be built in such a way, lots of animals are, so that they can build up a new repertory of things to classify together. But the triangular situation couldn't even get started if it weren't for these basic similarities, reacting in the same ways to colors, shapes, movements, etc., tastes. Also, of course, each of them is classifying the other's reactions together, even though there's nothing in the situation to suppose that the reactions of A and the reactions of B are similar to each other. And if we're thinking about language, they don't have to be saying the same thing. The point is for A to be classifying as correlating two things together, it just needs to see that there's a similarity in B's various responses to something in the world that A finds similar. Likewise for B. But nothing here, nothing in the similarity between A and B requires that they be reacting in the same way. Their linguistic responses, once we get to that point, can be as different as you please, as long as those reactions seem similar to the interpreter, that is the other creature. So the notion of imitation plays only a very fancy kind of role here. That is, we don't have any need to say A is imitating these responses, trying to make the same sounds, let's say, that the other one does. Imitation may very well play a very important role in people acquiring language, or for that matter, just animals interacting in the ways that they do with each other. Birds learn to imitate each other's cries and so forth. So I'm not saying imitation doesn't in practice play a role. It just doesn't play any theoretical role in what I'm saying. Of course, at the primitive stage, where we just have the triangle itself, the notion of content doesn't have any meaning for A and B. It's just for us looking on at this triangle that we can apply our notions of content to what's going on and say A and B are what they're reacting to is such and such, cows, bells, whatever it might be. Now, the second situation is the one in which one creature has got thoughts, has a language, and so forth, and is teaching another creature which doesn't have those things. That's a second situation, and of course, it is in a way a much richer situation and one that's much easier for us to describe. And in fact, that's mainly the situation which I described in the passage that I read. I was imagining a teacher who already has a language, therefore has, according to me, already been in this kind of triangular situation with other creatures, and furthermore has learned a language, has concepts and so forth, and is passing all this on to a learner. Of course, in fact, people pick up language and therefore develop the possibility of thought in the sense that I'm talking about it, not necessarily because they have any teachers at all. I mean, they may just belong to a society in which they pick up what's going on. According to Chomsky, nobody ever teaches anybody a language at all. In fact, he isn't even willing to say, we learn our first language. He says, well, no, we just acquire it. Well, I don't shrink from using the word learn because it seems to me we have to learn at least the individual sounds that have certain roles in the language. I can't think of any good reason to say that's not learning, even if one exposure is enough to give it to us in many cases. Learning doesn't necessarily require any fancy kind of induction. We catch on to a whole lot given one instance. And I think no reason to say that what it is that makes for our ability to perform inductions is already involved even in such single cases. So much of Chomsky's attacks on Quine, for example, are just based, I think, upon a misunderstanding of what's required for the application of natural ways of reacting to things in the world. Induction is just already there. It doesn't have to be something conscious. It doesn't have to be a matter of entertaining hypotheses and then checking them out, ruling out the false ones and so forth. We just do it naturally and often on the basis of single cases. Whether Quine's going to agree with what I'm saying in his defense, I don't know, but we'll find out sooner or later. Sooner. Given the situation where one of the creatures has a language and is passing it on to the other, we can give the kind of description of how the triangle works of the sort that I already gave. But notice that there I'm not saying anything about how one adds on all of that wonderful additional stuff that makes for thought. If I were to just look at the triangle, I'd say before a creature can take advantage of the triangular situation and therefore have thoughts, this relation has to be strengthened to the point where we can say that's language. They're exchanging thoughts. So my claim only is the triangular situation, simplest form, is a necessary condition for objectivity, the concept of objectivity. In what sense is it a basis for it? Well, simply because once the triangular situation is set up, then, of course, there are going to be situations in which the two sets of correlations don't go together. That is, up to a certain point, A and B are reacting in the same way to the same stimuli. Then there come the cases where they don't. Where they don't, we can say, describing the situation, there's a basis for the notion of a mistake. One of the creatures, at least, has made a mistake because it hasn't reacted in the same way that the other one has. No saying on the basis of just two creatures which one has made a mistake. There's so far, no theory of error involved here at all. Just a basis for saying, for making a distinction between being right and being wrong. This I take to be the basic idea that is the same as what Kripke finds in Wittgenstein, and which I think is in Wittgenstein. That is, that the basis for distinguishing between, as he puts it, following a rule and just thinking you're following a rule is made by correlating two or more reactions that are related in the way that I've been describing. So this is the basis, and so far as I can see, the only possible basis for introducing the notion of objectivity. It doesn't tell you what it is, it just tells you how you can make sense of it at all. Notice that at the same time, it gives you a basis for assigning a content to certain of these reactions. Once they become complicated enough and once a system of concepts is going, we're then in a position to say, on the basis of this kind of relationship, what the content is of things that are being said or thought about. Now, the third situation is the familiar one of radical interpretation. That's the one in which both A and B have languages, a set of concepts, the notion of objectivity, and so forth, but they don't speak a language. They speak languages where they don't know how to go back and forth between one and the other. Neither one of them, to begin with, knows how to interpret the other. I'm prepared to say something, I have been saying quite a lot, about how one of them can work his way into what the other means by what he says, what he thinks, and so forth. I have more to say about that, and in my next to last lecture, I'm going to go into more detail about that. That's where decision theory and theory of truth get combined into a single theory, which tells how one thinking creature can get into the thoughts and meanings of another thinking creature. That situation, that is, given that A and B have a repertory of thoughts, have the concept of truth, and so forth, how one of them can come to understand the other, that's something that I have a theory about. It's incomplete in various ways, but nevertheless, it seems to me to have some highly plausible elements in it, and it may be a sketch of something like what the theoretical situation really is. Now, just so that you don't think I'm claiming any more than I am, I must say there's a basic point here that I haven't said anything about and don't know how to say it. In fact, I'm stumped as to what it even would be to try to answer it. And that is, if we start with the triangular situation itself and ask, now, how can these two creatures develop speech? How can they develop thought? How can they get any concepts at all? How can they make use of these deviations from perfect correlations, which can be taken to be signs of error or falsehood? Then I simply don't know how to analyze that at all, or what even to say about it. So here's the most useful remark that I know how to make, and it's not very useful. It's something like this. If you can grasp how one thinking creature can come to understand another thinking creature under the theoretical conditions of no preliminary hints, but of course we're assuming that the two creatures are enough alike so that this process can take place. If we can answer that question, then we can, in a dreamy sort of way, see that it's possible that a group of creatures, a community, could work their way into that situation from scratch. How? Well, what would be the steps? Who knows? Or we can speculate about that. I'm not speculating about it. But if we see what kind of a structure would be the result, and we see how one creature could get into that structure from the outside, then we can imagine the possibility of creatures gradually working into this rich situation in which there's language, thought, and so forth. But what the steps of that would be, I myself don't have much idea. Nevertheless, we are in a situation, if I'm right, in which we can say, give a meaning to a notion of not thought, but let's say a pre-verbal kind of situation, which is much more subtle than most animals get into. And that is this basic triangular situation in which there are these sets of correlations which interlock with each other and with the world. That's a pre-linguistic situation, but it gives some substance to people who like to talk about pre-linguistic thought and that sort of thing. It gives some basis for that. What it doesn't do, though, is provide a series of steps which we can see that come between that very primitive situation and the rich situation in which we have thinking creatures trying to or succeeding in understanding each other. That's the best I can do on the relationship between these things. I just wanted to be open, so to speak, about the fact that there's something that I'm not even trying to explain. Now, I have a few comments on this that may help inspire discussion and criticism. The first one is this: the notion of causality. Doesn't have to play any role in the responses, in the description of the mental states of A and B until a very late stage indeed. It's the correlation of responses that makes thought possible. And neither A nor B has to be thinking about the causes that let's say, the other one is reacting to. It doesn't have to be able to think about the notion of causal relations between itself and the other creature. You might even say it's the triangular situation, based as it is on natural animal construction, that is, the things that animals discriminate, that gives content to our interest-relative notion of causality, and not the other way around. It's not as though causality is what they're thinking about, and so they construct the triangle. It's rather the triangle gives a meaning to the notion of the relevant cause, and that's completely based upon the interests, that is, natural ways of classifying together things that creatures have from the start. So the analysis of what gives content to our thoughts, what justifies our concept of objectivity, doesn't depend at all on our using the notion of causality. It's rather that what we've got when we're in that situation allows us to make some sense of the relevant cause, where nature doesn't make any such distinction at all. I mean, physics doesn't make any distinction of relevant cause. In fact, physics doesn't need the notion of causality at all. The notion of causality is something we need if we want to talk about intentionality. It's an interest. I mean, as we use the notion of cause, we need it in order to explain thought. To explain it, that is, from the outside, as we're doing it now. I will just say this because I'm not sure whether it'll come in later on because I'm cutting out one lecture. One of the things that distinguishes the social sciences, insofar as they deal with thought and intentionality, distinguishes the social sciences from the natural sciences. Many of the natural sciences actually do use and need the notion of cause because they deal with dispositions and things like that, and those who understand in terms of the notion of cause. But it's a sign of progress in science that you get rid of disposition terms like solubility and so forth in favor of explanations that explain why things dissolve when they do and don't use the notion of solubility at all. The notion of cause just simply drops out of the laws of physics. That doesn't mean, of course, that the laws of physics aren't causal laws. To say that is just to say they're laws. But the notion of cause nowhere appears, even in hidden ways, in an advanced form of physics. But I think causal notions cannot be subtracted from our talk about intentions, intentional action, and so forth. There we need the notion of cause. We can't get rid of it. The notion of belief is a dispositional notion, for example. The notion of an intentional action is the notion of an action that has been caused by beliefs and desires in the right way, and so forth. You can't get rid of that notion of cause as it is used in those contexts. And you can't get rid of it if you're going to end up with anything like our ordinary notion of intentional action or belief or desire as those are used to explain actions or to interpret speech. So that's one of the basic differences between the social sciences and the physical sciences. It's a criticism of the social sciences in the sense that it's a limitation. It's a limitation on how much you can explain. If you have to depend upon the notion of cause in this way, that means something absolutely basic is going unexplained. I'm just throwing that in for fun, so to speak. If you consider the radical interpretation of thinking about the triangular situation, which I say is basic to all interpretation, then you see that the phrase on which I was depending to introduce all this, the notion of the common cause of A and B's responses, is in a sense not playing any role at all. Rather, A interprets B on the basis of these correlations between responses. If A sees a rabbit going by, it responds in certain ways. You don't have to say what is the common cause. Of course, you can speculate on what it is. I mean, saw the rabbit. There's a motion there. That's okay. But you don't get the detailed content of the thought there by making heavy use of the notion of the common cause. Rather, there is a common cause, just in the sense that we have these correlations of reactions, and that allows one thinking creature to assign contents to the thoughts of the other. But the notion of common cause drops out as giving that. In saying this, I'm taking account of criticisms that Quine has leveled, I think justifiably, at my heavy use of the notion of the common cause, as if you could say that is the content of these interpreted sentences, utterances. No, that's not the content at all. The content is given by that, but it's constructed by these two thinking creatures, which already have thoughts. There wouldn't be any saying what those thoughts were about if it weren't for this triangular situation. But that doesn't go so far as to just identify the common cause with the contents. That was too simple and took something for granted that didn't need to be taken for granted, given the sort of explanation that I'm giving. Now, I have just one further remark I want to make today, and that is an epistemic remark. There's quite clearly a sense in which it isn't just speech and thought that are involved here, but something is being said about people's relation to the world and how it is that you can say their thoughts are about the world. The additional thing to say is simply notice that the notion of epistemic intermediaries between the world and the person play no role in this account at all. Once you have these two thinking creatures, you have events, situations, whatever, in the world causing the person to have certain beliefs, and of course these are interpretable beliefs because of their relationship to language. But there's nothing in between, so to speak, nothing in between that you could or should call evidence that the person has that there's something out there. Rather, in the simplest situations, events in the world, objects in the world, their emotions or whatever, cause us to believe certain things. And you can say there's no thing that the person knows first, namely how the world appears, or it's not inspecting its sense data or anything like that. Or let's say maybe it is, but that's not playing any role in explaining the relationship between the world and thought. That's just a straight causal interaction where there's nothing of epistemological significance in between. That doesn't mean that we're not interested in the question how the causal chain goes. That makes the difference. That is how eyes work, how ears work, and so forth. This is important to me because it's one of the steps in counteracting the possibility even of making remarks of let's say, getting skepticism started. If I'm right that this triangular situation is the basis for our knowledge of the world, our understanding of other people, and so forth, then it has to be the case that skepticism about other minds or about the external world can't get started. If we have thoughts, we're already in this triangular situation and know it. That is, we already have to know something about other people's minds. We have to know something about the world if we know anything at all. All right, that's a point I hope I will have a chance to expand on a little bit, but I think I'll stop there today. Thanks.
Various angles that can be exploited. I think of the various projections, geographical projections, maps. The Mercator projection has the advantage that, for some purposes, that the great circles are not in straight lines, so that you can get your bearing, of course, for the moment. The other projection has the advantage that you have equal areas, which implies in turn you're going to get, if it's completely accurate in that respect, you're also going to get a picture of shapes, sameness of shape. For consideration of communication, interpretation, translation, seems to me this is especially well suited. The sort of thing has prompted me to take a different starting point is the concern rather with the relationship of the minimal input, the sort of thing that Russell had in mind in our knowledge of the external world. I mean, how to what connects our minimal input of information in the computer sense with our output of information, or what we think of as information about the world. I think one wants both. I do.
Yeah, I think that's a big help. Quine has been interested from a long way back, certainly in word and object, and even more conspicuously in the roots of reference, in how it is that the patterns of stimulation at the skin can somehow be used ultimately to build up a picture of an objective world. And there's a sense in which I am deliberately, so to speak, bypassing that project. It's not that I'm saying there's anything wrong with it. On the contrary, just say it doesn't enter in to the things I've been talking about, and therefore one very important, and in fact maybe the important aspect of what used to be called epistemology that Quine is interested in, I have just left to one side. But I don't think that in itself marks any difference of opinion.
No, I don't. And furthermore, I think it's instructive to consider how, from one approach, the things that are taken care of first of all, by the other approach, got eventually fitted in. And I think that particularly here with the A and B, how does B get into the Act along with A? And that's where my appeal to pre-established harmony comes. And then, of course, there's the question of explaining causally a pre-established harmony, and the trick there is natural selection.
Sure.
I have a question about the nuts and bolts. Hold the triangle together. And I'm thinking in terms of trying to explain this to my students. And my students will have read your papers on causality and know that you insist that causality is a relation between events. And so they'll wonder if you're going to do the triangle seriously, O has got to be an event rather than a cow or a table. Okay, does it? That's question one. And two, if it does have to be an event, what event is it? The cow could just be sitting there. The cow could be dead. And the table normally is sitting there.
Yeah, that's why I was putting the emphasis on these correlations. Of course, you do want to remember that what we're starting out with, and in fact, the point at which most of this discussion has any application, are cases where, thinking of it in our own way, something is causing a change in the reactions of the creature. In fact, that's why Quine starts with the rabbit scampering by. I mean, if the rabbit just sits there forever, never moves, you're not going to be able to interpret these utterances of Gavagai because they won't be correlated with any change in the world. So to begin with, you have to have changes. That's certainly true. But I'm not trying to identify the content by saying, well, that's the change that is the content of the sentence. It just is the clue to assigning a content.
But the clue goes, from other things you've written, the clue seems to go something like this. Well, at least an important part of radical interpretation involves assigning, well, not exactly, but something like assigning content to sentences like, that's a table, that's a rabbit, etc. And that seems probably off here to go those assignments seem to be based on simplest kinds of triangle situations where they're not.
No, because that's a table. It depends upon noticing or making sense of something like pointing, ostension, and that involves an extra element. So I'm starting out with cases where nothing like pointing is involved. It's just correlations between reactions and things observed in the outside, but no prompting on the part of the other animal that's here. Just as I suppose that's how apes, for example, build up their tiny repertoire of sounds, which are reactions to birds, snakes, tigers, or lions, better. Ostension is an additional stage.
So what they're reacting to then is, you might say, or would you say, lion events and bird events.
That's right. Right, that's the beginning.
Yeah, I was conflating those two stages. Thanks.
Well, I'm not sure I was distinguishing them as clearly as I should.
Is it necessary that we are the triangles?
Well,
You said that the existence of the triangle is not a condition for objectivity or having concepts. So is it necessary that the triangle is a triangle for us?
yes.
That
Yes.
we, there is one of us?
Yeah, look, yes, I'm not sure what led to the question, because we can describe such triangles before there's any such thing as thought or language involved in the triangle. Of course, we can't describe anything at all until we have a language and a fairly fully formed set of concepts. So we, in order to be in a position to describe a primitive triangle, we have to be part of a non-primitive one, that is one where the base has been filled in by language. But if your question is, in order to have thoughts, must we be part of such triangles? Yes, of course. Yes.
For an entity whatsoever, A, to have thoughts, is it necessary that we are able to draw the triangle?
I don't understand the question. I don't see why we have to say anything about us. If A is going to, or B is going to have thoughts, it has to be part of such a triangle. That's a necessary condition.
But it's not a necessary condition that B or that B is one of us, or that B has concepts or thoughts like ours.
No.
It's not necessary.
Well, that's a further question which we've discussed a number of times. Before such a thing would seem to us to be, or appear to us to be, a triangle, we would have to be something like A and B ourselves. Maybe that's the answer to your question.
The question is ontological. It's not whether, in order for us to know that the thing has thoughts, we need to be part of the triangle. I suppose that the answer is yes. The question is ontological. It's for an entity A to have thoughts. Is it necessary that we could be? You said that it's necessary for something like this triangle to exist. My question is whether this should be a triangle for us, whether we are able to know the objects outside, or the properties outside, or the events outside that constitute the contents of the entity's thoughts.
I'm honestly puzzled by the question. Such a triangle can certainly exist without my existing.
Yeah. The question was not whether you in particular, Donald Davidson, the question was whether is it necessary that a being like us, with thoughts like ours, is able to interpret,
To describe the triangle. No, the triangle is autonomous.
I guess that do you still believe in your argument against different alternative conceptual stimuli?
Yes.
So I think I don't know how to build your argument without this assumption, without the assumption that for any entity to have thoughts, we should be able, not me in particular, but someone like me with my thoughts should be in principle able to make this triangulation, to know what the objects of his thoughts are.
I don't see why it doesn't answer that question. This is what I'm missing. To say, I can't describe this as a triangle unless I am something like A and B.
B can't be in that triangle unless B is something like A.
And I can't describe it as a triangle in this way unless I'm something like A and B.
But it is not necessarily, I understand.
But I don't have to exist for that similarity to be there.
Okay.
Isn't there a conflict between object and meta here?
Yes, I think so. But
I think that maybe the point is that obviously it is not necessary for us to exist, for triangles to exist. I mean, Martians could have communication without us existing. What we conflict with the criticism of conceptual schemes would be the claim that, to deny the claim that for something to be such a triangle, it would have to be possible for us in principle to be able to recognize it as a triangle. And so we would have to be something like A or B. I don't know if it's your point. I think if I have made it clear.
no, that helps. My attack on conceptual schemes is mainly an attack on epistemological intermediaries. That is, since I'm not making any use of and not making any sense of the idea of something that can count as evidence for everything I believe about the world, but which itself is independent of the world. I don't have the distinction between scheme and content, right? Because the content there would be this set of intermediary entities upon which I'm basing my opinions about the world. If you have that Kantian idea in any form whatsoever, I mean, because it's an idea that's common to lots of empiricists too, then you can't talk about different ways of representing the world, right? I've dropped the notion of representation in the relevant sense. You can only talk about different ways of representing the world if you have some raw material to work on that's common to the different creatures that are interpreting the world, and then they apply their scheme to this raw material. I've eliminated the raw material as having any epistemological significance, and therefore I can't make these contrasts between different conceptual schemes.
I thought that it was part of the argument, the premise that for an individual to have thoughts, most of the things that he believes have to be true by my own life. I thought that
Right.
was a premise in the argument. And if this is so, I think that it follows that for
It's not a premise. It's something that falls out of the method of interpretation.
and it's not this method.
It's not an assumption.
Is it the method of interpretation? Is it related to this triangulation?
It's related to strengthening the bottom relationship into something that we could call language.
And is it not necessary then to obtain this premise from the method of interpretation? Is it not necessary that for an entity to have thoughts, how do you put it? For an entity to have thoughts, it must be possible that an entity like I, not me in particular, an entity like I, a human being, is able to build this triangle. It's able to interpret this other entity. Is not this an assumption?
Well, it's better, I think, to put it this way and say, I think I've withdrawn any grounds on which one could make sense of the idea of a radically different conceptual scheme. I think in order to make sense of that, you have to make certain epistemological assumptions that I haven't made.
The thing is that I find this inconsistent with what you told me yesterday in answer to my question about with the example of colors. You said yesterday that you admit that it's a possibility.
But we don't understand another person.
Not that we don't understand in fact, that we are not able to understand. I like to have the modalities clear, even if I am not able to express them correctly in English.
Yeah, I think you're confusing an extremely peripheral consideration with a basic one. Maybe you're making the following a step which I would absolutely reject, and that is, if it's the case that there may be some things that somebody else is thinking that I couldn't think, then it ought to be possible that the other person, the other creature, is that I can't get into any of its thoughts. Right? But I'm not making that assumption at all.
I thought that you said yesterday that there is this possibility. There are a range of properties such that we human beings are, it's impossible for us to know, to discern these properties.
I'm sorry, I didn't say there are such. I said there might be some.
We're speaking, I'm speaking about possibilities, conceptual possibilities, so you can take that for granted.
Yeah.
When I say there are, I am saying there could be. It's conceptually possible that.
This comes to no more than saying there are thoughts that other people may have, which I can't have, because of stupidity, lack of computing power, ignorance of physics.
I have epistemic limitations.
Right. Okay.
If this is so,
But these limitations can only be described on the assumption of a huge common ground.
I misunderstood you yesterday. I thought that you were saying that there could be an entity with contents related to just this range of properties that I am not able as a matter of fact.
No, not at all. No, just as I think of the physicist's grasp of quantum mechanics as something which I can understand the possibility of without understanding it, so to speak. That I think of that as a suburb of our conceptual apparatus which we share, and that we can make sense of there being such a suburb only on the basis of its being a suburb. That is, we're starting out with a whole lot that's the same.
Yesterday I was understanding you.
Yeah. Right.
But I don't see that. I just don't see that one can't say that there's a species-wide limitation, right? There's a species-wide limitation on a rather specific thing, like discrimination of certain kinds of colors. That doesn't in any way overturn the point that Donald has been making, because after all the point is that in order to know that it is a limitation, we have to know in very rough terms what it is that we would need to be in order to have it. We would have to know and so on.
I'm not describing that possibility. The possibility of a species sharing with us a lot of contents, but differing in just small ways. I was not describing that possibility. I was just thinking a species, beings that are able to just to discern these properties that we are not able to discern, and they behave regularly with respect to this possibility, these properties. They discriminate them conceptually. They discriminate objects with respect to these properties. They behave regularly with respect to these properties. Of course, their behavior does not. Their behavior does not seem regular for us at all. But anyway, this is the possibility that I was describing yesterday. There is a totally. It's not just a small
It's not just to do with colors, but it has comprehensives in some way.
The example of color was the way of making them perceptually available. It's just that
So you,
discriminate perceptually these properties and discriminate objects with respect just to these properties.
okay, but you,
The point was that I was making was just that this makes sense to me, that it makes sense to me that these entities would have contents and thoughts and whatever. But I know that it disagrees with all the
no, but can I just ask whether you want to extend points, say, about colors, to saying that this creature has made judgments and has thoughts, which none of which we could grasp. Well, I think on the Davidsonian view, the question would be, what gives you the right to say that it is thoughts that they have? I mean, how do you individuate thoughts? What makes one thought different from another? If it,
obviously in a different way. The point is that this way of individuating thoughts to me is true verification.
no, but I don't understand what verification is about it. You using the word thoughts, and I just don't know what that word means. I mean,
I need to explain to you my theory. I mean, it's not my theory. It could be a functional theory, broadly functional theory. The point was that if the example looks plausible, then
no, but the example looks plausible only if you restrict it to very specific things. It doesn't look plausible if you're saying that a creature can have thoughts, none of which you could interpret. But we want to know what is this notion of thoughts. It's not verification. It's not a matter of how do we find out what these thoughts, but what is the notion of thought? What are the individuating criteria for thoughts?
Not necessarily conflicting with the rejection of conceptual schemes. For if I understand your arguments properly, what you claim is not that the method of interpretation leads necessarily to the conclusion that there is no such a thing as the kind of language or communication that we cannot understand, but that if such a thing existed, we would not be able to recognize it as a language. So there is no such a thing of which we have grounds to say that it is a linguistic behavior and that we cannot understand. I think that's the argument. I don't think that it necessarily follows the claim that we must be able to understand in principle any kind of linguistic behavior that can exist in any planet in the world. So I think that the rejection of conceptual schemes do not conflict with conceiving the possibility of somebody communicating, having kinds of thoughts which are not available for us.
Do you want to charge this view with verificationism, but it seems more correct to charge it with something which we should call individuationism, right? The claim is that if you use a certain concept, apply a certain concept like thought, you should be able to say what makes one thought different from another. Yeah, okay.
there are theories, I mean, probably I wouldn't be able to explain here. Maybe I don't have theories. But there are theories in the literature about the content individuation that are not verifications in this way. There are functional theories in which what matters for having contents is not that you could be interpreted by other people. There are theories according to which what matters is that, well, you have certain things inside your brain or mind functionally related in such and such ways with external things, and maybe ideologically related with them. I don't know why. There is a verification in this sense.
But they're reductionist. They want to say that something that we call judgment is something that can be reduced to something which is not a judgment. If you make that premise, then perhaps you're right, and those things might exist independently of interpretation, but it's to assume a form of reductionism, which I guess you are rejecting.
Well, part of the trouble, it seems to me, I mean, I've heard this kind of thing said a million times, and I'm always troubled with the fact that, of course, the description of the situation has to be and remains completely abstract. I mean, it's all put in negative terms. It's what we can't figure out, what we can't understand, but it's the real thing nevertheless. Now, I say the concept of thought, the concept of language, and so forth, are our concepts. If we don't know how to apply them, what kind of concepts are these? I mean, it's we who know what we mean by thinking, communicating, language, and so forth. That's why I started out with the question, what's implied by the fact that we have thoughts? And as far as I can see, at no point have I been led to some criterion of thoughts which would be thoughts but nothing like ours, not overlapping them anywhere at all, and so forth. Nothing I've said makes any sense of that. It's not as though there's something basically provincial about this, except in the sense that our language is provincial. I mean, our languages are provincial because they're a feature of creatures that are very much alike, and they've created this conceptual apparatus for talking about concepts and thinking what is a concept, what is communication, and so forth. Well, provincial then, in that sense, sure, we're all provincial. But I think this is an empty supposition, because it's just characterized by saying, couldn't there be something like this, only we don't know what on earth it would be.
Let me say the concept of physical property is our concept of physical property, but it does not follow from that there couldn't be physical properties, at least it does not follow obviously or easily that there couldn't be physical properties that we wouldn't be able to discriminate.
Oh, now look.
Maybe it follows. It requires a strong verificationist argument.
I don't think.
In the same way, I mean, I agree with
Well, I've heard this so many times, and look, physical properties are properties of objects, all right? You can't talk about other physical properties unless you have an ontology that we understand. Of course, physics, various sciences, various pseudosciences, and so forth, are constantly introducing new ways of classifying those familiar objects, right? We can get the hang of them because we've got the same ontology in one sense, and we're just classifying these same old things in new ways. We all learn new ways of classifying things all the time, right?
You said yesterday that there could be physical properties that, as a matter of epistemic limitation, we are not going to be able to know. You considered that yesterday. This is a realistic way of thinking about physical properties, and I don't see how, from the fact that our concept, the concept of content is our concept, it follows that we need to have a verificationist or anti-realist concept of. If it doesn't follow, maybe there is a good argument, but this is not a good argument.
I'm just not getting it. I'm saying is the notion of a concept, perhaps one that I can't get. It's upon my already sharing a whole things with somebody who's got it. Roughly the same ontology, the same way of making distinctions.
Following the traditional one, when you talk about something in such a way that it's so different, I still think we're saying something. Was it Van Gogh was saying, or she was saying, that the concept of thought, the idea of the general idea of understanding has to be something that is ours. But once that's in place, we begin to talk about particular thoughts, even whole classes of thought patterns that we might never understand. But to step back and say there is something, we know not what, that we cannot get, this whole approach wants to show us empty. That's part of what I meant when I'm joking that it's all post-Kantian, because that's the heart of it, isn't it? I mean, if anyone knows any history of philosophy, the last 200 years have been trying to say that a kind of so-called transcendental realism, and I don't mean the silly stuff that Putnam's talking about, but the tradition makes no sense. That was the Kantian revolution. And the next step was to say the residue in Kant you get rid of. And that's what's been behind all this work. They put it, and you seem to be suggesting you want to go back. Now I know you're not, but the looking back.
I want to go back.
Huh? In a sense, you want to go back. Well, then I'm sorry, I've been trying to understand you. But I haven't.
We were better off with Aristotle.
Well, that's it. Well, then we come back. Anyway, yeah, we are in Spain.
I think that you also have Aristotelians in Ireland.
Can
We haven't.
I want to get back to Bruce's question, Donald. I'm not sure that I got your answer, so I'm just sort of going to ask you to answer it, but I'll pose it slightly differently. Do you think that we have enough of a detailed and structured hold on the concept of cause that we should disallow just saying quite ordinarily that the cows being there caused us to have this reaction, or to say that's a cow or whatever? It seems we just don't have enough of a structured and detailed concept of cause to disallow saying something like that. So I'm not sure that, there is a problem here about events and so on. We talk quite naturally, and it seems correct given how primitive the notion is, to say the cows being there caused us, the rabbits being there, not moving or anything, us to respond in certain ways. It's not as if the notion of event and cause we have such a sort of detailed sense of them that we say, no, you can't speak like that about in events and so on.
No, but I think it's a legitimate worry to explain what it is that we're up to if we say something like that in terms of a concept of cause that I think we understand a little better than that, namely where it's an event rather than a being a certain way. I mean, I at least have a difficulty giving the semantics of phrases like that, because there, the thing that's standing for the cause is sentential in character, and this would leave us with the notion that the verb cause is a non-truth functional connective. And since I think I see a way of interpreting the notion of cause just as a two-place relation between entities, namely events, whereas I have difficulties with non-truth functional connectives, I have preference for explaining one of those ways of talking in terms of the other.
Yeah, I was intending the phrase as having a sort of nominalization, so it would just be.
But anyway, but I have a further thing to say about it, and that is, in the most basic cases of establishing correlations between things I observe and things I see the other person doing, that the cow being there causing me to say there's a cow can't be the first sort of situation, because that's going to require pointing.
That's different. No, I agree with that.
Okay,
yeah.
but that also takes care of the cow being there causing it.
In the primal.
Right. So I want the cow to come and go to begin with.
Could I ask a question about the basic situation? I know you are stressing that you don't need to and should not think of ascribing any attitudes or anything like that, any psychology to the participants in the basic situation. It's just a matter of correlating responses.
But I must confess I find it difficult to think of them that way, taking all the attitudes out. So let me see whether, would this be, in one sense it would be an example of, I suppose, a basic situation. I mean, it's hard to describe without putting in something like noticing or something like that, that the speaker notices that the cow moved and noticed that B responded in a certain way the cow moved. Suppose that the response, well, I'll describe the situation. O is bringing on the presence of a big pot of pepper, and A sneezes when the pepper is brought on, and B, being nearby, also sneezes, and every time B sneezes near A jumps a little bit. Now that would be an example, I take it, of the basic situation, described completely non-psychological, non-attitudinally. One could do it with objects that are not animate or anything like that,
right?
At all. So the prime, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine, because that's right. I wanted to describe the basic triangle in completely non-intentional terms. And noticing, I mean, the notion of noticing isn't an intentional notion there, if you want to bring it in at all. I don't think you need the notion of noticing, just the notion of correlating.
Well,
the notion of noticing comes out of the correlation, not the other way around.
But even correlating, of course, sounds like an active verb. It just means responses being correlated. I mean, the correlation between the sneezing and the jumping, not...
But the correlation is as simple as some animal eating something that it doesn't like and avoiding it after. It's made a correlation between the way the plant looks or feels or whatever it might be and how it tastes. It's got this correlation now, and it's learned something. But no thought, surely, has to go into this. Carlos.
I tend to think that the triangle is certainly a necessary condition of a notion of objectivity, and not only that, but also of other aspects of thought. For instance, well, maybe self-attribution of the ability to recognize one's own thoughts or something like that. But I'm not sure that it is a necessary condition of objectivity itself, I mean, of the notion of something external to the subject, nor of content. I mean, think of an eagle which is flying with its characteristic majesty, and then there is on the ground a sheep, and the eagle perceives the sheep, well, and it reacts to the sheep. And, well, we have something like a content, and something like something that the ego has to think of as, well, has to tell us external, I mean, independent, and it has to follow. If a sheep starts to run, and the eagle is following her. So I think we have something like a mental state, a perceiving, or something close to a perceptual belief with a content. And I don't see what would be added if we introduce an observer, a third party. I mean, the content seems to be there somehow. Not, of course, more sophisticated mental abilities, but I don't know. I mean, I think that something like content is already there without interaction, social interaction or something. I don't know.
But what the social interaction introduces is some way of making sense from the point of view of the creature itself of being wrong. That is the distinction between being right and wrong. I've been treating the notion of content not in as general a way as you're thinking of it. Of course, something's going on in the brain of animals when they react to things. But does that amount to thought? By thought, I've been arguing that you don't have thoughts unless you can go wrong. That is, the thought can be false. And I argued that there's some sense in which you have to know that in order to have a thought. You have to know, even recognize in particular cases, that you had a thought that was false. Now, I don't see any reason, given the situation you're describing, to say that that creature had a belief. That is, that it knew that here's a situation, I think it's this way, but maybe it's not. It's just reacting to this. And no doubt, the idea of some kind of a map can be constructed by creatures so they can find their way around and so forth. But I'm thinking of that as not being enough to constitute thought, because the creature would have to have the idea that maybe my map is wrong. Of course, it may, from our point of view, be wrong. That is, it may lead it to do things that we know cause it pain, cause it to lose food, and so forth. But it doesn't have the resources, I'm saying, or we haven't described any resources that would allow us to attribute the idea that here is the way things are. It just is just reacting in complicated ways to its environment. So what I was introducing is what may be the Wittgensteinian idea, that the difference between just acting in a certain uniform way, reacting to things and so forth, the difference between that and having the idea that things are that way, and therefore being capable of recognizing that they aren't. So that's what the second person is doing, is introducing a ground on which error can be introduced. And that depends upon correlations that go on okay up to a point and then break down. And that's where you have the grounds for talking about objectivity and error.
But imagine that the sheep is not a real sheep, it's a decoy. And when the eagle gets close to then it stops flying. And
okay.
That, well,
but it's you who says it was thinking it was a ship. And I'm saying we have no grounds for saying that thinking anything at all.
Well, yeah, it's because he doesn't have to think because maybe he needs language, but we have something quite close to error, or I mean the
error from our point of view, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you want a microphone?
As usual, I want to push you just a little bit closer towards the question you said you wouldn't answer. Let me change Barry's example and complicate it a little bit. His example has O being in the pot of pepper and A and B sneezing, and it's just simple correlation. We don't need to talk about noticing or intentionality or anything. Suppose A is the preverbal child, B is the child's father, O is the mother bringing in the pot of pepper. She brings in the pot of pepper, and B sneezes, and A sneezes, and B laughs, and A laughs. Now this happens again, and O brings in the pot of pepper, and this time A looks at the father, and A pretends to sneeze. Now, if that were the right description of this, would you say what do we now have? Full intentionality on A's part, or where are we on the way towards thought? This is a correct description.
Gosh, I lost track of A and B.
Well, A and B responding and inter-responding is the point. A is now pretending to do something in order to provoke the laughter.
Yeah, well, certainly whoever's pretending has got thoughts and so forth. I mean, in the ordinary sense, you pretend that something is the case, so that's a propositional attitude. But I guess it's the other creature that...
No, it's A I'm concerned about. The point is that children can do this at a very early age. So you're not hung up, if that's the case, and if their behavior would accept pretending behavior.
Well, there's one thing is the description of the behavior. The other one is using words like pretend. We could describe that behavior, I assume, without using the word pretend.
Yeah, but if A smiles at B and does, a mock sneeze, you don't need to use the word pretend in order to describe that. You were somewhere along the way towards thoughts, you would have to say, right?
Well, somewhere along the way, certainly. Yeah. I mean, if it's sneezed intentionally, or, then we're a long way away along the way to thought.
Yes, may I change the example again? What if B sneezes gas and A doesn't, but after some seconds B keeps saying, don't you sneeze gas? And then A sneezes gas, or it thinks, or she or he thinks that. Isn't B then an intermediate between reality and A thoughts?
If your description of the situation is literal, then you've described both of these creatures as having thoughts already, and the kind of thing that the primal triangle, the Oedipal triangle, was introduced for, is way in the background. It's not as though it has any obvious application to the sophisticated use of language. Right? It's rather the basis for getting into thought and language at all. So once you can describe these creatures as thinking things and so forth, the relationship to the triangle is way in the past, so to speak, or way in the background. It's not meant to explain sophisticated cases of interaction. It might have been a help to some people here if I'd made the kind of remark I'm going to make now earlier. In my talk today, I'll be drawing on a published paper called Three Varieties of Knowledge. Three Varieties of Knowledge, which is published in a memorial volume of essays for A.J. Ayer. I'll also be actually drawing on, or maybe even reading part of a paper called Indeterminism and Anti-Realism, which is not published anywhere, but will be published in the proceedings of a conference that was held at Santa Clara College a couple of years ago. I could have made remarks like that about many of these talks, as you could find parts of what I'm saying in one or another of these places. I'm sorry I didn't think of saying that before. Now, when I'm finished with the lecture I'm going to give tomorrow, I will have described a way of assigning three measures to the utterances and sentences of a person we're trying to understand. The sense in which the description of the way of doing that will be non-intentional, but it will end up by being intentional in the sense of telling you all you need to know, according to this hypothesis, about what people mean by what they say, what they think, and what they want. The three measures that you'll be in a position to assign, if I'm right about this, are the subjective probability of a given sentence. That means how likely the person is to think that it's true, or how true he thinks it is. His degree of confidence in the truth of the sentence. The second one is how much the person would like that sentence to be true, given, of course, what he means by the sentence. So the second measure will be a measure of its desirability, that is, the desirability of its truth. And the third thing will be the content of the sentence. So there'll be three measures that you'll be in a position to assign to any sentence that the person does utter or might utter. Now, I'm repeating myself if I say the objects that we use to record these measures, those objects are no part of the theory itself. Rather, what we do is show, a wonderful word here would be prove, that you can use the numbers, those are the objects, in the case of the first two measures. And the measures that you can use for the third are your own, that is, the interpreter's own sentences. The theory doesn't mention numbers. The theory doesn't mention one's own sentences. The theory uses one's own sentences, of course. I mean, if you have a theory of interpreting somebody else, you have to use your own language. So there's a distinction to be made there. You're not mentioning your own sentences in the theory. You're just using them. But you can show, in an extremely simple way, that you can keep track of the other person, the meanings, if you want to use the word, of the other person's sentences by mapping them onto your own sentences. So that would be a representation theorem. So you have three representation theorems. One showing that you can represent the person's confidence that a given sentence of his is true. Another one that represents in the numbers on an interval scale the desirability of the sentence being true for the person. And the third, which represents the contents of the sentence, given, that is, relative to some scheme of interpretation, represents it in your own sentences. The uniqueness theorem, in each case, says, well, in the case of subjective probabilities, the measure is unique up to multiplication by a positive constant. Actually, we usually represent subjective probabilities on a scale from 0 to 1, but the 1 is actually not part of the theory. I mean, you could have taken 6 for all the difference it makes. It just simplifies all kinds of calculations to always put the scale 0 to 1. Such measures are, when represented in the numbers, are unique up to multiplication by a positive constant. The measures of utility or desirability of truth for the subject are just unique up to any linear transformation, because there's no non-arbitrary 0 point, and the representation in your own sentences of the other person's sentences is unique up to whatever kind of transformations carry you from one interpretation to another. One can say something fairly precise about that in some cases, particularly those cases where you know a way, a systematic way of changing the satisfaction relation or reference relation. That is the way in which you map parts of sentences onto objects. There's some ways of going from one way of doing that to another way where you can be completely specific about how to do it, and there you can say something about the uniqueness of that measure. There are other cases where it's much harder to say what it is exactly that is preserved, aside from just saying everything that is empirically significant is preserved. That is, each of the interpretive schemes saves all of the data that have gone into the scheme or that could go into it. That is, not just the things that you've used to confirm the theory, but all the things that would confirm it if you knew them. Now, just to bring you back to where we were, given that you have a T sentence for a sentence of the other person, you have, of course, you're referring to a sentence or an utterance by way of a sentence of the other person, and you have a sentence of your own which you have used. Because you have used your own sentence, you can take your own sentence as a way of keeping track of the function characteristics of the other person's sentence. There'll be different ways of keeping track of it, but you do use a sentence of your own to do this. So this allows us to think of attributions of attitudes in the same way that we use numbers to keep track of lengths. Just as I said, drawing on what I learned from Quine many years ago, and which he got from Kynap, just as we can think of the length of this board in meters equals 2, so we can think of Jones believes that snow is white as Jones' belief in the interpretive scheme I equals the sentence snow is white. And there I'm mentioning my own sentence. That's the entity. So this connects, so to speak, the analogy with measurement to the semantics of attitude attributions. So I don't know if I went through that too fast or not, but it actually pulls together the machinery that I've introduced on the one hand for producing theories about what somebody else thinks, wants, means on the one hand, and the semantics that we've talked about for attributions of attitude. You need to think about the fact that our theory shows us that we can represent the structure of somebody else's beliefs, meanings, etc., in some appropriate set of entities. Numbers for theories of measurement, our own sentences in the case of assigning contents to expressions, and ultimately then also to attitudes themselves. Now, I'm going to draw on this way of thinking about assigning contents to attitudes as a way of distinguishing between, comparing, contrasting different kinds of empirical knowledge that we all have. And these three kinds of empirical knowledge are directly related to the triangles which I've been drawing on the board, which involve two people at least, and a shared world. The three kinds of knowledge correspond to the three corners of the triangle. These three kinds of knowledge are familiar to all of you. They're the, so to speak, the basis for endless philosophy. One kind of knowledge we have is our knowledge of what we think, mean, want, and so forth. We have self-knowledge. That is, we know what our own propositional attitudes are. The second kind is knowledge of the minds of other people. That is, we can figure out more or less what other people mean by what they say, what they want, and what they believe. That's a second kind of knowledge. The third kind is knowledge of the things that we share with other people. That is knowledge of tables, chairs, stars, and all the rest of that machinery. These three kinds of knowledge have feature, obviously, in all forms of skepticism. The two basic kinds of skepticism, at least that I'm interested in or talking about, are skepticism about the external world. That questions the third kind of knowledge I was talking about. It says, if you assume that all of our knowledge somehow starts with first-person knowledge of some kind, then you can be skeptical about how you can get from that to knowledge of the external world. The second kind of skepticism is a skepticism about other minds. Thinking of the triangle again, you can get two kinds of skepticism by just pointing in the two directions, one to the other person who's in the triangle, and the other one to the things that are shared in the environment. What I'm going to talk about is what I think the relations between these three kinds of knowledge are, and I'll draw upon the remarks I just made about representing contents, just because it provides an easy way of stating differences and similarities. Obviously, if I'm right about the primacy of the triangle to thought, if I'm right that our grasp of the concept of truth and of objectivity is based upon intersubjective understanding, then there's never a point at which you can be a successful skeptic about either of these things. You have to know what other people are thinking in order to have any thoughts of your own. And you have to know what other people are thinking. You also have to know about the common world in order to know what other people are thinking. Indeed, it wouldn't make any sense to say you know what you think if you don't know if you don't have some knowledge of these other two kinds. So in fact, the interdependence is complete. That is, you couldn't have any of these three kinds of knowledge without having the other two. Of course, how much of each of these you have to have is something that there's no deciding. It's just a matter of degree. But most of us have a whole lot of solid knowledge of all these three kinds. Because we're all thinking creatures, we have the basis for judgments about objectivity because we are in communication with other creatures. And we can't do that unless we know quite a lot about what is going on in their minds. So the interdependencies are complete, according to me, and that's why I say if I'm right about the social assumptions for thought and meaning, then standard kinds of skepticism can't get started. In fact, if I'm right about this, then what I announced at the very beginning would be a success. That is, we start out by saying, I think certain things. What follows from that? And now I'm saying a lot follows from that. It follows that we know what other people think. It follows that we share an objective world, and so forth. I think I don't need to spend very much time in saying why you can't reduce any of these forms of knowledge to any of the others. No one or two of them is enough to give you the other. Some of the differences are obvious, and indeed much epistemology has been based upon the assumption of these differences. What marks first-person authority, that is, our knowledge of our own minds, is the fact that, for the most part, it's not based on evidence. It's not based upon our ability to offer reasons for thinking that we think or want things and so forth. There's a kind of directness about most of our first-person knowledge, which isn't there in either of the other two cases. I'm not suggesting that we can't be wrong about what we think. I think it's possible to make mistakes. What that comes to, I think, is this, that somebody else who is trying to understand us will make the best sense of what it is, and therefore produce the best possible interpretation of what's going on in our minds, by supposing that in certain cases we've made a mistake about what we want, what we think, or perhaps even what we mean, certainly about what we intend. But such cases can't be the rule, I would say. First-person knowledge is different from our knowledge of things in the world and our knowledge of other minds. The special kind of authority, which is rather hard to be clear about, especially if you don't think that self-knowledge is incorrigible, and I don't think that. It's hard to say much more about it than I have. So I'm just saying, I take for granted that first-person authority is a real phenomenon. We really do, for the most part, know what our own propositional attitudes are in a way that nobody else can know what our propositional attitudes are. I don't see any way to construct a theory of the world in any direct way on the basis of first-person knowledge, that is, our knowledge of what we think, and perhaps something like knowledge of what our sensations are, and so forth. I don't see any way to construct from that kind of knowledge a picture of an external world. That depends upon building it up on the basis of interpersonal relations, and that goes beyond first-person knowledge. Second-person knowledge differs in an interesting way from our knowledge of the shared world. And I'd like to spend just a little time on that. There's a sense in which the asymmetry between our knowledge of our own mind and our knowledge of other minds is easy to explain. Part of it is, it's always, our knowledge of other minds has to be built up from quite a lot of observation, quite a lot of evidence about how they behave in various situations and so forth. It's a matter of building up the kind of theory that a radical interpretation is designed to build up. There isn't anything that is like that in our self-knowledge. We don't, form hypotheses about what it is that we think and what we want and what we intend, and then try to confirm it on the basis of some kind of behavioral evidence. So the way in which evidence is used, even if it's used at all, is very different in our own case and in other cases. And if I'm right, most of the time we don't use evidence at all in any normal sense in attaining, if that's the word, having knowledge of our own minds. It's true that there remains a skeptical puzzle which ought to be addressed, and that is, how can you give an account of the difference between how we know our own minds and how we know other people's minds in such a way as to both say we're talking about the same sort of thing. That is, when we're talking about our own minds, we're talking about the same kinds of states that we're correctly from time to time attributing to others. It's one thing to say this asymmetry exists. It does. It's another thing to give an account of it that doesn't lead to skepticism. The way it can lead to skepticism, the way I have sometimes put it, is this. Strawson, you remember in his book on individuals, says, here's the answer to skepticism about other minds. We know that there are certain kinds of predicates, like believes that snow is white, which we attribute to other people on the basis of evidence, and attribute to ourselves not on the basis of evidence. This is part of what we understand about such predicates. There are those who say something like this is in Wittgenstein. I don't commit myself, especially careful in this context, but I'm careful in any context in talking about Wittgenstein. It's certainly in Strawson, in just those terms. Now, does this give an account of the asymmetry? It seems to me not. And the reason that it seems to me not is the following. If all you say about the application of some predicate is that you apply it in some cases on one basis and in other cases on a completely different basis, then the natural response would be this predicate is ambiguous. It has two different meanings. Surely if you apply it in some cases on the basis of one set of criteria and on the other case either on the basis of other criteria or no criteria at all, if you said that about some other predicate, you don't really say, well, it's just ambiguous. And what better evidence that it's ambiguous than what I've just said? You look at different things. You judge it in a different way. Well, okay, it's ambiguous. So I don't think just that remark by itself is any help at all. It's a description of the puzzle rather than a solution to it. All right? The puzzle is the asymmetry in how we know about what we take to be the same thing, that is, states of mind, like beliefs and intentions and the like. Now, this is a topic I'll come back to as I go along today, but let me quickly say something about it. In fact, I'm not sure that what I say at greater length will be any different. If you think of the process of matching up your own sentences to the behavior of some creature in order to keep track of its mental states, then not only is it the case that we do it on the basis of evidence and theory construction and so forth in some sense for other people, but furthermore, there's more than one way. There are endless ways that we can use our own sentences to keep track of what the other person is doing. So when we construct T sentences for another person, not only is it a matter of testing a very complex theory, But there are also different ways of representing what we've learned in our own sentences. But when we come to say what it is that we believe, we don't have this choice. That is, this is another way of describing the asymmetry, if you want, without yet explaining it. If I'm going to produce T sentences for my own language, I don't have various choices about how to do this. In cases where these sentences have different meanings for me, there's a distinction to be made. These sentences have different roles in my language. Good. Then I can't interpret one of them by using the other. This is the point that I'll come back to presently. So there's a sense in which the very process of interpretation doesn't make any sense as applied to myself, or has extremely limited sense in special cases where a few things don't fit together quite right. I don't interpret in the same way I interpret other people. I don't interpret myself. This is just like saying the disquotational theory for myself is the only possible one, if I'm giving my own theory. So it's trivial in that sense. First-person knowledge is trivial, in fact, so trivial, for the most part, that some people have wanted to say it's not really knowledge. Right? I don't want to say that. I think we do. We know what we think. If somebody asks us, we can tell them. We can tell them the truth if we want to, most of the time. So I don't see any reason not to call it knowledge. But it is trivial in the sense that in the process of interpretation just doesn't have application. Now, as I say, I'll come back to this presently. All right, now, I want to take up let's see, start with certain things that have puzzled some people quite a lot, or let's say puzzling them is putting it weakly. It has seemed to some people that there is an obvious conflict between first-person authority, that is our knowledge of what is in our own minds, and the indeterminacy of translation or interpretation. They say, look, if there's more than one way to interpret somebody, then there has to be more than one way of interpreting me. But if there is, then apparently I don't know what it is that I think. But I do know what I think. So there must be something wrong with indeterminacy. The person that I think of who's said this in exactly this way is John Searle. But an argument something like this can be also found in Daniel Dennett. So I'm going to take up, so to speak, these two lines of skepticism about the consistency of maintaining both first-person authority on the one hand and indeterminacy of translation or interpretation on the other. I'm going to argue that there is no conflict at all. That is, that indeterminacy is no reason at all to say that first-person authority has been flouted. In fact, also no reason to say there's something a little unreal about the propositional attitudes. I'll begin with a quotation from Quine, which is this. He says, Brentano's thesis of the irreducibility of intentional idioms is of a piece with the thesis of indeterminacy of translation. Since to accept intentional usage at face value is to postulate translation relations as somehow objectively valid, though indeterminate in principle relative to the totality of speech dispositions. Now, this may seem to say that accepting the mental idiom means postulating something for which there is no empirical evidence, something that, therefore, we have no reason to believe exists. But I'm going to defend what Quine says here as not having that outcome at all. Of course, it does have that outcome with respect to propositions, meanings, and so forth, in the sense in which philosophers, through Frege and Russell and so forth, have assumed that there are such things, and that they have an explanatory function in talking about mental states and language. Here, Quine is attacking that idea, and I think quite rightly, of course. But the question is, does that mean that in some sense or other, mental states aren't real, or does it mean that, well, it would then follow, of course, that we don't know what we think either, because there is no such thing as the thing that we think. Now, since I see no way around indeterminism, I have to argue that this leaves the reality of the mental untouched, and also leaves first-person authority untouched. Now, I've said before, I'll just repeat, there are two things that tempt us to suppose that there can't be any indeterminacy about what we mean by our words or what we think. The first one is first-person authority, the fact that there is a presumption, anyway, that we know what we think in a way that nobody else can. That's more than a presumption. We do know it in a way that nobody else can, most of the time, anyway. And the other flows from the semantics of the sentences that we use to attribute attitudes, because they seem to involve entities which the person who has the attitude is in special touch with. That is, that the person grasps in such a way that he couldn't be making any mistake about it. Now, I've dealt with the second of these to a considerable extent by saying I don't think that the entities we use to keep track of what people mean by what they say or what they think, that those entities have any psychological significance for the person to whom we're making the attributions. Nothing there for them to grasp, no entities that have either epistemological or psychological significance. So now I want to address the second puzzle, and that is how to reconcile first-person authority with indeterminacy. First, let's just take a vastly simplified example of indeterminacy. The kind of indeterminacy that's the easiest to talk about, and since it is real indeterminacy, I'll take this as the one I discussed, and that is inscrutability of reference. That is a form, a very important and clear form of indeterminacy, because it means that we can interpret the same sentence as intuitively being about completely different entities without making any difference at all to the truth conditions and therefore the contents that we assign to those sentences. So the thing that to be varied here are satisfaction relations, that is, the ways in which we connect the parts of sentences with the ontology. Now suppose we take some particular satisfaction relation, that is actually the standard one, which maps the word Rome onto the city Rome, and maps the predicate is a city in Rome, is a city in Italy onto cities in Italy. Then the truth definition will show that that is one of a T-sentence will say, the sentence, Rome is a city in Italy, is true if and only if Rome is a city in Italy. Now consider another satisfaction relation, which maps the word Rome onto an area 100 miles to the south of Rome, and the predicate is a city in Italy onto areas 100 miles south of cities in Italy. The truth definition will now say that the sentence, Rome is a city in Italy, is true if and only if the area 100 miles south of Rome is an area 100 miles south of a city in Italy. Obviously, if one of these sentences is true, the other one is true. In fact, the conditions for the truth of these two sentences has to be identical. And incidentally, it's so easy for people to fall into various traps in thinking about this. Let me point out that if you were to set about verifying either of these two sentences, that is, Rome is a city in Italy and an area 100 miles south of Rome is an area that's 100 miles south of a city in Italy, if you were to verify either of these sentences, you'd look in exactly the same places. Right? It's not as though you would study the area 100 miles south of Rome. Of course not. If you want to know whether the area 100 miles south of Rome is an area that is 100 miles south of a city in Italy, you're going to look in the same place to find out whether it's true. So it's not as though you're going to study and stare at or look at a different atlas or something of that sort. The actual process that you would carry out to try to find out whether either of these sentences is true is the same process exactly. So there isn't going to be some change in your causal relations with the world if you shift from one of these interpretations to the other. The thesis of the inscrutability of reference just says there can't be any evidence that one of these ways of defining the satisfaction relation is any better than the other. Of course, you understand that if you choose one of these interpretations over the other, then you have to make a shift in how you interpret all the rest of the predicates in the language, all the other singular terms, and also the contents that you assign to a person's beliefs and desires and so forth. It all has to go together. But you just move everything over 100 miles in this case, and it all comes out the same. Now, how this amounts to saying there's no telling, there's no making sense of the question, what is a sentence about? Or, for that matter, what are you thinking about? That notion of aboutness simply falls to pieces under this analysis. Now, how can this be? Surely Rome and an area 100 miles to the south of Rome are not the same entity. True enough. But any differences that we conventionally think of as differences in the reference of names or the extensions of predicates will be preserved by any correct satisfaction relation. The fact that there's no empirical difference between the interpretations doesn't entail that the person being interpreted can't tell the difference between Rome and an area 100 miles to the south of Rome. But it does entail that there's no saying which one of those two his word Rome refers to. Correct interpretation keeps track of a complex pattern and locates particular sentences and attitudes within it. But the counters we use to represent this pattern, namely our own sentences, can represent it in more than one way, indeed in endless ways. If the two interpretations of someone's utterance of Rome is a city in Italy are equally correct, why is it that we feel that one is the right one? And I think the complete answer to that involves a number of elements. I'll try to mention some of them. But the simplest answer is that we accept the standard, and in this case the easiest method of word-by-word interpretation. We accept the homophonic truth theory, that is, we use disquotation when we can. And here's a case where we can, so it would be foolish to use any other. Of course, when the homophonic translation manual is one of the available manuals, we use it. And in interpreting a language for which no homophonic manual is available, we use the conventional and, for the most part, shortest method available. But this doesn't mean that other interpretations are wrong. It just means that they're not as easy to use, they're not as familiar. We'd have to go to a lot of trouble in some cases to produce the alternatives. It doesn't mean they don't exist, and it doesn't tell us anything about the priority of one of these methods of interpretation over another, that some of them aren't as familiar as others. Now, to someone who objects that the word Rome doesn't mean area 100 miles south of Rome, the right answer is individual words don't have meanings. They have a role in determining the conditions of sentences, and this role is captured by one of these ways of defining satisfaction just as well as it is by the other. This carries us back to the fact that it's whole sentences that are the units that are to be interpreted, and how we get to the correct interpretation of the sentence how we get there doesn't matter as long as we get to the right answer about the sentence as a whole. Now, still, this answer leaves something out, which is the necessity in assigning contents to an agent's speech or attitudes of sticking to some one method of interpretation. Of course, it'll falsify the sentence, Rome is a city in Italy, to interpret it as true if and only if Rome is an area 100 miles south of a city in Italy. And it will destroy the entailment relations among sentences to use one method of interpretation for one sentence and another method for another sentence. Just as we must indicate whether the numbers we're using to measure temperature place the temperature on the Fahrenheit or the centigrade scale, so we have to indicate which method of interpretation we're using. One of the conveniences of sticking to the same method is that we can leave the indication of the method tacit. It's just as if I were to say, it must be 70 in this room. Is that right? 72 maybe. It must be 72 in this room. You naturally know that I'm using the Fahrenheit scale and not the Celsius scale. Now, there's a further objection that many people feel is fatal to the thesis of indeterminacy. The claim is that indeterminacy undermines first-person authority. Such people want to say, maybe Quine's empirical criteria can't rule out the use of alternative methods of interpretation for others, but I know that I mean Rome by my word Rome, and not the area 100 miles south of Rome. Now, this remark on the part of the skeptic, that is the skeptic about indeterminacy, this remark is right as far as it goes, but it doesn't conflict with indeterminism. The real reason it's correct is, of course, that the speaker doesn't identify Rome with an area 100 miles to the south of Rome, right? When a person is making such self-attributions, we know that words in the meta-language that he's using play the same roles as those words do in the object language. For object language and meta-language are, in this case, one and the same. First-person interpretations are necessarily tied to the homophonic translation manual, which is to say, as I did a minute ago, that translation has no place here. So, if John Searle says, I don't mean an area 100 miles south of Rome when I use the word Rome, of course he's right. He doesn't. Those are two different places for him, as they are for anybody who knows where Rome is and so forth. Well, in fact, knows it anyway, because they couldn't be the same place. The distinction is there for me, even when I'm giving my own theory for my own language. It's there for somebody else, even if I use my own language to keep track of what he means by what he says. I'm not pretending that he can't tell the difference between these things. The differences, all the distinctions remain there and are made. The point is, of course, that I can't use these different translation manuals for myself without confusing things. But I can use different ones for the other person without any difficulty at all. This, I think, explains why it is that some people resist indeterminacy as strongly as they do. They confuse a trivial point about how I translate my own language, so to speak, with a deeper point about some failure of self-knowledge, or they think that shows that I have a kind of knowledge about my own language that I don't have about somebody else. Well, in a way, that's true. That is, that's because I can produce the homophonic interpretation of my own language without any effort at all. I just used this quotation. But I can't use that for somebody else without making a very large empirical assumption. I can't be sure that it's the right one. And, I mean, even the homophonic one might be wrong in other cases. So there really are, I think I just confused two different things. There are really 2 points about first-person authority. One is, for the most part, there's no deep empirical issue in producing an interpretation of my own language, because I can use the homophonic translation manual, or better, don't think of it as translation, just think of it as disquotation. It's a good way of bringing out the triviality of there. So it's empirically trivial. Not wrong, but empirically trivial. In the case of producing it for other people, it's not empirically trivial. Hence, 2 different kinds of knowledge. The second point is, I can't use anything but the homophonic interpretation for my own language, whereas I can use lots of others for somebody else without mixing anything up at all. So 2 different points, actually. Both of them differences between my relationship to my own language and my relationship to other people's languages. Now, it shouldn't be concluded from the fact that a person is restricted to a unique way of interpreting himself, if this can be called interpretation at all, that therefore his words have unique reference. All that the agent has discovered in our example is that his phrases, Rome and the area 100 miles south of Rome, can't be substituted for one another in his language. But this doesn't fix the reference of either expression. By the same token, the fact that the reference of his words is not fixed doesn't show that he doesn't know what he thinks or means. The different ways of interpreting his speech or of representing his thoughts mark no difference in the contents of his attitudes. So there's nothing he fails to know if he doesn't know which way of representing his thoughts is the right way. Since there is no one right way, there's nothing more for him to know. So that's the point. There's no attack. Indeterminacy can't properly be interpreted as some failure of self-knowledge. It doesn't threaten first-person authority at all. Now, not all cases of indeterminacy depend on the possibility of systematically altering the satisfaction relation in ways that don't affect the truth conditions of sentences. There can be indeterminacies that affect truth values. These indeterminacies arise if one accepts Quine's claim, as I certainly do, that there's no principled way to make a clear distinction between the analytic and synthetic. Here it's easy to give examples. At least I think this is a kind of example. I find that I very often disagree with other people over whether to call the color of some object green or blue. The disagreement is consistent. There's a fairly definite range of cases where I say green and they say blue. I just think they're getting it wrong. I mean, they say blue, but I can see that it's green. Now, we can account for this difference two ways. It may be that I, or alternatively most other people, are wrong about the color of certain objects. Or it may be that I don't use the words blue and green in quite the way others do. There may be no way to decide between these two accounts. By making adjustments elsewhere in one's interpretation of my sentences and beliefs, one can accommodate either story. But on one account, certain of my pronouncements about colors are false, while on the other, they're true. And on both accounts, I know what I think. I think the things I call green are green, and the things I call blue are blue. Neither account of what I mean and think threatens first-person knowledge. So as far as I can see, we're often in a situation where we have a choice between thinking that somebody else means the same thing we do by certain words and are making a mistake, or just saying they mean something different by their words. We can just, as long as we change both things at the same time, we can keep track of everything that's going on, and it doesn't matter which one we say. Here, the criticisms I've been discussing suggest that if one accepts indeterminism, one is treating meanings and mental states as less than totally real, and I've just argued that doesn't follow at all. Daniel Dennett has refreshingly complained that, on my view, intentional states are too real. So I'm going to take up this other case. Dennett sees clearly why my view, which compares rival theories of interpretation to different ways of representing length or temperature in the numbers, can't in itself call into question the reality of what's represented. He sees that clearly. Still, he thinks that two different systems of belief attribution to an individual may differ substantially, even to the point of yielding different predictions of behavior, and yet nothing would establish that one system and not the other describe the person's real beliefs. Here, the article of Dennett's that I'm working on is called Real Patterns. Real Patterns. It's in the Journal of Philosophy in 1991, pages 27 and so forth.
Would you read the last sentence again?
Yeah.
Describing his view?
Yeah. He thinks two different systems of belief attribution to an individual may differ substantially, even to the point of yielding different predictions of behavior, and yet nothing would establish that one system and not the other described the person's real beliefs. Okay? So he does think there's something in a way unreal. That's his way of putting it. Unreal, let's say, it's an anti-realist situation by Dummett's criterion, because there's no fixed truth value to attributions of belief, right? Even to within, if I got it right, an interpretation, right? According to me, it can be right or wrong within an interpretation as relative to a given scheme of interpretation. He says not. Now, here I think that the issue of prediction is something of a red herring. No system of attitude attribution, no matter how complete, yields any prediction without a theory. And it's certainly possible to differ on predictive theories in psychology. It's clear that no plausible predictions will be forthcoming without for example, a quantitative description that specifies degrees of belief, that is, subjective probabilities and relative strength of desires. There's no chance of saying what somebody's going to do on the basis of all-out attributions of beliefs. That is, where you just say the person believes this, he believes that, and so forth, but saying nothing about his subjective probabilities. Decision theory is a stab at getting a theory that would be more precise predictively, because it deals with degrees of belief and also, of course, comparative values. It says what people decide to do depends on how much they care about the various outcomes and how likely they think those various outcomes are, given that they act in one way or another. Right? But ordinary attributions of belief that don't say anything about degree of belief can't by themselves tell you much at all about what a person is apt to do. But even supposing that we could give a complete description of all the attitudes and their strengths for a given individual at a time, there's no reason to suppose that there exist strict laws to predict what the individual will do next. And in fact, there are good reasons to suppose that there aren't any strict laws of this kind. That is, laws that will predict, just on the basis of these psychological considerations, what the person will do. One of the most obvious reasons for this is you can't say just because a person has certain strengths of belief in certain propositions, certain relative values that he sets on possible outcomes, that he'll do a particular thing, because it doesn't take into account the fact that the cornice of a roof may fall on his head between the time that you know about these beliefs and desires and the time that he's going to act. I mean, all of physics, so to speak, would have to come in to any precise prediction of what somebody is going to do, given that he's in certain states of mind. So there's no chance, so to speak, of strict laws just within psychology that will do this. Now, what sort of evidence can then it appear to then to show that equally justified systems for attributing attitudes are incompatible? The fact that different systems result in different predictions proves nothing, since the same system can be used to support different predictions. Dennett's idea is that what is real is behavior, and intentional states are patterns in this behavior. It's a sort of Ryleyan view of the nature of the attitudes. The patterns aren't defined in terms of the behavior. They're perceived noticed by an observer when the observer takes what he calls the intentional stance. You stare at, so to speak, notice that a person is acting in certain ways, and you see a pattern there. It looks to you in a certain way. This pattern takes shape, but it's only because you're looking at it with a certain attitude yourself. You're taking the intentional stance. The value of the patterns is that they reduce a vast, by us indescribably complex, physical situation to something that we can grasp, something on the basis of which we can make rough predictions. The patterns are, in some reduced sense, real, though abstract, and different people may perceive different patterns in the same behavioral field. Some of these patterns may do better at predicting or understanding some phenomena. Other patterns do better at predicting or understanding other phenomena. All these patterns are real, but when they are different, there's no saying which represent the real attitudes of the targeted agent. It's a little like seeing as. Somebody may see the drawing as a rabbit, and another person see it as a duck. The patterns are real, what those people are seeing, and there's no saying which is the right one. You're seeing something real, so to speak, but you're seeing it as something. That's a different matter. Now, it's not easy to see how to judge this suggestion, and it's harder to grasp how it relates to the issue of the reality of the propositional attitudes. That is, the truth of our attributions of attitudes, the question of whether such attributions actually have a truth value or not. Surely not every pattern that one perceives in behavior is a propositional attitude, but is any. Patterns, Dennett tells us, are abstractions, like centers of gravity. But then could such things be beliefs and desires? Beliefs and desires, we like to think, are states of a physical body which can have causal consequences. Abstractions, I assume, have no causal relations. Forces don't act on centers of gravity, in spite of what the physics book tell you, but on the things that have centers of gravity. But forces certainly act on my beliefs and intentions. And my beliefs and intentions act on other things. That is, they cause things to happen. Do we perceive patterns? It seems to me there's a sense in which we don't. What we perceive is something that has a certain pattern. And with luck and the right stance, we may perceive that it has that pattern. So the question isn't whether patterns are real. Being no nominalist, I think patterns, like shapes and numbers, are as real as can be. But I don't see how the propositional attitudes of a person can be patterns. Right? I mean, patterns are abstract things like shapes or numbers, but propositional attitudes aren't abstract entities. If we ask what exhibits the pattern, we can say it's the person, or we can say it's the observable behavior of the person. But in either case, no issue concerning the ontological status of the attitudes is at stake. If people or their behavior really do exhibit the patterns Dennett says they do, and for someone to have a propositional attitude is for that person to exhibit that pattern, then there's nothing ontological or epistemically second grade about the attitudes. So I think there's a certain amount of slippage in this particular view of Dennett's, which makes it impossible to get a completely coherent picture of how ontological issues are involved at all. I was trying to say patterns are abstract things. What we can see and notice are that something or other exhibits one of these patterns. But then the thing that's doing the exhibiting is certainly as real as can be. I mean, I don't suppose, I've argued, there are no such things as beliefs. Those aren't entities at all. People are in certain states, and we can keep track of those states by using appropriate entities. But that doesn't mean that the states themselves are entities. So it seems to me that Dennett has confused two issues. One is whether the attitudes are entities, and here I think the answer is no, unless you suppose that states are entities. Otherwise, one should simply talk of people having attitudes, which means that certain predicates are true of them. The second issue is whether there's a correct answer to the question whether or not something has a certain attitude. And this I take to be not a question about vagueness or borderline cases, but a question whether there are objective grounds for choosing among conflicting hypotheses. Dennett has urged that the answer to the second question is that there are no such grounds, but I don't think that he's given any reason to accept this answer. In fact, he's given a reason not to accept it. That is, he says, some of these patterns help explain what people do, and some of them don't. Okay, then that's a ground for saying there are some objective grounds for saying some things about people's propositional attitudes and not saying other things. These objective grounds are indeed based upon things we can perceive, build hypotheses on, and so forth. So, are there objective grounds for choosing among conflicting hypotheses about what people believe, want, and mean? Well, what does it mean to say that the grounds are objective? The only ultimate source of objectivity is, in my opinion, intersubjectivity. If we were not in communication with others, there'd be nothing on which to base the idea of being wrong, or therefore of being right, either in what we say or in what we think. The possibility of thought, as well as of communication, depends, in my view, on the fact that two or more creatures are responding more or less simultaneously to input from a shared world and from each other. We're apt to say that someone responds in the same way. Here I'm repeating things that I said yesterday, but I hope it's a good idea to repeat some of these things in just a slightly different context. We're apt to say someone responds in the same way to wolves, but of course same here means relevantly similar. Our grounds for claiming that a person finds one wolf relevantly similar to another is the fact that the person responds in relevantly similar ways to wolves. That prompts the next question, which I talked about yesterday. What makes the reactions similar? Why do we say that? The only answer is someone else finds both wolves and the reactions of the first person similar. This, of course, only puts the basic question off once more. Nevertheless, it's this triangular nexus of causal relations involving the reactions of two or more creatures to each other and to shared stimuli in the world that supplies the conditions necessary for the concept of truth to have application. Without the second person, there is no basis for a judgment that a reaction is wrong or therefore right. Now, this brings me to something I mentioned earlier, and I said I'd say a little more about it. Here comes the little more. This brings me to my last point. The analogy between measurement in the physical sciences and the assignment of contents to the words and thoughts of others is imperfect in an essential respect. So far I've been emphasizing the analogy between fundamental measurement in the physical sciences and the assignment of contents to a person's words and thoughts. Now I'm saying there's a very important respect in which they're different. And now I'm going to try to say what I think that difference is. And so this goes back to the question of the unbridgeable difference between psychology and physics, just to put it in a brief sort of way. That is, any of the social sciences insofar as they deal with what we call intentional matters, that is, beliefs, desires, intentions, and so on, and sciences that don't deal with those. There's a basic difference. I'm coming to what I think that is. There are various ways of expressing this difference. I've expressed in various ways in the past. This way comes to me fairly recently. I'm not sure that it really says anything different than I've said before, but it certainly says it in a different way. In the case of ordinary measurement, that is, in the physical sciences, we use the numbers to keep track of the facts that interest us. In the case of the propositional attitudes, we use our sentences. But there's this difference. We can mutually specify the properties of the numbers. The numbers, like the objects we apply to, lie, as it were, halfway between ourselves and others. This is what it means to say that they're objective, that they are objects. But it can't be this way with our own sentences. You and I cannot come to agree on the relevant properties of our sentences as a preliminary to using them to interpret others. For the process of coming to such an agreement involves interpretation of the very sort we thought to prepare for. It makes no sense to ask, even to ask, for a common standard of interpretation, for mutual interpretation provides the only standard we have. So now just to say the same thing again, in the case of physical measurement, we're dealing at every point with things whose objectivity, so to speak, is ensured by our standards of objectivity, that is, those that are built up by communicating with others. We can agree on what the properties of numbers are. We can agree on what the patterns are that we observe among lengths or weights of objects. We can agree on these things and apply these standards. But when it comes to interpreting somebody else, we've got nothing to go on except our own sentences. And we can't ask, is the pattern of our own sentences the right standard to use? Or it's not as though we can now compare it with somebody else's standard and see whether it is objectively correct. Because that process is the very process that we needed in order to get objectivity in the first place. It's not as though we can somehow get outside of our own minds and see whether or not what we're thinking is the right kind of thing to use to find out what somebody else is thinking. Right? It's not as though we can say there's something missing. All right? There's nothing missing because there's no other place to go. Right? So there's no sense in saying, so this is not objective. Of course not. It's as objective as can be, where you must understand those words exactly in that way, as can be. There's nothing else to go on. That is.
Just the whole difference.
That's the difference, though, and it is a real difference.
The question whether you want to say it's the whole difference or just the difference. Merely a difference or the difference.
Let's leave out the word "the." It is a difference. It's a big difference. It's a fundamental difference. It holds the social sciences and the physical sciences apart forever. That's why you can't reduce one to the other. I would not put this by saying there's something that's not quite objective about the social sciences, that there's something not quite objective about what are attributions of attitudes to other people. No, it's as objective as can be. And even in one clear sense it is. We wouldn't have any thoughts ourselves if we weren't in communication with other people, knew what they thought, more or less, and if we didn't know about the common world that we inhabit. All of that's involved in our having thoughts at all. So there's nothing unreal about it, or nothing that you can say is in some limiting sense subjective. Right? The question, what I think, depends upon my relations with other people and with an objective world, my knowing that there are other people, that they have thoughts of a certain kind, that there are things in the world which I can use in order to determine what other people think. All of that goes into determining the contents of my own thoughts. So there's a sense in which it's subjectivity that drops out. I mean, everything's objective. Everything's objective. Of course. Everything exists, as we say. Well, that's the end of this one.
Yeah, I would like to ask you a question. When you say meditation is what works in our own case, that's to begin with, isn't it? Because if you then want to go on, say, there are certain moments when you want to know what the relations of your beliefs are, or how you're using certain words in certain contexts, then you would have to interpret yourself as if you were interpreting somebody else. Is that like that?
Well, you have to use you'll confuse different things with each other if you don't use the homophonic or disquotational theory for yourself. That doesn't, it's not as though that then says, aha, so your ontology is fixed. That is, the relationship between your words and things is settled any more than it is for anybody else. It's just that you can't express that fact by tinkering with the disquotational method.
I understand that, but when you are confused about your own beliefs, that can happen, and sometimes in that case, then you would really kind of say, well, let's see how my beliefs are related to other beliefs, and how I use my words. I mean, sometimes.
Sure.
I mean, not there.
Yeah, there are times when you can reflect upon your own attitudes and speech, that the things that you think about your own thoughts don't fit together perfectly, or don't match up to behavior in one way or another. Your psychiatrist convinces you that you're kidding yourself about something. We do that. No point in ruling it out. First-person authority doesn't depend upon always being right. It depends upon mostly being right.
Face value equals disquotation.
face value. Yeah.
You said at one point, though, that the object language and the meta language were, in a sense, the same. Was that a way of overspeaking, or was that literally what we are to take this?
If you're giving a theory for your own language, they have to be the same.
Because you're, in a sense, using...
You're talking about your language and you're using it, so only one language involved.
I understand how first-person authority is supposed to go for your ascriptions of truth conditions to your own sentences, but I don't see an easy way to get from that to first-person authority about ascription of beliefs to yourself or desires to yourself.
Well, the route is very short. Here's the way you would express your belief or your desire. That is, if you were to put it into words, here are the words you'd use. If we know the interpretation of those words, then we know what the contents of your belief or desire is.
But that doesn't explain why when somebody says to you, please express the content of one of your beliefs right now, doesn't explain why you have authority with respect to the expression, you might say. Why couldn't you just be, how does your theory explain that when I respond to somebody's request for the expression of a belief or content, the one I come up with is somehow true to what I believe?
I didn't try to say anything more about that than the two things which still seem to me to be intact. One is business in which producing an interpretation of your own words is mostly trivial. The other thing was just saying, without offering any further evidence for it, that for the most part we know what our attitudes are. I wasn't trying to explain one of those by reference to the other. It just seems right to say we, for the most part, know what we think without appeal to evidence, without studying our behavior and so forth. We can turn to that when puzzles arise, but we don't normally.
But there is a kind of explanation within your view of first-person authority with respect to the meanings of of your words. And it seems that there's not such an explanation in the case of knowledge of what you believe and what you desire. There's just a concession to, or there's a kind of negative way,
right,
showing that there's no conflict between what you're saying and a person being in a special position with respect to her own beliefs and desires. But it doesn't. But there's no real explanation, I guess, of why that is.
Well, all it is that, let's say, there is what I described as the asymmetry between the first-person case and other cases. If we're not to just count that asymmetry as introducing skepticism about other minds, then we need an explanation for the asymmetry, which doesn't say, well, it doesn't depend upon, let's say, some notion like introspection, being able to see it from the inside or something mysterious like that, but can be based on just what we know about how interpretation takes place. And then we see, well, there can't in general be the kind of problem about interpreting ourselves that there is about interpreting other people. That's natural. I mean, in one case we have two languages, in the other case we have one. So there's an explanation of the asymmetry that doesn't turn you into a skeptic and say, well, maybe we're not talking about the same thing. Yes, we're talking about the same thing, but in one case we're talking about it, our language in our own language, in the other case we're talking about somebody else's language in our language.
But now, how does that explain, though, part of the asymmetry? It explains the asymmetry in the case of knowledge of meanings. It explains why there should be such an asymmetry and defuses it. But does it really explain why there should be such an asymmetry in the ascription of predicates like believes that such and such, or desires that such and such?
Well, it explains that only if the way in which I hook together meanings and beliefs and so forth is right. But the whole method of radical interpretation, indeed radical translation, depends upon the fact that you're determining both the contents of beliefs and the contents of utterances at the same time. It's not as though they're two separate processes that you go through. There's one.
The contents, yeah. But still, why couldn't I? Well, I don't interpret myself, right? That's part of your.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I do want somehow my own beliefs and desires, say just a partial account, one way I could go about it would be to write down things like, well, I believe that snow is white here in these, and I believe that grass is green, and I believe that that Pat Nixon died before Richard Nixon, etc. I make a list of all of these things. And there's absolutely no problem about interpreting the contents. Pat Nixon died before Richard Nixon. It's clear that that's true if and only if Pat Nixon died before Richard Nixon. But why am I right that that's what I believe?
Because the question of the contents of your words and the question of the contents of your belief are settled at the same time and on the basis of the same evidence.
Well, maybe I'm missing something. I thought I was taking that into account. So why couldn't it be the case that I say, I believe that Pat Nixon died before Richard Nixon, and then I figure out in a flash that if that were true, what I would be believing is that Pat Nixon died before Richard Nixon, and yet leave it as an open question whether I believe that Pat Nixon died before Richard Nixon. Maybe I made a mistake about what I believe.
Well, you only see the connection between belief attributions and meaning attributions. If you think of the third-person case, and you ask, how are you determined? How are these things correctly determined by an interpreter? Well, he starts out with such a thing as prompted assent. Now, prompted assent has got both belief and meaning built into it. And you're not going to determine what the person means without at the same time determining what they believe. So it's not by staring into yourself that you find out what it is that you believe and so forth. Rather, it's the entire interpretive situation that gives the contents to both at the same time. if that's right, then you can't raise the question that you're raising. Well, I know what I mean, but is that really what I believe? Because what you mean is determined by situations in which you assent to sentences.
Maybe this is another way of trying to describe the asymmetry. Can there be such a thing as the assignment of objects to my terms in a way in which there can be such a thing if I'm doing radical interpretation of another? That if I do the radical interpretation, I assign some objects to his terms, and I could, of course, assign different ones and have all these sentences come out true. Would you say that there's a sense in which you can't do that for yourself?
No, you can appreciate the fact that these different interpretive schemes will work for you.
I would have thought so, because, of course, I can distinguish Rome from an area 100 miles south of Rome. So why couldn't I contemplate assigning the object, an area 100 miles south of Rome, to my term Rome, rather than that other thing?
That's right.
If I could do that, I mean, it's the when you say that the homophonic or disquotational procedure is necessary in one's own case, you must be speaking only about the whole sentences, because I presumably could say, I'm going to assign an area 100 miles south of Rome to my term, Rome.
You can think of it that way, but you can't say it.
Well, that's what I was wondering, so that I can say it about another person. But there's some obstacle to my saying it or succeeding in saying of another person, of myself, what I apparently can succeed in saying of another person, which maybe that brings out the
yes, there's nothing to stop you from appreciating the fact about yourself that you can match up objects and with the parts of speech in different ways. But as long as you acknowledge that you're both using your own language and talking about it, you can't mix these two things up, because you're going to suppose that there isn't any difference between saying one of these things and saying the other. There is a difference between saying because they require different ways of matching it up. But you're supposing, if you suppose the object language and the meta language are the same, then you're supposing that you're using the same way of matching them up.
Well, the words are the same, but I mean, I am taking my name, Rome, and saying, of course, in English, that I'm going to assign to that name an object which I can now identify, an area 100 miles south of Rome. I mean, the fact that the languages are the same doesn't mean that I somehow can't. In the sense of assigning objects to names, I should be able to do it in my own case as well.
If you're willing to relativize the interpretation of the language you're talking about to one scheme of interpretation and the language you're using to another, then you can say it. Right? But the assumption normally is, if you're talking about what you mean, that you're not talking about one language and using another.
No, I understand, and I agree that, of course, I can appreciate that different objects could be assigned to my term and all come out right? Because I can understand that someone else could do that to me, so to speak, and there would be no way to tell. The question is whether or not I can express or state what I have then appreciated to be the case.
Sure. I'm sure you can.
Sure. But in a way I can't. That is, if I...
Now, you can go on this funny way of putting it, treating the object language and the meta language as two different languages, because that's just to say you have two different ways of interpreting them. You can state both of these ways of doing it, and as long as you keep the relativization to one or another way of defining satisfaction clearly in mind, there's nothing to stop you from saying it even.
So, I think maybe the advantage is this, like the disquotational T-sentence, you could have a, so to speak, disquotational referential assignment. As, say, I assigned to the word Rome, that would be one. That would be the sort of disquotational referential paradigm. Or I could say I assigned to the word Rome, an area 100 miles to the south of Rome. Those would be two different assignments,
but the second one wouldn't be disquotational.
No, that's right. It would be disquotational, but it would be an assignment. So there would be
sure, of course. Yeah, quite right.
And there's lots of my saying.
Well, none that we've mentioned. I mean, I think there is a difficulty. And what? Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that the mystery pretty well evaporates if we just think of this in terms of its triviality. Except that you can put this whole reassignment explicitly into the words, just to bring out what's really happening, instead of saying that Rome is grand. You could just as well say the area 100 miles south of Rome is 100 miles south of grandeur. It's just a matter of keeping in mind that you're reinterpreting the predicates coordinately with reinterpreting the singular terms. And so you can always do that. And doing it just brings out the fact that there's no point in doing it.
Right.
Except to bring out the important philosophical point that empirical content is independent of ontology. And that is philosophically important.
But one way you were trying to put the asymmetry was that in the first person, in your own case, it's necessarily disquotational.
Well, that's on the assumption that you're not relativizing the language you're talking about to one scheme of interpretation and the language you're using to another. If you make that explicit, then you can certainly say it. I mean, there is going to be an oddity if you do that, because if you try to say it, you're going to get a more complicated expression over on the right-hand side than you have on the left-hand side. The expression that you've used to give the interpretation, right, your T sentence, will be a sentence that in turn needs a different degree of complexity than the one that you're giving it for. So you can't, I mean, if you keep on going, and now you say, well, now I'll interpret that. I'll give you the logical form of that sentence. You'll now go up another step, and you will continue to get more complicated endlessly, so to speak. So it's not as though if you were to take the language that your meta-language and give the logical form of the expressions in it, that you won't have to take account of more than you took account of for your original object language. I mean, instead of having Rome, all right, you'll have an area 100 miles south of Rome. I don't see any way of expressing the fact that you've shifted everything in some systematic way without stating something about the relationship between the object you had in the first place and the new object that you've shifted into place. Now, maybe I'm missing something, but
But also, if you say that the claim that that in one's own case it's necessarily disquotational, given the assumption that the language that you're interpreting is the same as the language you're interpreting it into, then I think you lose the asymmetry, don't you? Because that is true in the third-person case, given the assumption that the language you're interpreting is the same as the language you're interpreting it into. I mean, a fellow speaker.
Well, no, but I'm saying that there's a difficulty that we haven't mentioned before, and that is, if you say, I might as well be speaking either of these two languages, and you take your explicit statement of the interpretation, the new interpretation, so to speak, then you will be substituting more complex expressions for simpler ones. Now, if you would then ask, well, now let's give a theory of truth for it. It will have a kind of complexity because things will be entailed that weren't entailed before, right? Because in one case, the notion of being 100 miles, the notion of south, and so forth will all enter into how you state the new interpretation. Now, before you didn't, all you used was the word Rome. That has no structure. These new things, if you're going to state them explicitly, will involve some structure. And if each time you reinterpret, so to speak, your own language, you have to go up one more level of complexity, you might say, oh, wait a minute, this new language, right, this new language that I'm speaking, doesn't seem to have any interpretation just for the simple sentence, Rome is beautiful, right? It only has a way of expressing an area 100 miles south of Rome. So but in my language, I can talk about Rome, too. So something has been lost there. So it's a thing to appreciate that it could all be reinterpreted about something else. It's another thing to state it in your own language. So there is a kind of conceptual priority for the disquotational case, so far as explicit statement is concerned. Van, you were...
No, I already said it.
Oh, you said it. Okay.
I wanted to say, if somebody says, by Rome, I mean Rome, it's a third person can interpret the use of the word Rome as being 100 miles south of Rome, right? And that brings out the asymmetry in the sense that one can't state it oneself, but actually might, as it were, it might be the reference.
It's the peculiarity of not being able to state it yourself. The elusive.
You can state it. You can state it yourself.
Yeah. I think this point you made about getting into this, then you're speaking something that has more complex.
Right. Right. Yeah. So you can't. Right.
Yes, I want to go, I think it's to go back to his question, because there's something I do not understand. When we are making radical interpretation, by definition, we cannot assume that we know what language the speaker is speaking. And to know this, and there is no way of making the semantics for this language without finding out what the beliefs of this person are. We must do it at the same time, because we are building an empirical theory. And even if he speaks a language which seems very similar to ours, we cannot take for granted that he's speaking the same language as us. That's the fact to be verified in a way. But in the first person case, obviously, it seems that we can take that the homophonic translation is the right one. We can take this for granted, that the language we use as a meta-language contains or is the same as the object language. But since we do it, since this fact is necessary, then we can make a homophonic theory which is purely disputational, without having to find out what the beliefs of the speaker, that is of myself, are. So I think that the fact that we reach a truth theory does not involve knowledge about the beliefs of the speaker. So I think that then I can know that by snow is white, I mean snow is white. But I still don't know why I cannot be wrong in saying that I believe that snow is white.
Well, my answer to that, perhaps unsatisfactory, is that you only see why it is that your knowledge of the contents of your beliefs and your knowledge of the contents of your words go together is by thinking about the third person situation. That brings out the intimate connection between the two. It's not, you don't discover that, so to speak, by introspection. Right? You discover that by thinking about what it is that determines the contents of both beliefs and utterances. Otherwise, there'd be no point in studying radical interpretation and so forth. I mean, that's a way of bringing out something that is a necessary aspect of our propositional elements, which we don't just introspect.
Let me ask another question along the same lines. This is another way, I think, to express what I'm puzzled about, still, to a certain extent. One has to use, one knows that there's this connection between interpreting the contents of one's beliefs and the contents of one's desires and attributing a truth theory to oneself in some sense or other. I mean, once one understands those concepts in this way. But how is it that you know that some content or other that you're interpreting is the content of a belief or the content of a desire rather than the content of something else?
Yeah.
Like a hope.
Right. The answer to that emerges exactly in the form that I expressed the first thing I said today. Right? You take, here's the form of the theory. Here's the kind of evidence that goes into it and so forth, and you come out by being able to assign these three measures to each of a person's sentences. What the person would mean if he were to utter them, how likely he thinks they are to be true, and so forth. Those three functions, which map a person's sentences onto the numbers or onto sentences of your own, are different, and the different roles that they play just are the differences between beliefs, desires, and meanings. If you say, how do you know that? Well, the answer is just look at how all of them were determined and how they're related to the primitive notion that you start with. There's no other, nothing extra is needed to distinguish between them. They play different roles. We just identify these roles by calling one of them belief, one of them desire, and one of them meaning. We see that we get these three things. We see how we get them, where they come from, how they're related to behavior, and so forth. And now there's not an additional thing to be determined, namely which one is belief, which one is desire, and so forth. They're not interchangeable.
But then it sounds almost as if in order to find out that what you're attributing to yourself is a belief, you must interpret yourself.
No, I don't think that follows.
Well,
I don't think that follows. There's a certain process which I'm saying you normally it doesn't make sense to apply to yourself. All right. If you say how do you know it, then there's no answer to that beyond a description of what it is that determines these contents. There's not an additional puzzle.
But you have to have to know that it's the content of a belief. Don't you have to know both what the content is and what that is that aspect of measuring, and that it's assigned a number that has certain kinds of measurement characteristics, that it's got a 0 and so on.
Well, you know about this content, what kind of a role it plays in your mental economy. Right? To know that is to know the belief and not a desire.
You do know that.
If we want to spell it out,
yeah,
we need to take the third-person point of view.
Okay, so there is a kind of demand for self-interpretation.
Well, it's an appreciation. If you want to understand how it is that we know it's a belief and not a desire, then I don't see any way to do that except by describing it from another person's point of view.
Right. That's the
but that doesn't mean that you have to do it that way, though.
But then, if you don't do it that way, and you utter the words, "I believe that Pat Nixon died before Richard Nixon," you don't right away know that what you're uttering is a belief sentence in the required sense.
Well, look, if you're asking me, how do we learn to understand the word believe, then, of course, it's got some kind of connection with the sort of role that beliefs play in behavior. Of course, we couldn't pick that up if we didn't have some grasp of that.
So, but then, so it is a bit different from, well, maybe it's not. I had a flash that it was different from what some people had meant by first-person authority, because what you have authority about is not just, in the old way, is not just what the contents of your beliefs are, but also that they're the contents of beliefs. I mean, it just, according to the old picture, you just sort of squint your eyes shut, and you know that you believe that such and such. You know that you desire that such and such.
Well, I'm not sure I mean, how can we raise this question without asking, how do you know that a certain sentence that you utter about your own beliefs is true? And that's a question about how then we have to ask, how did you learn to use the word believe? All right, but it's not as though I'm saying, you know what you, there's some clear idea of knowing what you believe without having any concept of belief that you can express.
Yeah, but I think, though, that that's a real step forward, because the old, at least some versions of the old picture of first-person authority, based on privileged access and so on, present a picture of it such that not only do you behold your mental acts that somehow constitute propositions, but also they have little B's and D's on them, so you can tell the believed propositions apart from the desired propositions.
Sure, but that all goes back to a picture of having thoughts independent of what is going on outside completely, other people and all the rest.
Right.
And that's a picture that we're not buying.
Right, but you haven't talked about you haven't talked separately about the B's and D's up to this point. You've talked eloquently about the propositions. and given us good reason to dismiss them.
No, you've missed part of it then, okay. Because in the description of how we get contents of speech and belief simultaneously out of something we can observe, we already introduced a basis for distinguishing believing and meaning. Now, desires haven't come into the picture yet. Mm-hmm. That's tomorrow.
Well, you wouldn't deny that there are many cases where it truly is not clear about oneself whether the attitude one has towards the proposition is belief or desire. You're not arguing that we always know which it is, surely.
No. Well, there's plenty that we can get partly wrong, but I think those are fairly fancy cases, and the idea of getting them wrong wouldn't make any sense if there weren't endless cases that we get right. Bert, I thought you had something you were...
No, that was handled.
Oh, that was handled. I see. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. The task, my task, now is to talk about the thickening of this line to something much more complex and interesting than the simple interactions that make the primal triangle, and what of course thickens that is communication, and what makes communication possible is radical interpretation. So this is this is the some more details about how radical interpretation is supposed to work. Things I've been hinting about all along, but haven't said enough about. The aim is to show how one person could come to understand another. Not how people actually do it, but I assume there's a connection between some connection between how I describe the possibility and people's actual progress in arriving at an understanding of another person. What the connection between those two things is, I'm not trying to say, because I think it's very hard. It has to do with acquisition of a first language, and according to me, acquisition of the concept of objectivity, actually something needed for what we would call developed thought. Now, the part that I haven't filled in has to do with what's often called decision theory, and it's this that we need to go into if we are to make any sense of the notion of gradations of belief, that is, degrees of belief, or what is often called subjective probability. I urge that having some way of gauging subjective probability, which we also could, is necessary if we're going to do well in interpreting relatively theoretical concepts and sentences. because it gives us a clue to what a person considers to be evidence for the application of a theoretical term, as connections of evidential support. Now, the way that decision theory in the form in which, or almost the form in which I'm interested in it, grew up was through the work of the philosopher Frank Ramsey. Ramsey was interested in the concept of probability. He thought it didn't make any sense to say of events that they have some probability or other. Thought events in themselves either take place or they don't. Of course, they're not events if they don't take place. But let's say there aren't any probabilities in nature. They're just probabilities in our knowledge. And so he thought to understand the concept of probability, what you need to understand is subjective probability, that is, degree of belief. And so he posed the problem for himself. How can you make sense of degrees of belief? And his approach was in many ways similar to the sort of approach that I've been urging to language and the rest. The notion of degree of belief is something that neither the person who has it nor somebody observing that person can directly determine. You can't tell in any simple way, by simply watching what somebody does, what their degrees of belief are. You can't even say what your own degrees of belief are. I mean, sophisticated people who know decision theory or something like it are capable of saying, my degree of belief in this proposition is 1/3 or something like that. But that's a kind of, it's halfway a joke. However, we turn it into something less than a joke if we say, you want to bet? Right? Somebody makes a claim, and you're dubious about the claim, so you offer them some odds in the form of a bet. Say, well, okay, if you're right, I'll take you to dinner, but if I'm right, you'll take me to dinner. That is, so to speak, is the crude idea behind decision theory. That is, you find out what somebody's subjective probabilities really are in terms of what bets they're willing to take, what odds they're willing to accept. That's the underlying idea that Ramsey had, and it's an obvious one. You can state it this way: the odds that somebody's willing, or let's say, somebody will accept a bet, and in effect, this is what's happening mentally, whether a person thinks of it this way or not. They consider the various ways in which it might come out. As let's say in the simplest case, either they win or they lose. Right? They ask themselves, what are the chances of winning? What are the chances of losing? I have to estimate it somehow, no matter how badly. Those will be my subjective probabilities. But that's not the only thing that goes into accepting a bet. There's also how much you think, what you consider to be the values that are at stake. I mean, how much could you win if you won? How much would you lose if you lost? So, in effect, what you do is you consider the probabilities of winning, the probabilities of losing, and multiply the relative values of winning and losing by those probabilities. So you temper, so to speak, the values of winning and losing by the probabilities. If having done that, you decide that the total value of accepting the bet is less than just not accepting the bet at all, then you've considered that estimate of the value of accepting the bet is outweighed by the value of simply refraining. Or, of course, it might go the other way around. Now, that's the basic situation, and in a way, it's extremely easy to understand, and we all make use of this basic intuition all the time. Whenever we decide on a course of action where we're not sure how it will turn out, we go through some kind of calculation of this kind, no matter how inexplicitly, no matter how easily we do it. We come to a turn in the road. We're not sure which one will be the shortest way to where we want to go, or perhaps we're not even sure that both routes will lead where we want to go. We estimate as best we can, what the chances are in doing this or doing that, and the value of saving a certain number of steps if one turns out to be the short one, and so forth. So it's a standard decision situation for all of us. Whenever you act, presumably you're uncertain of what will come out, because there are bound to be endless consequences of even the most trivial action. You're not, of course, we'd waste our whole lives if we tried all the time to compute the probabilities and the values. We just do it in a quick, easy way, and in a lot of cases, it doesn't matter much. Or at least as far as we know, it doesn't matter much. There's not much to go on in performing some of these calculations. In some cases, the outcome of our action possible outcomes that we know about anyway, are so obvious that not much thought goes into it. The basic idea would be something like this. The value of, let's call it some bet. I'm going to take the simplest possible case. This means the value of a bet, which consists of getting reward or outcome X if event E happens, otherwise getting Y. It's the simplest kind of bet that you can think about, because either E occurs or it doesn't occur, and we tie it occurring and it's not occurring to these two different outcomes. The value of this is just going to be the probability, that is the subjective probability, of course, of E happening multiplied by the value of X plus the probability of not, well, let's write it this way, not E times the value of Y. So that's the simplest form in which you can represent, so to speak, the value of any given bet. If your choice is either accept this bet or don't, then you have to consider the value of not accepting the bet and weigh it against this value. Is this relatively transparent to everybody? Now, Ramsey showed how to put constraints on two primitive notions. One is preference, and the other is the idea that's incorporated in this relationship between events and outcomes. So it could say the notion, actually, he starts with, I think, if I remember, the notion of weak preference. So let's put it the other way around. This means X is weakly preferred to Y. To say it's weakly preferred means you like X at least as much as Y, but maybe not more. So this allows the possibility of identity. This is just a version of greater than or equal to. The advantage of taking this as the primitive rather than strong preference is simply that you can define both equality of preferential status, and the notion of strong preference on the basis of this one notion that's just a matter of reducing the number of primitive notions. But you need both this notion and whatever notion is involved here in the relationship between an event, or in the more general case, two events, and the various outcomes. Ramsey showed how to put constraints on these two concepts such that he could prove that you could assign numbers both to the subjective probabilities that are applied to events and values from the agent's point of view that could be assigned to the various outcomes. And these would be unique enough, in one case getting the probability scale, in the other case getting an interval scale for the values. These would be unique enough so that there would always be an answer to the question of which of two things is to be preferred by the person, given his probabilities and given his values. So there's a sense in which this simple-minded, well, relatively simple-minded idea lies at the bottom of the way we think about explaining a person's actions on the basis of what they believe and what they want. Although our ordinary explanations of actions often don't say anything about the probabilities of our beliefs or about the relative strength of our values, it's because we don't usually find it necessary in giving an explanation of an action to say why it is that the person didn't do other things that were available to them. All right? So all we mention are the positive things. They say, well, the reason the person did this is he wanted so-and-so, and he believed that by acting in this way he could achieve it. Well, that belief, of course, might not have been certain at all. But since that's what he did, that's enough to give you a basic as to why the person acted as he did. So this is a theory of action. It's a theory about the explanation of action that's a little more subtle than the belief, desire pattern, which is usually all we use in explaining why somebody did something. Now, it's one thing to have a set of constraints, and they're perfectly obvious. I mean, they're going to be things like preference is transitive. That's if you prefer A to B and B to C, then you prefer A to C. There'll be things like that. There'll be some other axioms that are a little more complex than that. If you want to guarantee that you can get a precise measure of the probability of an arbitrary event, because that's going to require that you have enough things to choose among so that you can make as fine distinctions as you please. And the usual assumptions are actually Archimedean in the sense that they idealize the situation and assume that there are events of any degree of likelihood that you please, so that you can subdivide and subdivide and subdivide ad infinitum. There are a number of idealized concepts in a theory like this. That's the least of it, so to speak. I mean, the continuity element is the least of it. There's also an assumption of perfect rationality in one sense. For example, just to think about that for one second, if you give the notion of preference any working interpretation, let's say you simply have a bunch of objects and you offer them to people and say which one will you take, and you just make pairwise you ask pairwise questions. Of these two, which will you take? Of these two, which will you take? Of these two, which will you take? No matter what interpretation you give the idea of taking one or the other, you will find that people do not even have a transitive set of preferences. That is, you'll always find cases where a person will take A over B, B over C, and C over A. Right? I know this because I have done a lot of experiments with people to test this sort of thing, and there's no question at all that this happens. Now, of course, you can't ask, do people do this or not, without an experimental design. That is a way of interpreting preference. And you can always say, there's nothing wrong with the theory. The theory is right about people. People are perfectly rational in this sense. The trouble is the way you're testing it. I mean, for example, there's no way to test these three pairwise comparisons, X against Y, Y against Z, Z against X. No way to do that without taking a little time. I mean, you do you first ask one question, then another question, then another question. Who is to say that just asking the person those questions, or the person just answering those questions, doesn't change the values of those things? I mean, just thinking about it anew in the way that one must when one tries to answer such questions may be enough, even for a rational person, to change their minds. So you might say, it's impossible to prove that this theory is false. That's one way of putting it, anyway. Just as it's impossible to prove that longer than is not transitive. Right? You can't prove that it's not transitive. If it doesn't work out, then maybe there's something wrong with your method of measuring. Maybe the objects that you're measuring aren't rigid, and so forth. So these are again situations in which the question, is it true or not, is that a useless idealization or is it a very good one, can't be settled in any simple way. Can't be settled, I would say. All right, now there's a difficulty here which Ramsey faced, and just an interesting historical fact, that in facing this problem, Ramsey faced a problem which later investigators didn't know had been solved by Ramsey. There was a period of decades during which some very smart people overlooked the fact, or just didn't know or discover, that Ramsey had solved a problem that they were stewing over. Now, what is that problem? Well, the problem is this. According to this theory, one's preferences depend upon two things. One, how likely one thinks certain events are to occur. Two, how much value one puts on the various outcomes. Clearly, if you knew somebody's subjective probabilities for certain events, then using the kind of formula I put up here, you could calculate the relative values of the things. If you knew the relative values, you could then, in a very simple way, calculate subjective probabilities. But how, using this theory, can you determine both? You observe one thing, namely qualitative preference. I take this, I take that. You observe one thing. You want to extract from that two things, a measure of subjective probability, a measure of utility. Fred Mosteller at Harvard, for example, did a whole series of experiments in which he assumed that for certain kinds of events, people's subjective probabilities would be what people sometimes call the objective probabilities. Let's say toss a coin, and assume that people will give a subjective probability of 1/2 to the coin coming up heads or it's coming up tails. It's an interesting fact that if you have Ramsey's theory before you, you can test this assumption, and it's false. I mean, hardly anybody has a subjective probability of 1/2 for a coin coming up heads. Just a fact, that's all. People have preferences. I mean, they like to bet on heads, or they like to bet on tails. However you want to put it. So he just assumed that subjective probabilities corresponded to what somebody would say are the objective probabilities in these cases, and used that to measure utilities and to test various theories about it. At the same time, another group of experimenters were assuming that utility, that is values, for most people are linear in money, at least for small amounts. Right? So they assumed that they knew the relative values of the outcomes and used that to calculate the subjective probabilities. But of course, we all know that value for most people is not linear in amounts of money. I mean, the diminishing marginal utility of money is an assumption that all economists make, and that is an assumption that values are not linear in money. If you're a millionaire, the next $10 isn't worth very much to you. But if all you have is $5, $10 is a lot. And so it depends on where you stand, so to speak, how much any particular increase or decrease in your fortunes matters to you. This, of course, is another element that makes it very difficult to test this theory. Because if you ask a person, which will you take, and he takes one or the other, then he wins or loses. And if he wins or loses, his stake has gone up or gone down. Therefore, the next question you ask him will be on the basis of a situation which is different from the situation in which the person started. There are all kinds of reasons why it's extremely difficult to conceive of a fair objective test of this theory because of features of the kind that I'm mentioning. There are a lot of other things that can make you question how well you're testing the truth of this theory. All right, now, Ramsey had the problem, then, of figuring out how you could get two unknowns out of one known, so to speak, simultaneously. And he had the solution, and this is just a little piece of the history. I was working on this same problem, not knowing what was in Ramsey myself, and I found the solution. I then read Mosteller's article, one of his experimental papers, more carefully, and I found a footnote. And it said, Donald Williams, a philosopher at Harvard, tells me that there may be a solution to this problem somewhere in a work of Ramsey's. So I looked up Ramsey, and I found he had solved the problem long before. Mosteller didn't know that. Neither did von Neumann when he wrote his famous work on the theory of games. So Ramsey was just simply forgotten. Curiously enough, Braithwaite, a philosopher at Cambridge University, wrote his inaugural lecture when he became professor at Cambridge on game theory. He had edited Ramsey's work, and he didn't know that Ramsey had solved this problem. Although it's obvious, once you understand the problem and are looking for it, it's obvious that Ramsey had solved it. It obviously wasn't all that obvious. I discovered it because I solved the problem myself. But I don't get any credit for that. Quite rightly, it's already been solved. Now, how does the solution work? Well, it's extremely simple. It works this way. Consider a situation in which you're choosing between two alternatives, and you have some event which either happens or it doesn't. So here there are four possible outcomes. If you choose A, then either E happens or it doesn't. So there are two possible outcomes if you choose A. If you choose B, there are also two possible outcomes. Now, the perfectly general case is the one in which there 4 possible outcomes, but there's a special case which looks like this. That is where you switch the outcomes as paired up with the events. And now just think about this situation and consider the case where the person is indifferent between A and B. That is, he finds them of equal value. Okay? Now, what must the probabilities over here be for him? Well, if you think about it just for a minute, you can intuitively see at once that these must be equally probable from his point of view. Why? Because suppose he thinks, let's fill in some things here. I might say there's an assumption here which is that X and Y have different values for the person. That is, he simply likes one better than the other. Suppose that this is winning 100 pesetas, so we'll put that in both places, and this one is losing 50 pesetas. It doesn't make any difference what we put in here as long as one outcome is preferred to the other. Right? Now, suppose that the person who's selecting thinks that E is more apt to happen than not. Then he's surely going to take A, because it makes it more probable that he'll win than that he'll lose. Right? Suppose he thinks that E is more apt not to happen than to happen. Then he's surely going to take B, because that will tie the event more apt to happen, that is not E, with winning. Right? So this is obvious. If he's indifferent then, it must only be because he thinks E and not E have the same probability. I mean, so far as he is concerned, they're equally probable. That's his estimate of the situation. Now, this is a very simple solution, and it works in the following way. You see, what has happened here is there's the probability of a certain event has been determined independent of knowing anything about the values of the outcomes except that one is preferred to the other. And this is something that you know how to test directly, because you can simply say, which would you rather, get 100 pesetas or lose 50 pesetas? And anybody's going to say, well, that's not hard to answer. The theory contains the ability to make that decision. What it didn't know how to do was how to estimate the relative values of the outcomes and the probabilities. So here's a device for fixing one thing, holding it steady, so to speak, while determining the other. Now, the rest of the story is, in a way, straightforward. Now that you know that E and not E have the same subjective probability, now that you know that, you can, let's say, offer the person A, which stays the same as it was before, or B, and here you hunt for some outcome, some reward you can give the person or whatever, such that he is, again, indifferent between A and B. Right? Now, if he's indifferent between A and B in this situation, you know the following. Just look over at the equation here, and you can see that what you've determined is, well, here is the outcome on the value scale. Here's the outcome of getting 100. Here's the outcome of losing 50. And now where is X? Well, X must be exactly halfway in between in value. Right? So here's a way of determining that these are equal intervals on the value scale for the person. And this calculation goes through in a perfectly straightforward and obvious way. Well, obviously, you can now use the same device to find a midpoint between these two things, and the same device for finding this midpoint. Just using this same event, E, with a subjective probability of 1/2, you can determine the location of every possible outcome on the value scale. Right? You just keep subdividing over and over again, and you can compare all of these intervals with one another to as fine a degree as you please. Now, once you have all of the values for the person, you can now go back to your basic formula and calculate the probabilities of arbitrary events. Once you know the values, then you can calculate the probabilities. So you can see that the story I have just told, is an informal proof of the adequacy of this theory. That is, it has determined values and probabilities to a sufficiently unique degree so that you can use the kind of equation that's up there to calculate either one as finely as you please, to give an explanation, so to speak, of every choice that a person makes between various alternatives. So it's the story about how you could go through this step by step and get all the probabilities and get all of the values is a way of showing, it's a kind of uniqueness proof. In fact, if you look at the formal proof of uniqueness, you'll find that it exactly follows this course. It goes through just these steps. Okay. Now, the theory of truth, so far as I've talked about it, or for that matter, Quine's way of doing radical translation, face a problem very similar to Ramsey's. Since the whole approach prevents one from assuming to begin with that one understands the notion of what somebody means, or given the meaning of some sentence for a speaker, and also doesn't assign any the contents of any beliefs to start with. It has to start with something that's neutral between them, just as Ramsey starts out with preferences between bets, which is neutral as between subjective probabilities and values. So Quine's starting place was prompted assent. Prompted assent is something that is qualitative in the sense that you either observe it or you don't. It's relatively open to public observation. It doesn't take for granted either that you know what the person believes who is prompted to assent to some sentence by some event. That's for you to find out. And it doesn't assume that you know what the sentence that he's prompted to assent to means. So we've got two unknowns, belief and meaning. You've got one thing you can observe, prompted assent. Somehow or other you've got to extract those two elements, belief and meaning, from that one thing. So it's very, very similar to what Ramsey did. Now, if you think of how Ramsey solved his problem, it was by finding a way of fixing one of the two things that goes into the decision temporarily, or not temporarily, but you fix one of them in order to, in a special case, in order to determine the others. How does Quine's method work? What makes it work is charity. That is, charity says there are cases where you have to assume is built in to any application of decision theory, right? Because you have to know what it is that the person is deciding about. He's deciding about this option, namely, if it happens you get X, and if it doesn't happen you get Y. But now, if you know that that is what he is deciding, you already know a whole lot about what he believes and so forth. If you think of any possible way of testing this, you have to use words. There isn't any other way to get across an idea as complicated as that to somebody without saying something to them. And that's what you do. If you try to test this kind of a theory, you say to the person, look, if this coin comes up heads, I'm going to pay you so much. And if it comes up tails, I'm going to take so much away from you. Right? He has to understand that. So he has to be your interpreter. I mean, or you assume that communication is successful up to that point. If there's any difference between how the experimenter understands those words and how the person being tested understands them, then you're not really testing the theory. So communication is assumed in any ordinary application of decision theory. But I'm saying neither can you apply a theory of translation or interpretation without knowing the person's subjective probabilities. So clearly, you have to do decision theory first in order to have an adequate theory of interpretation for a person, because otherwise you don't have the subjective probabilities that you need. You have to do interpretation of meaning first, because otherwise you can't apply decision theory. So on a second level, we have the same kind of problem. You have to have each of these things first in order to do the other. All right? Just as in decision theory, you have to know a person's subjective probabilities before you can calculate his values. You have to know his values before you can calculate his subjective probabilities. Here I'm saying you have to have decision theory before you can do radical interpretation. You have to do radical interpretation before you can do decision theory. So to speak, an even more complex problem of determining three things simultaneously without assuming that you've got any of the others. The three things are, what does the person mean by what he says? The second one is, what are his subjective probabilities? And the third one is, what are his values? These things have to be determined simultaneously in the sense of not taking for granted that you know any of them first in order to go on with the rest. This is a problem I've been promising I'd say something about, and I will have made good on my promises if I can suggest how this could be done. Now, the first step in doing this is to shift from Ramsey's version of decision theory to another version which has been put forward by Richard Jeffrey. It's very much like, and certainly completely inspired by the Ramsey sort of approach. Nevertheless, it looks rather different, and the difference is one that is very important to me. I'll leave this up for a little while. And anybody who wants to follow up on this, Jeffrey has written a book called The Logic of Decision. It's out in a second edition, and it's an extremely clearly written book which makes all the details of the theory, which I'm just going to refer to and hint at, makes them all completely clear. He also starts out by explaining the Ramsey approach, so you can get both of these two approaches and see how they compare with each other. The most important change is the following. Jeffrey's approach depends upon preferences among propositions rather than among these various things like bets, events, outcomes, and so forth. It's a rather messy ontology, actually, in Ramsey's theory. Here we have a very simple ontology. It's just an ontology of propositions. So, Jeffrey thinks of people as choosing between propositions. That, of course, means choosing that they be true, right? I mean, how much would you pay for this proposition to be true, right? Or, what is the value of this particular alternative to you, this particular bet? Well, it's the value of that being true given the other things that you believe. Right? Now, one interesting thing about this is just to choose that a proposition be true is already to be taking all kinds of chances, right? Because you don't know what's going to happen if it is true, or you'll know you have all kinds of convictions about what'll happen, but there are a lot of things that you don't know about necessarily. So just to choose, let this proposition be true, is to take a chance on what goes along with it. For example, let it be true that I choose option A. Well, I don't know whether the coin's going to come up heads or tails, right? So I'm taking a chance just by choosing that proposition be true, right? Either it's going to be the case that I take that option and the coin comes up heads, or it's going to be true that the proposition is I take the option and the coin comes up tails. And I believe that certain things are tied to that, right? Namely that I'll get rewarded in certain ways or be penalized. So all of those beliefs, so to speak, go into my choosing that a proposition be true, or my preferring that one proposition be true rather than another. So the elements that go into Ramsey's theory are all there. But there's some wonderful things that now are taken care of in a different and intellectually pleasanter way. For example, instead of having an ontology of events on the one hand to which subjective probabilities are given, and outcomes on the other to which values are given, Jeffrey assigns both probabilities and values to the same things, namely propositions. Every proposition both has a probability and has a value for the person. This complicated idea right here, which involves all kinds of things, such as, well, what's the connection exactly between E happening and your getting X? I mean, if you're doing an experiment and you say to somebody, if it comes up heads, I'll give you $100, what that option is worth to the person depends in part on how much they believe you. I mean, are you really going to do it or not? There's a connection between E and the event coming up heads and getting the reward, which is obscure. It's some kind of a causal connection, and you have some subjective probability for that. Now, you see, Ramsey's device sort of builds all of the complication into this idea right here. Now, for Jeffrey, all of that is taken care of by the fact that it's just propositions that have values and have probabilities, and you're just choosing between them. So the concept of a bet is implicit rather than explicit in Jeffrey's approach. All right, now, I have to, in order to go ahead with this, I have to say a little bit about the mechanism of Jeffrey's approach. Right. Here's a basic formula. If the probability of two propositions, we're going to consider two propositions, call them S and T. The probability of S and T, suppose that equals 0. That is, they can't both be true together. One excludes the other. That's part of the assumption. And the probability of S or T is not equal to 0. At least one of them has some probability of happening. Then, the value of, and this is the basic formula that I'm going to be using, the value of S or T is equal to the probability of S times the value of S plus the probability of T times the value of T. So here you see that you see the similarity, so to speak, and also the differences between this basic formula and the one that simplifies the basic formula of Ramsey's approach. You can see that here we're multiplying probabilities by values and adding those together to get the value of either S or T, which of course it can't be both, because we've made the assumption here that they can't both happen at the same time. So this formula works only under these conditions. I'm simplifying many things because all I can do in the time I have is to give you a feel for how this works. So now the axioms are going to look rather different than they do in Ramsey's case, but they're going to have much the same consequences. The consequences are not identical. And I just have to tell you this, right? This Jeffreys system does not give you unique measures of probabilities and values. If you settle on one way of measuring the probabilities, you've got one set of values. If you settle on another way of settling the probabilities, you've got another set of values. You get, in both cases, you get unique predictions about what the person is going to do. Right? So you have two scales which are interdependent. And in this respect, it's sort of like the indeterminacy of translation, because if you change from one probability scale to another for the person, you have to also change the value scale in a corresponding way so that you predict the same choices. So far as the power of explaining and predicting actions is concerned, it's exactly the same as Ramsey. So far as the uniqueness of belief and desire is concerned, you've lost some of that in just the kind of way I think you ought to lose it. That is to say, there are different ways you can interpret the person. If you make changes about what you think the person's probabilities are, then you can compensate for that, within limits, of course, by making changes in the values that you assign to the person. So you don't get quite the same kind of measurement, and as a result, the representation theorem and the uniqueness theorem are much more subtle and much more complex. They're harder to produce and so forth, but the outcome is, from our point of view, exactly the same. Now, just to take advantage of this, consider the special, I can erase Ramsey now. Take the special case where T is equal to not S. So that just means we're really comparing this quite directly now with the special case that we're taking for Ramsey. That is, just suppose we have an event and the proposition, of course, now that says something happens, and the proposition that says it doesn't happen, right? Then, just using D, we can say that the value of S or not S is equal to the value of S times the probability of S plus the value of not S times the probability of not S. And now we've got something that we can work with directly because, of course, given the assumption that T is not S, the probability of not S is just going to be equal to 1 minus the probability of S, since probabilities add up to 1 if they're mutually exclusive. So 1 now can be solved for the probability of S.
What is the value of S or not S? 0?
Oh, we don't have to assign any particular value to it.
But the value of a tautology ought to have the same value no matter what the tautology is.
Oh, indeed. Whatever it is, it has to be the same. I agree with you about that. But there's nothing about this that tells us that we have to put it at 0. On the other hand, there's nothing to stop us from putting it at 0. That's an arbitrary choice, and it's a good one. I mean, it's even an intuitive one. One is indifferent about the truth of a tautology. I mean, are you going to be glad or sad if you read in the paper that it's going to rain tomorrow or it's not? Well, you obviously, since you learn absolutely nothing by knowing that, you're simply neutral. So it's a good choice to set this equal to 0. It's a good choice. But now, here's an interesting thing. The reason you're indifferent to a tautology is you know for certain that it's true. You know already for certain that it's true. So, you ought to assign the same measure to anything that you're absolutely certain of. All right? Anything that you're absolutely certain of has no value to you in this sense. That is, if you read a headline that says, that's going to happen, you say, well, I already knew that. I'm not willing, here's a way of thinking of it, I'm not willing to pay anything for that to be true because it is anyway, right? So that's one of the interesting aspects of this. Well, okay, we can, as I say, we can solve this, and the solution is just going to be that the probability of this is taking advantage, of course, of this fact here, is that equal to the value of S or not S minus the value of not S divided by the value of S minus the value of not S. Sorry, this is so messy. So here's a solution, so to speak, to the problem of probabilities, given that you know the relative values. So the probability of any proposition for you depends upon the relative values of the proposition being true and of not being true. All right? That's what this, in effect, says. Now, it'll help now to take advantage of Quine's suggestion. Since we can set the value of a tautology anywhere we please, let's actually set it at 0 so that we can then produce the following from 2 on that assumption. The probability of S, it just allows us to write it in this conspicuous way, 1 over 1 minus the value of S divided by the value of not S. So there's a very simple way of expressing the probability of any given proposition given the values of it being true and of its not being true. Now the virtue of representing it or writing the equation this way is that anybody can see at once that it's impossible that both S and not S should both be preferred to a tautology, or that a tautology should be preferred to both. Why is that? Well, because, look, if both of these are positive, then the probability isn't going to fall between 1 and 0. And if they're both negative, the same thing. So if one of them is positive, the other can't be. And if one of them is negative, the other can't be. The other one could be 0 in both cases, but it can't. So here we have a sort of wonderful discovery which makes sense, and that is, if you think of any proposition which you prefer to a tautology as being good, right? I mean, it's better than indifferent. And you think of any proposition which you prefer a tautology to as being bad, then it can't be the case that both a proposition and its negation are good, or that both of them are bad. Okay? Is everybody with me? Okay.
Because the fraction would exceed 1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, very simple. All right, now comes the interesting part. I mean, so far this is just little facts about Jeffrey's system. But now we can do something really magical. I mean, well, I'm afraid it's not all that magical. It seems magical to me because it took me about 3 years to think of this. I spent all night after night, trying to figure out how to do this simple little thing. If you look at these equations, then you can see that nothing at all depends upon what proposition S is. I mean, it's not as though the content of that proposition is needed to find out what we've found out so far. Right? As long as you know that what somebody is doing is considering his preferences with respect to some proposition or other, you can discover the person's subjective probabilities for that proposition quite independently of knowing what the proposition is. That is, being able to assign a content to it. Since this is a way so let's no longer think of this as Jeffrey did, as a matter of knowing, that is, in testing this theory, knowing the contents of the proposition. Let's rather think of it as a matter of a person preferring one sentence to another, where we don't know what the sentence means. Right? This is to subtract the very thing that I was objecting to before, namely that you can't test decision theory without already understanding the person. Right? Now, here all you have to do is to present him with sentences and know that what he's doing is choosing that one be true rather than another. But you don't know what those sentences mean, so far as the person is concerned. Nevertheless, you can compute his subjective probabilities for all of those sentences. Right? As a matter of fact, you have enough to go on here, because once you can get started on this sort of thing, just as in Ramsey's case, you can go ahead to get subjective probabilities for all of the sentences, and you can get also the relative utilities for all of the sentences. So here you are in a situation where you know the person's subjective probabilities for all of his sentences and the values that he assigns to those sentences without knowing what the sentences mean. All right? Now.
But you know he has the notion of topology in some sense.
Okay. All right. Now.
You know he has the notion of topology, and you know he's going to have, this is your principle of charity.
Well, let's see. Let's see. I think I can erase all of this stuff. There's some more chalk. Good, that's what I have. Bigger piece. What we figured out from this is there's a certain principle that follows, and that is you can't prefer both a proposition and its negation to a tautology. Right? And also you can't prefer a tautology to both a proposition and its negation. Now, we can express this principle, if we feel like it, by using just, let's say, the Sheffer stroke, which means not both. It's going to be rather complicated, but we can do it in the following way. If the value of S is greater than the value of not S. Well, first I'm going to do it without the Sheffer stroke, and then I'll just point out that it's easy to do it with the Sheffer stroke. Then the value of not S and not S is greater than or equal to the value of not S. That's one half of the principle. The other half of the principle just goes the other way around. That is, it says, this says, if you prefer S to a tautology, then you don't prefer, then the tautology is greater than or equal to the, you prefer, you don't, put it the other way, you don't prefer not S to the tautology. That's what it says.
One more parenthesis right before you end.
First line.
Yeah, yeah, oh, good. Yeah, sure, thanks. Yeah, okay, good. Thanks. All right, this is one half of the principle, and the other half of the principle is equally easy to state. Now, clearly, you can say all of this using just the Sheffer stroke, right? Because you get not out of the not as not an and, right? Not an and. So, putting this in a slightly more complex way, and I'll write just half of this down because it's getting embarrassingly complicated.
Is there any reason, since it's agreed that the value of the tautology would be 0, this would certainly get a lot simpler if you just put in zeros instead of value not?
Sure. That's okay. Sure. Yeah. Or
it's getting more complicated. Maybe this is
it would cut it down a lot, but there's a reason not to. You're right. Once we know that it's a tautology and so forth, that's absolutely true. Yeah. Well, no, wait. We know it is, but if the value of S is greater than, and now I'm going to write part of this in its most complicated form. That's the Sheffer stroke. Sorry, this is going to take some staring from me. Now it's perhaps obvious what we need to do, and the value of I'm sorry about all this. All right, there's one half of the principle written out with the Sheffer stroke.
Is the Sheffer stroke the neither nor?
Not both. Right. It's not the one with the arrow at the bottom. All right, now, here's the point of the complications. And I just will have to tell you this, because it would be very boring to prove it. But I'll just tell you, it has been proven. It's this. Suppose that that stroke that I put there, that you don't know yet that it's the Sheffer stroke. It's an arbitrary, truth-functional connective between sentences. You don't know which. You find that no matter what three sentences you take S, T, and U to be, no matter what ones you take them to be, the subject abides by this principle. That is, his preferences always obey this principle, and its converse, so to speak. That is the whole principle which goes both ways. Now, the thing that I'm not going to take the time to prove to you is if the person does do that, and if that operation is truth-functional, then the only interpretation you can put on it is that it's the Sheffer stroke. Right. Now, the complications here spring from the fact that you want to exclude all other possibilities. Of course, if you knew that something was the Sheffer stroke, it would be much easier to state. Or if you knew that something was a tautology for the person, it would be much easier to state. But I'm assuming now we don't know. We're not in a position yet to interpret the person's language. Here's our first step in interpreting the person's language. We're actually identifying the Sheffer stroke independent of knowing anything about what the person means in advance, just on the basis of his preferences.
And
right?
Assuming he's using a truth function.
That what? Assuming it's a truth function. Absolutely. That's
and that in his language, he has some correlation to the notion of tautology.
Of course. Well, no.
You don't need that.
No.
Just that he has a truth function.
That's right.
This is what you...
Because it is a tautology then. It's not as though he has the notion of a tautology.
This is what you attributed to Stig Connor, is that right?
No. The basic idea of this is mine. What I attribute to Stig Connor is, one, I had an earlier approach, which I thought was going to work. It's much simpler and easier to understand, because it's based on the following simple-minded principle. I thought to myself, surely the following is the case. If somebody prefers S to T, then surely he prefers S to T exclusive or, how do you write that? Is that the exclusive or? Yeah. Okay. Surely if a person prefers S to T, he prefers S to either getting T or S.
No,
Exactly one.
I wrong.
Oh, right.
Exclusive or is a negation of biconditional.
Right. Yes. But we'll have a sign for that. Oh, well, one would just be this, right? Sure. Okay, good. Now, that was my intuition. As my intuition was, surely if a person prefers one proposition to another, he prefers that proposition to either getting that proposition or another, right, that he doesn't like as much. So this, intuitively, this ought to be true. So I thought, here's our first step, so to speak, in moving from preference to connectives. It's only a first step, but it seemed like a good one for various reasons. Now, what Kanger did was prove that this principle is inconsistent with decision theory. Don't ask me why. I mean, he doesn't know why it is, but he thought it was interesting enough to publish his proof, which only takes a page. And it reveals something strange about decision theory, and it's very hard to say what it is, because this is so unintuitive. But anyway, there it is. This didn't work. For whatever reason, it didn't work. So then, 3 years later, actually about a year and a half later, I came up with this entirely different approach, which makes use of much more directly of the machinery of Jeffrey's system. Kanger helped me again in seeing that the complications that go into this were necessary to exclude all truth-functional connectives except the not both, that is the Sheffer stroke. since Kanger is one of the world's experts, or was, when alive, on how to put logic and decision theory together. Right? I'm sure that if he thinks it's okay, it is. Right? I mean, he just tested it against every possible truth functional connective it could be, and there's only this one possibility. So, we've made a crucial step, because now, of course, you can introduce all of the other truth functional connectives on the basis of this one. So we now have, in particular, negation and conjunction. If you now look back at the basic equations with which we started, you realize that negation and conjunction are all of the structure that you need to be able to identify in order to determine subjective probabilities and values throughout. That is, subjective probabilities and values for all of the person's sentences. Right? Well, now, if you can do that, you now can do anything that you were able to do of the sort we've talked about in radical interpretation of obtaining, let's say, an interpretation of all of the person's sentences. Because if you know subjective probabilities, then you certainly know what the person holds true. You know, he holds this sentence true to this extent, that sentence true to that extent, and so forth. And that's exactly what we used to determine truth conditions using what I was before calling radical interpretation, or for that matter, if you just think about how radical translation takes place, that's what it's based on, right? Knowing the extent to which somebody holds something true. It just worked with the crude idea of either he holds it true or he doesn't. This works with the much more subtle concept of how true does he hold it to be, because this can now be used not only to give an interpretation to theoretical terms and sentences, but it also is very helpful in interpreting observation sentences where something is badly observed, the light is bad, et cetera, all those other things, where a person's subjective probabilities are not going to be 1. They're going to be something less than 1. So I have now told a story, how starting with something that assumes no insight into the contents of any of a person's attitudes, except in a certain sense that I'll mention in a moment, we can determine subjective probabilities, that is, belief in a subtle form, values on an interval scale, and an interpretive scheme for the sentences. Right? So we get all three of these things without starting with any of them. That's what I said at the very beginning was what I was aiming to do. Now, what is the, oh dear, I keep getting caught here. I really caught. There it goes. What is the primitive notion on which all of this is based? It's the notion of preferring one sentence true to another. Right? So it's not just prompted a sentence a little more complicated than that. It's a comparative notion. It's a three-place relation. A three-place relation between a person and two sentences. And actually, we need to be able to observe something more complex than that, namely that we can correlate changes in this relation, given that certain things change in the environment. That's what we were using before, so that's not something new, but I'm just mentioning it to make it clear. Now, this three-place relation, X prefers Y true to Z, or whatever, is extensional in the technical sense that if it's true, it remains true no matter how you refer to X, Y, and Z. So it doesn't show intentionality in that sense. Neither does being able to tell that this holds in a particular case depend upon your being able to say what the contents of any of the person's thoughts are, except this one, right? That he prefers this true to that true. Now that is certainly, I would say, an irreducible psychological concept. It's not as though there's some attempt here to reduce all of the propositional attitudes and so forth to something that's non-psychological. But there is a kind of reduction because it does show how to get the contents of beliefs, desires, and meanings out of this one relation, which we can state extensionally. And what we can't do is, so to speak, say more about what's involved here without saying something about intentional attitudes. Of course, we can. That's the case. But one can defend this approach as Quine has defended the use of prompted assent. Many people have said, well, look, the notion of assent is already an intentional notion. Well, it just depends on what you mean by that. The point is, you're just using that one relation over and over again. Maybe there's all kinds of stuff packed into it, right? In fact, in a sense, there must be if you're going to get so much out of it, right? Nevertheless, it makes sense to suppose that somehow people learn to identify this relation, right? Not saying how you do it, but here, this is for sure. Unless you do more or less get that relation straight, you're not going to get any theory at all about what somebody means, what they want, what they believe. So let's say you fiddle around endlessly, perhaps, or maybe it's built into the genes, that you're able to detect cases where this relation holds. Once you get it right, the whole world opens up, right? Now you are, so to speak, in a position to understand other people. Of course, if you can't get this or something with the same power, and there may be alternatives, then you can't work your way into other people's thoughts. Well, we're constructed in such a way that we can do this. Here is a suggestion about what kind of a structure there has to be among your beliefs, your desires, and your meanings in order to be able to get into it from the outside to the extent that this is from the outside. That is, to the extent that given just this one relationship, understanding it, detecting it, you can do all the rest. Well, that's the end of the serious stuff. Tomorrow I'm just going to ask the question without answering it, or completely answering. To what extent should we say this is science? Right? Okay. Thanks.
I'm curious about a historical detail. Richard Braithwaite's inaugural address.
Yes.
And the von Neumann Morgenstern first paper. How those dates compare. I can remember the experience of both of their emerging, but I can't think which came first.
I can't answer that with any certainty.
Well, the reason I'm interested is that, as I remember it, I remember Richard mentioning game theory, and if that was because his paper came first, then we might look upon him as having anticipated von Neumann and Morgenstern game theory.
No, it is the other way around. Yeah, he does mention game theory. Yeah, in fact, the term game theory is in the title of his address.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
The essay I'm thinking of is the one where is in value theory and a extrapolation and a midpoint out here in the uncalibrated mid regions, Is that the one?
It may be a different paper because the inaugural address, which came out as a little pamphlet, as it often does, I'm almost certain has the term game theory, something like the philosophical significance of game theory.
Game theory is a tool for the moral philosophy.
Good.
Oh,
Good.
Well, that is exactly the one. I forgot the title.
Yeah, but
Actually, Von Neumann had a paper on game theory by the late 20s.
Yeah, no, Von Neumann definitely. Braithwaite is using Von Neumann, but he isn't using Jeffrey. He isn't using Ramsey, which is surprising, given that he was the editor of the very volume in which Ramsey's paper that I'm drawing on appeared. Braithwaite was the editor of the
Foundations of Mathematics.
Yeah. Well, all that proves is it's very easy to read Ramsey's treatment of this without realizing how brilliant it is and how much it accomplished. So.
This X prefers Y is true to Z is true is your basic behavioral predicate.
Right.
Relation.
Yep.
Replace relation. And with it you can then build into the classical truth functions for the other person.
Mm-hmm.
Now in roots of reference, Quine starting with prompt assent gives the truth tables, marginal 1 point, which is not even verdict. The truth, you gave verdicts. And that does not give you, from the straight behavioral approach, the classical truth functions. Each one of them has a so-called blind quarter.
Right.
And with that, then raise the question right off whether prompt assent, as Quine uses it, is not in some sense more behavioral, has less built into it than your now proposed primitive.
Well, that seems to be a demonstration.
Yes. Unless Quine didn't carry out his...
Whether that makes it, more behavioral.
Or at least your primitive is richer.
Oh, of course it's richer. Of course it's richer.
But I was thinking because of the somewhat of the different, what my interest is in part, is in this phrase more behavioral, more basic from the physicalist viewpoint. Maybe yes, maybe no, but this would seem to show something to that effect.
It does, well, it shows a way in which this is richer that you might not have suspected. Obviously it's richer in the sense that it yields at least as much as the other one and then some. There's a...
Even if it's not more behavioral, it's preferable if it's no less behavioral.
All right. But how one weighs that depends in part, I suppose, on what one gets out of it. It's a chicken-egg situation here.
Well,
you think this is just grossly...
If this is equally behavioral,
then it's preferable.
Then it's preferable.
Yes, we use it itself on itself.
Well, let me point out a different sense in which somebody might think this is more behavioral, and that is that it goes to, it's much more closely connected with behavior because it has to do with choice. Right? You see, prompted assent is in a way, doesn't tell you anything about why anybody would want to do anything, right? So the notion of preference is in a way built in there. You prefer to give the right answer and so forth. Well, that isn't built into this because this starts right out with preferential behavior. Preferential behavior is actually the way in which you would test this. So in one sense, it's closer to behavior because, after all, preference is the spring of behavior, and that's just all left out in the other approach. I'm not saying this makes it more behavioral. I don't know about that, but it is an interesting difference, and one certainly that interested me quite a lot. I might just say a little bit more about this. People have often said this is an awfully complicated notion to start out with, and it certainly is. On the other hand, if you think of the way in which decision theory is usually tested, the protocols, so to speak, the data that you work with, the person prefers this bet to this bet, where you describe that in the way that you must, or in Jeffrey's system, he prefers this proposition to this proposition. But you can, so to speak, subtract from how you read those protocols anything that tells you what the content of the things are that are being chosen. All right? So it's not as though it's something that is where the evidence is harder to get than it is in ordinary testing of decision theory. It's rather reading less into what you've got. Something very important, namely the contents of the things being chosen from the point of view of the chooser.
You're thinning out the protocol.
You're thinning out what you record as having learned from these situations. Right.
But also, on the other side, you have to take into consideration that more investigation goes into determining this, or put it another way, there are fewer cases where one would succeed in getting this than the matter simply of proper dissent, because because this involves action, at least choices of action, whereas simply identifying a rabbit going by is the kind of thing that happens often. So,
but it's
it's
the prompted assent where the assumptions are being made about values and so forth, and not made explicit. But if you're prompted to assent, it's surely because you want to do something. I mean, it's an intentional action that you say yes or whatever it might be, and one of the elements of intention is value.
Oh yes, but that's a 0-1 case after all.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It certainly is, and that's the sense in which these things are on a par. The sort of reduction that's involved, insofar as you call it reduction at all, is of the same sort. No question about that at all. I might say, though, is our evidence as thin as that? Anytime somebody says, pass the water, right, you can interpret that as saying the person prefers the sentence, I have the water, or the water is passed, to the water is not passed. All right? So I mean, anytime somebody makes a request and you identify it as a request, you know that the person prefers one sentence true to another. So I mean, it's not as though it's not the kind of thing one has other ways of thinking about where you could detect preferences about sentences.
Well, in practice, these two approaches would cover different cases, so you do want to use both.
Both what?
Both prompted dissent, where there's no act involved, the person's not making a choice. You're just checking on whether your use of the expression matches his. And cases where it's the imperative, which is the typical case for this.
Yeah.
And each of these is covering territory that the other one doesn't directly cover.
Well, the approach that I'm suggesting doesn't require the independent use of prompted assent. It rather gets what you get out of prompted assent indirectly, or through a process, so to speak. Your preference that one be true rather than another, when connected with external stimuli in certain ways, gives you everything that you got out of prompted assent. So it's not as though, I mean, prompted assent, you might say, can be defined on the basis of this primitive. It's not an additional thing that you need. Remember.
Surely it's a long way around if you're trying to spot a check on an observation sentence.
Well, I'm suggesting that intuitively it's not as far around as it sounds, because pass the bread or whatever gives you a direct.
It's direct. It's absolutely as direct as an observation sentence.
Right.
But it's not giving you an observation sentence. That's what I tried to express by saying that you're covering different territories and want both.
Oh, I see. Well, but there's a grammatical transformation, so to speak, between pass the bread and you do pass the bread, which is an observation sentence. And because of that direct connection between the imperative and the indicative, I'm supposing that you do get, in effect, what you get out of prompted assent.
Sure, it works in when you're making a declarative sentence about the performance of what happens to be a voluntary act. That still doesn't cover the gavagai, where you're not willing the rabbit out of the bush.
Okay. There is a story that you can tell on the basis of what I've said, which will give you the connection between the gavagai going by and certain changes in preferential status, which can be interpreted in turn as telling you the probabilities of these things, which is what prompted assent is dealing with. So it's not.
It's by a long way around.
That's okay.
Of course, I think there's two quite independent objectives coming in here. One is an objective which certainly has been one of mine in other contexts, namely reducing primitives in a logical system.
Right.
And the other, which is what I'm thinking of more, is the practical situation in the field, part of the linguist.
I assumed that if you were to use this approach directly, you're throwing away all kinds of evidence that, in fact, you would be using. And if you can detect prompted assent independently, you certainly would use it. And presumably somewhere along the line you're certainly going to catch on to that, and indeed onto all sorts of other things. The point of doing it this way is not just the economy of reducing the primitives, but to show how you can get all these three things out of this one thing that you detect, rather than depending upon two of them.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, it isn't just the fun, so to speak, of showing that you can reduce everything to one.
Can I ask about, with the prompted assent or something like that, you get, as it were, shared truth or shared belief between yourself and the interpreted person. As a result, that is, you must endorse, in general, that person's beliefs when you are finding the situations in which the assent is given.
Right.
Do you get something comparable here with respect to shared beliefs? I mean, shared preferences with the person you're interpreting. I don't see how that would come, but it's partly because I don't see how the world, as it were, the situations in which these preferences are expressed, comes into this. I mean, presumably it's if somebody prefers one thing true to another thing in a certain situation. That would be the parallel with the preference.
No, look, what you're going to get is that if you can detect when this relation holds, then what you're going to look for when you try to interpret observation sentences is what is it that is causing the person to change the preferential state status of certain propositions. Those changes you will correlate with changes in your environment. All right. Now, out of the preferences, you can construct, by the methods that I said, subjective probabilities. So you can say, you can correlate then changes in the subjective probabilities with changes that you, the interpreter, observe in the world. So you've got the same kind of data exactly that we were assuming we had before. But it's just you had to go through an extra step.
But do you end up with anything, even in abstract terms, like the sharing between you and the person of the values? Sharing of the values.
I see. Oh, you're asking me
sharing the truth.
You're asking me a different question. Can we say something about that?
Does that in some way issue from this approach?
Okay. That's a fairly long story, according to me. But yes, I think something does. Something very important about values. In fact, I think something that you should call the objectivity of values emerges in the same way that the objectivity of truths about the world emerges. But I don't think. I mean, I'm just saying that without saying how, because it takes me a while to.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it doesn't actually. I mean, I thought you believed that. But
it's not. It's not obvious. I completely agree.
Well, the question struck me earlier. This topic is finished.
Sure.
Namely, you said earlier in your talk that as far as you can see, probability is subjective probability, and of course, events are just well, they happen or they don't. And that's the way I like to look at it. But then I got to wondering, is this being threatened by quantum mechanics? What have you thought about in that connection?
Well, I didn't commit myself to any theory of probability. That is, all I need to make what I'm talking about work is that this should work for subjective probability. And now it's just a further matter which I don't have to go into.
I know you don't have to, but it seems to me that you did in passing, and the point on which I have the same feeling.
Yeah.
Namely, the only probability that I make sense of is subjective.
Sure.
And so that is something that has worried me about quantum mechanics, where they seem to be eliminating the subject from subjective probability. Of course, the concepts there are so obscure, so much in flux, I think, awaiting what I'd like to think will be some time a breakthrough that restores crystal clarity again. But I was just curious about your...
We don't do subjective probability by removing the independent object. I think that would happen. It doesn't really make sense. It's not about to do it.
I don't know. There's
a whole question of what happens in measure.
Well, I wish it was that simple.
But in quantum mechanics, one has taken, I don't know much about this, taking probabilities to be relative frequencies.
Yes, we certainly have to accept that in addition to subjective.
Yeah, well, it's a different...
The relationship between classes in this case.
Right. Mm-hmm.
May I ask a question, which I think is a bit of a follow-up on the others? Maybe it's not. When you were talking about the idealization assumptions at work behind decision theory, this is something that has always at some level bothered me when I think about how you actually test decision theory in practice. And your way of putting it was to talk about the assumption of the linear and transitive ordering among preferences in the model when you begin, and also what you called an assumption of perfect rationality, which is quite connected with this. So I think this relates in a way both to the question about whether there are differences in the modes of charity at work in interpreting a subject, as between mere prompted assent and the preferential ordering of holding to be true this primitive. But I think it also may relate to Barry's question about the objectivity of values and whether you, in a way, are pulling something like that out of the model of the theory of meaning you're proposing. So I guess this is sort of a long rambling thought, but I get worried about the way in which when you actually try to ask people to order their preferences empirically, you just again and again and again don't seem to find that people do, as a matter of practice, hold preferences in this nice linear way. And so I'm wondering, not that this seems it's a mode of idealization, obviously. It's not a criticism of the theory if it's over-idealizing. But I'm wondering if this might be something of a difference as between prompted assent and the holding of subjective probability, that there are more assumptions made in the model about structures of preferences and values. Or am I just asking this at the wrong level of idealization?
Well, no. Of course there are more assumptions here because there are assumptions about a certain kind of consistency or rationality in preferences, which isn't touched upon if all we deal with is belief and meaning. So, of course, there's more structure. But the whole idea of this approach is to identify enough structure so that one can get a lot out of very little. That's the whole. Poverty-stricken evidence gives you these very rich things only if there's a structure there. So to the extent that there is such a structure, and surely to some extent there is this structure, to that extent we can see how it is that one can get all of this wonderful stuff. I mean, meanings and probabilities and so forth out of what looks like such scrappy observations. So, agree. Sure, there are more constraints because we're trying to get more out of so little. So that's the whole idea. Let's see if we can dream of a structure of a sort that would allow us to get these results. And our dreams aren't good enough to work with the messy facts. That's why we have to idealize in order to do this. But it's not as though this kind of idealization is peculiar to psychology. Okay. I might say, there's just endless things to say about the interpretation of the results, let's say, of Tversky and Kahneman, who are often interpreted as having shown that decision theory is just as false as it can be, and that people just systematically, not just accidentally through sloppiness, systematically go against its assumptions. Tversky doesn't say that. He's careful not to say that. Kahneman goes around saying it. It proves that people are irrational. But if you, there are explanations of the things that people do in the experimental setups that they talk about, where you can rationalize what they do by reinterpreting the data. There was a very early form of experiment which was invented by some psychologist who was then at Berkeley. I'm sorry to say I don't remember his name for the moment. And it was an extremely simple idea. You have a little machine in which there are two buttons to push, and there are two lights that come on, and the agent is asked simply to push the button where the next light is going to come on. Right? So he pushes the button, and then either the light corresponding to the button comes on or the other one does. That's all that happens. It just goes on and on this way. Now, it's such a wonderfully simple experimental design that 10,000, 20,000 experiments were performed using this little setup, but with little differences in the assumptions. Now, the first results were the following. If you set the machine so that, let's say, the right-hand light comes on 40% of the time, but absolutely at random, then people will push that button 40% of the time. All right? Now, the other one's coming on 60% of the time. Now, if they were rational, so to speak, they ought to push the one that comes on 60% of the time every time, because that will give them the highest possible score. I mean, unless they have magical perception of what the light's going to do, because there isn't any pattern there at all. So they're not going to win out by going back and forth between the two. They ought to finally settle down. After long enough, they ought to settle down to just pushing that one button every time. Very boring. So isn't that irrational? Well, is it or isn't it? It took a long time before somebody thought, well, let's pay them 5 cents every time they get it right, and charge them 5 cents every time they get it wrong. A magical change takes place. Now they finally learn to push the one that comes on 60% of the time, all the time. Right? So were they so irrational? I performed the following experiment. I cooked up 11 bets, very simple little things, which tied events to outcomes. The events themselves were ones which have been tested by psychologists to have no interest in themselves. They're just called nonsense syllables. It's very hard experimentally to find syllables that people just don't have any feeling about. But you can do that. You can find they don't prefer one of these to another. They don't care about them at all. So I actually had dice manufactured that had nonsense syllables, these nonsense syllables, on the sides instead of the normal pips, which people do have feelings about. Right? These bets all had the same actuarial value. That is, if you assumed that, let's say, these dice were funny dice, too, because they only had 4 sides instead of 6. They had pointy ends, so they couldn't, there's no importance to this. So the actuarial value, that means if you suppose that the dice were fair, and that there was a 1/4 probability of any one of the faces coming up, and you furthermore considered that small amounts of money, the values are linear in money. So that means an actuary who was going to play this game forever would have assigned exactly the same value to any of these 11 bets. Well, there are 55 paired comparisons if you have 11 things. You can work it out if you want to try. So the experiment just consisted of offering people these 55 paired comparisons over and over again without telling them that that's what was happening. They're complicated enough so that it's very, people can't tell that they're making the same decisions over again. I mean, you've got 55 of these things, and they've got little different amounts of money. You can ask, you can put option A first instead of option B so that it's harder to recognize. And there are simple ways of concealing the repetition from people. The first round of answering these 55, every single subject had a certain number of intransitive triads. Right? They preferred A to B, B to C, C to A. And in fact, there's a simple way of counting the total number of intransitivities there would be given this. There'd be quite a lot, though never as many as would occur by chance. Right? As if the people weren't didn't care at all. Right? So they had some preferences, but they were sort of mixed up. And the second time you asked them these 55 questions, they got a little more consistent. That is, the number of intransitive triads dropped off. By the time you'd done it 6 times, they were getting almost completely consistent. All right? Here's an even more amazing thing. If you consider that their true preference for A to B, the two of these things with the same actuarial power, their true preference was revealed not by any one thing, but by the one that they took the most often over all the trials, then you got a higher degree of consistency than you got on the last trial. So now, something really interesting is going on. There's a kind of underlying rationality that emerges only slowly. Now, I've often said this, that experiment caused me to give up doing experiments in decision theory because you're not supposed to do an experiment where you don't have a hypothesis. And I didn't have any hypothesis. Even after doing it, I could not think of a theory that would explain what was going on. I mean, I've just explained it by this vague thing. So people become more and more transitive. They learn what their preferences are, something like that. But that would be a stochastic theory about how preferences change over time. And there is no stochastic theory that predicts that people will end up perfectly rational. That's right. Because stochastic theories always just approach perfection, but they never get there. And so there was no theory. There was no theory that was being shown to be true or false. I thought, well, nobody knows what's going on. If you try to get down to brass tacks in testing decision theory, nobody knows. You haven't got a serious theory about the details of this. Very complicated things are going on when you ask people questions and they make choices. It's changing how they look at things. But how exactly? Well, hard to say. Impossible, maybe, to say. Yes, Bruce.
I wonder if you could go just a little farther in saying how changes in a person's preferences between sentences must correlate with changes in the environment in order for an interpreter to do what he wants to do. Give some content to observation sentences. I guess maybe that's not even well put, but what Klein or Ann earlier called the long way around.
Right. Yeah. Think again about pass the bread. Right. When the bread gets passed, then the value that you assign to the bread has been passed, or is passing, or whatever, is going to change. Right now, you've got it. You're not willing to pay anything to get it. Right. So the value that you put on it, the preferential status of these propositions, sentences, is going to change in an obvious way. It's changed according to how the environment was changing. So, I mean, that's the kind of hint that you were looking for.
Can you give another kind of example where preference among sentences isn't key to
what you want?
Well, of course, it's got to be key to what you want.
Yeah.
But has it got to be key to what you want in that direct kind of way?
Well, I think you have to go sort of think harder about how probabilities and preferences are related in this theory in order to see how that works. But they are clearly related. I mean, as you realize just from the fact that the preference for the truth of a statement goes down, the more certain you are that it's true. All right? So, I mean, that's a hint as to how these things are connected, given the way the theory works. Should we call it a day? Not a day. Call it a morning. Right. And in this room at 4, Barry Stroud is going to conduct. Is in a clear sense a meta subject. That is, I'm going to raise the question, in what sense is the kind of theory that I've been putting forward scientific? Can it be considered to be part of science? I think this sort of meta question makes perfectly good sense, and it doesn't offend Barry Stroud's strictures against trying to go outside all of our thought and so forth. This is very much from within. I liked Barry's remarks very much, and especially his attempt to say what can't be said. That is, why it is that it doesn't make any sense to try to find a standpoint outside of our standpoints from which to criticize, comment on, make reassuring statements, and so forth. I think with respect to that kind of remark, and one's about skepticism quite generally, it is in general a good idea in philosophy just not to make that kind of statement about one's own work. But there's no reason somebody else can't do it. So Barry is in a perfectly good position to comment on everything that I've said, what the point of view is that's represented, what can and can't be done from that point of view. That's all fine. But I'm barred from doing the same thing for obvious reasons, and I'm glad to have it put that way, because I actually feel a certain amount of resistance to trying to say too much about what I'm up to. That is, I have certain problems which I'm able to state from my own point of view and try to solve within the resources that I have. Further philosophical remarks about how this is related to skepticism are in a way bound to go wrong. And I like that. These remarks are partly reactions that I've been expressing to other people about why it is that I myself resist labeling my own position in one way or another. Let others do it if they enjoy it, but it's not for me to do this. So I've been pulling my neck in over the years. And where I used to feel quite free, for example, to say that my view about events, this was synthetic a priori work, I now say, why say that? Everybody's going to put their own interpretation on that and get it wrong. You can see what's going on. You can see what the arguments for it are, what the results of it are. You can put a label on it if you feel like it. I wish I could restrict myself. I wish I could learn the lesson that I'm stating here and apply it to myself consistently. But at least in recent years, I've stopped calling myself a realist. I'm sure I'm not an anti-realist. Good, there go a couple of things. I think there's a clear sense in which what I'm saying doesn't fit the certain standard patterns of what I would call empiricism. So I'm not an empiricist. I'm not an idealist. I'm not a scientist or what do I mean by that? Forget that. So I don't believe any longer in using the words coherence theory of truth or correspondence theory of truth for my own views, and I don't want a name for what it is I'm doing. I just want to do it as well as I can and let others decide what its significance, if any, is. All right. Well, here's some stuff on the relationship between psychology and philosophy. Many philosophers have doubted whether psychology can be made a serious science. Wittgenstein writes, and I'm sure you've all read this, the confusion and barrenness of psychology is not to be explained by calling it a young science. Its state is not comparable with that of physics, for instance, in its beginnings. For in psychology, there are experimental methods and conceptual confusion. I'm still quoting, the existence of experimental methods makes us think that we have the means of solving the problems which trouble us, though problem and methods pass one another by. That's the quotation from Wittgenstein. I take this to apply, meant to apply by Wittgenstein, not just to psychology as it existed when he wrote, but to be a judgment sub specie aeternitatis. Gilbert Ryle seems to have been of the same mind. When it comes to explaining human behavior, it's pretentious, he thinks, to hope to do better than common sense. And I quote from Ryle, when we hear the promise of a new scientific explanation of what we say and do, we expect to hear of some counterparts to those impacts, like those of which physics treats, some forces or agencies of which we should never have dreamed and which we shall certainly never witness at their subterranean work. But when we're in a less impressionable frame of mind, we find something implausible in the promise of discoveries yet to be made of the hidden causes of our own actions and reactions. We know quite well what caused the farmer to return from the market with his pigs unsold. He found the prices were lower than he had expected. We know quite well why John Doe scowled and slammed the door. He had been insulted. That's Ryle. Now, where Wittgenstein and Ryle are contemptuous of the idea of a serious science that aims to explain human behavior, Quine exhibits a certain ambivalence about the possibility of such a science, and this ambivalence seems to me to be more common today. Does Quine think that the concepts of meaning, communication, interpretation, belief, and so on can be worked into a serious science of behavior? Given the attention that Quine has paid to the understanding of language and his view that philosophy is continuous with science, you might think that Quine would say yes. And as I'll show in a minute, there is some reason to think that this is Quine's answer. But there are also some passages that I can quote that make you think maybe that's not his answer. J.B. Watson, the originator of modern behaviorism, thought that concepts like those of belief and desire were, and I quote, heritages of a timid, savage past, or, quotes, medieval conceptions of a piece with magic and voodoo. B.F. Skinner, a longtime friend of Quine's, put it more mildly. I quote, the objection, he says, of such concepts as those of intention, belief, and desire is not that these things are mental, but that they offer no real explanation and stand in the way of a more effective analysis. Watson speaks repeatedly of an alternative to mentalistic formulations and adds, I wouldn't be involved in this, that is behavioristic psychology, if I did not think that mentalistic ways of thinking about human behavior stand in the way of much more effective ways. An anecdote I've often heard, I don't know for certain whether it's right, but we can easily find out, is that it was Quine who put Skinner onto Watson. He said, you're interested in behavior and all this, why don't you read this man Watson? Skinner read Watson and his life was changed. The other half of this anecdote says, Skinner said to Quine, so you're interested in philosophy and so forth, I suggest that you take a look at language. True, false? Both false. Okay, good. That's the way it goes with anecdotes. Quine seems to agree with Skinner and Watson, as his open endorsement of behaviorism suggests he would. All in all, Quine writes, the propositional attitudes are in a bad way. These are the idioms most stubbornly at variance with scientific patterns. That's the end of that quote. Much of the chapter of Word and Object that's titled Flight from Intention is directly against those who think we can talk freely of propositions and the propositional attitudes without asking for a basis in behavior. Of course, that's consistent with providing such a basis, that is, legitimizing these various concepts. But further remarks seem to put such a possibility in doubt. After accepting Brentano's claim that intentional idioms are not reducible to non-intentional concepts, Quine remarks, and there's a famous quotation, I mean everybody quotes it, one may accept the Brentano thesis either as showing the indispensability of intentional idioms and the importance of an autonomous science of intention, or as showing the baselessness of intentional idioms and the emptiness of a science of intention. My attitude, Quine says, unlike Brentano's, is the second. Now, what perhaps should settle the matter, I mean, that last quotation maybe should settle the matter, but I'm not sure whether it does. For what, after all, is the status of Quine's attempt to give a behavioristic account of what is sound in translation? Quine does not attempt to reconstruct the concepts of meaning, analyticity, and the rest as philosophers have thought of them. But what he does provide is intended to make sense, not only of speakers, but of what they say. It does this by telling when a translation of the speaker's words is acceptable on behavioristic grounds. My question remains, is this enterprise merely the best we can do, but not even the beginning of a science, or is it the direction we must take if we want to be scientific about verbal behavior? In particular, are even the behaviorally sound substitutes for meaning and analyticity, stimulus meaning and stimulus analyticity in the old days, are they still irreducible to physiological or physical matters, or may they give way in the fullness of time and the increase of knowledge to more precise sciences? Quine often speaks as if they may. In his essay, Mind and Verbal Dispositions, Quine distinguishes three levels of purported explanation of linguistic phenomena. And these are the mental level, the behavioral level, and the physiological level. The mental he dismisses as scarcely deserving the name explanation. But does this mean that transposing to the behavioral level must change the subject? Well, apparently not. Let us all recognize, Quine says, that the semantical study of language is worth pursuing with all the scruples of the natural scientist. We must study language as a system of dispositions to verbal behavior. End of that quote. Earlier in the same essay, he remarks on the, quotes, conspicuous fact that language is a social enterprise which is keyed to intersubjectively observable objects in the external world, and suggests that this opens the door to, quotes, getting on with a properly physicalistic account of language. End of quote. So the first step from the mental to dispositions to behavior doesn't change the subject, which is the semantic analysis of language. It just puts it in a way of being more scientific. Dispositions for Quine are physical states. Physiological states, when the disposition is what we usually call mental, like, let's say, being gullible. Physical in the case of dispositions of physical objects, like the being solubility. And while Quine does not think anyone now knows how to give a physiological account of any behavioral disposition, he sometimes seems sure that there must be one. In fact, so far as this essay is concerned, there isn't much point in my distinguishing between physiology and a special domain of physics. So just to simplify things, I'll talk from here on as if physics were the whole of natural science. Of course, it's not. In The Roots of Reference, Quine writes, a disposition is, in my view, simply a physical trait, a configuration or mechanism. Dispositions to behavior are then physiological states or traits or mechanisms. In citing them dispositionally, we're singling them out by behavioral symptoms, behavioral tests. Usually, we're in no position to detail them in physiological terms. However, the deepest explanation of physiological would analyze these dispositions in explicit terms of nerve impulses and other anatomically and chemically identified organic processes. End of quote. The reasoning seems to be this: if an object has a disposition, this fact must depend on its physical properties. So whatever can be explained by appeal to the disposition must be explicable in physical terms, whether or not we know how to give the relevant physical description. The case of solubility would at one time have illustrated the point, because, of course, serious chemistry, physics doesn't need or use the concept of solubility because it now can explain what happens on the basis of a finer-grained analysis. Quine also seems to hold that a fair account of the concept of evidence can ultimately be given in physical terms. For in Word and Object, he says, quotes, any realistic theory of evidence must be inseparable from the psychology of stimulus and response applied to sentences. And in Roots of Reference, he says, our liberated epistemologist ends up as an empirical psychologist. The learning process, he thinks, is accessible to empirical science. By exploring it, he writes, science can, in effect, explore the evidential relation. And a final few quotes. The attribution of a behavioral disposition, learned or unlearned, is a physiological hypothesis, however fragmentary. So, mental entities are unobjectionable if conceived as hypothetical physical mechanisms and posited with a view strictly to the systematizing of physical phenomena. Now, I find suggestions of several points of view which to me would be different in these passages. The theme of the irreducibility of the mentalistic vocabulary, when combined with the thesis that there could be a serious, that is, physiological or physical, account of the evidential relation and other mental concepts, is consistent only with giving up our present talk of propositional attitudes in favor of a vocabulary consistent with the rest of natural science. The claim that dispositions to verbal behavior are physical configurations suggests that far from being irreducible to the physical vocabulary, a sensible reduction is in the offing. Now, I think that at one time, at least, Quine was uncertain of the relation between the mental and the physical vocabularies, but in more recent writings, he's settled for the view that talk of beliefs, desires, action, and meanings is not reducible to a more scientific vocabulary, but that its usefulness for everyday descriptions and explanations can't be denied. The relation between the mental and the physical, which Quine now seems to accept, is what I have called anomalous monism, the position that says there are no strictly law-like correlations between phenomena when they're classified as mental and phenomena classified as physical, though mental entities are identical, taken one by one, with physical entities. In other words, there's a single ontology, but more than one way of describing and explaining the items in the ontology. In many ways, a Spinozistic outlook on the relationship between the mental and the physical. There are several reasons for the irreducibility of the mental to the physical, that is, conceptual irreducibility. One reason, appreciated by Quine, is the normative element in interpretation introduced by the necessity of appealing to charity in matching the sentences of others to our own. Such matching forces us to weigh the relative plausibilities of different deviations from coherence and truth, by our own lights, of course. Nothing in physics corresponds to the way in which this feature of the mental shapes its categories. Another reason, perhaps easier to grasp, though perhaps less important, lies in the irreducibly causal character of mental concepts. Let me give a non-mental example first. The state of being sunburned, my favorite example, is necessarily a state that's caused by the action of the sun. No completed physics would make use of the concept of sunburn, not only because part of the explanation of being sunburned is already built into the characterization of the state, but also because two states of the skin could be in every intrinsic way identical, and yet one be a case of sunburn and the other not. The propositional attitudes, the semantics of spoken words, and behavior as we normally understand it are all like this. They're like the concept of being sunburned. The reason, both in the case of the attitudes and in the case of semantics, is the same. What our words mean or what our thoughts are about is partly determined by their history. The truth conditions of my sentence, the moon is gibbous, or of my belief that the moon is gibbous, depend in part on the causal history of my relations to the moon. But it could happen that two people were in identical physical states, whatever that means exactly, defined in terms of what's within the skin, and yet one could be speaking or thinking of our moon and the other not. When it comes to explaining behavior as normally conceived, this feature of the propositional attitudes is a positive asset, for behavior, thought of as actions, is also an irreducibly causal concept. Actions are thought of merely as motions, but as motions that can be explained by the reasons that an agent has, his beliefs and desires. Thus, if I pay my bill by writing a check, it's necessarily the case that I wrote the check because I wanted to pay my bill and believed that by writing a check I had a good chance of paying my bill. The rest of this, of course, is a fairly long story. The actions are individuated along the same lines as propositional attitudes. That's why the attitudes do as good a job as they do in explaining actions. But this way of individuating and picking out actions is not going to help create a science of behavior that might in principle become an identifiable province of physiology or physics. There have been, of course, numerous attempts to extract from the propositional attitudes a purely subjective or narrow content, not subject to the difficulty of science introduced by externalism. If this could be done, it would remove a major obstacle to making psychology a science, leaving only the normative aspect of the mental to make trouble. The reason why someone like Jerry Fodor or Noam Chomsky wants to find a purely internal element or aspect of the propositional attitudes is obvious. It's only if mental properties are supervenient on the physical properties of the agent that there can be any hope of identifying the mental properties with physical properties, or finding law-like connections between the two. If mental properties are supervenient not only on the physical properties of the agent, but also on the physical properties of the world outside the agent, there can be no hope of discovering laws that predict and explain behavior solely on the basis of intrinsic features of the agent. Both Fodor and Chomsky have made clear that they think an internal variety of the intentional is essential to making psychology a serious study. For related reasons, Fodor has also rejected most forms of holism, at least so far as language is concerned. And he gives a number of reasons. We've been over this early on. He gives a number of reasons for believing this, but what seems to motivate the rejection is the conviction that unless the meanings of expressions can be tied in law-like ways to specific neural configurations, there's no hope for a serious account of linguistic phenomena. Such ties would, of course, rule out externalism. What I think is certain is that holism, externalism, and the normative feature of the mental stand or fall together. If these are features of the mental, and they stand in the way of a serious science of psychology, then Ryle, Wittgenstein, and Quine in his more pessimistic mood are right. There can be no serious science or science of the mental. Now, I believe that the normative, holistic, and externalist elements in psychological concept can't be eliminated without radically changing the subject. I don't want to argue for these points in this present paper because I've done so at length in the other talks I've been giving here. My interest here is rather to ask, what follows if I'm right? Pretty clearly, it does not follow without argument that there can't be a scientific psychology. Whether it follows depends on what you take the notion of science to entail and whether the features that I hold to characterize the mental stand in its way. What does follow is that psychology can't be reduced to physics, or probably to any of the natural sciences. But unless we simply legislate science to be what can be reduced to physics, the failure of reduction should not in itself be taken to show that what cannot be reduced does not deserve to be called science. Since my own approach to the description, analysis in a rough sense, and explanation of thought, language, and action has on the one hand what I take to be some of the characteristics of a science, and has on the other hand come under attack by both Fodor and Chomsky as being radically unscientific, I plan to examine my theory, if that's the right word for it, to see how or whether it can be defended as science. And I'd better say right here, the outcome is uncertain because so much depends on how you rate things as being science or not. Once you give up the idea that physics is the only serious science. I think there's much to set physics apart from all the sciences because it dreams of a completely closed system in the sense that whatever can happen, which is described in physical terms, can be explained as well as any explanation can go by other things that are described in that same vocabulary. Nothing, so to speak, interferes from outside. But psychology, meteorology, geology, biology are all sciences which aren't closed sciences in the sense that the phenomena that are described in them, in those sciences, can't be predicted with certainty except on the assumption that nothing interferes from the outside. You can only predict the weather if you assume that the Earth is not going to be hit by a meteor. And the same goes for the theory of evolution and a whole lot of other of these special sciences. Nevertheless, these special sciences, one senses, can, in essential respects, be made part of physics if it weren't so inconvenient. I mean, if only we knew more, we wouldn't really need these special sciences at all. For example, let's say geology deals with the notion of an igneous rock. That's a causal concept. A rock, you can't necessarily, in fact you can in practice, you couldn't necessarily tell that a rock was igneous just by looking at it. I mean, by studying it with all your instruments. Because to say it's igneous is to say that it got to be the way it is through a certain kind of history. And that history may or may not be a correct account of how this particular kind of structure came about. But one sees that geology could get along without the notion of an igneous rock, at least in theory. Well, I'm saying this just to say the sort of intrinsic irreducibility of psychological concepts, it's not obvious to me that that applies to the concepts in some of the other natural sciences. Perhaps I just should say I'm uncertain about that, and it doesn't make much difference. One way to think of the moment when psychology came of age as an empirical science is with the work of Gustav Theodor Fechner, whose life spanned most of the 19th century. Wonderful old man, 1801 to 1887. Fechner began as a physicist. Then he drifted into chemistry, then physiology, then medicine, then metaphysics, and beyond. Mysticism. Now you'll notice that I don't mention psychology, but Fechner was interested in the relation between mind and body, or matter and spirit, as he thought of it, a philosophical problem, and he thought that to approach this interesting philosophical problem, he would look for quantitative laws that connect the mental and the physical. Weber had already suggested, before Fechner, that the smallest increase in the intensity of a physical magnitude required to produce a perceivable difference in sensation is not a fixed amount, but is proportional to the magnitude of the stimulus. That is, least noticeable differences. Least noticeable differences are not directly proportionate to equal intervals on a physical scale. As noises get louder and louder, least noticeable differences get further and further apart in terms of vibrations per second. This goes for loudness, and it goes for a lot of other things. For example, your ability to discriminate between differences in frequencies at very high levels decreases. That's why you can stand listening to coloratura sopranos. They may be almost completely out of tune on those very high notes, but your ability to distinguish whether they're out of tune is reduced the higher up you go. Unfortunately, I can distinguish them, so I can't stand coloratura sopranos. But that's the same thing goes for violins playing in the very upper registers. You hardly can tell what note they're playing, and that's lucky because violinists hardly know what note they're playing when they get way up there at the very top. I'm trying to bring all of this home to you in various ways. Now, Fechner generalized this observation of Weber. The experienced intensity of a physical stimulus is equal to some constant times the log of the physical stimulus. Roughly, as a physical stimulus increases, say intensity of loudness or pitch in sound, equal increases in the magnitude of the physical stimulus will result in smaller and smaller increases in the felt sensation. The constant varies with the sense involved, whether it's loudness, and also other dimensions, whether it's loudness, pitch, brilliance of light, and so forth. This law can, of course, be tested, and it's approximately correct. The decibel scale of loudness is an informal example. Equal intervals on the decibel scale are more or less equal subjectively, but the ratio of two amounts of acoustical power is equal to 10 times the common logarithm of the power ratio. If you just go up 1 point on the decibel scale, that won't be much physically at the lower end, but as you get to the upper end of the scale, there are huge differences in the actual amount of power that's working on your eardrums. It's something like the Richter scale for earthquakes, same thing. I'm impressed with Fechner. I think he had a right idea. If scientific methods can be applied to the mental, it's by proposing a solid theory, asking how it can be tested, and interpreted empirically. And it'll be a good theory if it more or less works out. Theories describe abstract structures. Their interpretations ask whether these structures can be discovered in the real world. Fechner's theory is relatively easy to interpret in some cases, which is perhaps not surprising given the neurological basis of sensory discrimination. Given what we now know about neurons, neural nets, and the processing of information, so-called, that takes place in the sense organs and the brain, we would expect to find quantitative laws relating sensory discrimination and the physical magnitudes of stimuli. But they're closely related scalings of perceived sensations, which are definitely surprising, at least to me. Let me give you an example. This has to do with the perception of differences in pitch, not the kind I was talking about a moment ago, which correlate discriminations of pitch with physical magnitudes. The Greeks knew that if you divide a vibrating string in half, each half sounds an octave above the full string, and 2/3 of the string produce a fifth above the full string. This is credited to Pythagoras. I don't know whether correctly or not. But what is surprising is that, this is what's surprising. If you sound two notes some arbitrary distance apart and ask a subject to tune a third note to a perceived midpoint, not only do different hearers arrive at approximately the same pitch, but pitches so determined are related in such a way as to produce an interval scale. That is, numbers can be assigned to various pitches in a way that keeps track of the relations between intervals, not on the basis of physical magnitude, like string length or vibrations per second, but entirely on the basis of what is subjectively perceived. The theory that describes this fact has every right to be called a psychological theory, for it deals with nothing but the relations among psychological phenomena. Since this is a kind of interesting fact in itself, and is not unrelated to the kind of thing I've been doing, let me just tell you what this comes to. Think of this as a pitch scale from lower to upper or whatever. Give a subject two fixed pitches and another which he can vary by turning a knob, and tell him, please put the one you can adjust halfway in between the other two. All right, so he puts it somewhere or other. So we'll start giving numbers to these pitches arbitrarily. I mean, the first two are arbitrary, the third one is non-arbitrary, because it marks a fact about what the subject has said. Part of the reason this is astonishing is only the following. It's amazing to me that people can do this, because if somebody asked me to do it, I wouldn't even know what I was doing. I mean, I would ask myself, what does it mean to say this pitch is halfway between these other two? So it's an astonishing fact that not only do people answer this question, but they answer it the same way. I mean, almost. Nearly enough to make it a very interesting fact. But now, the real surprise and the really interesting thing comes next. To make it easy to think about, now give the person these two pitches and say, adjust this other one so that this one's halfway in between. So he puts it somewhere here. We'll call this 4. Right? Let's do it once more. We'll call this 5. Now, if this is a real scale, I mean, if it's a real interval scale, we can make a prediction. Make a prediction. So this is where it becomes a serious theory, right? Because it's not as though we're just simply deciding where to put these things. Let's see if there's some significance to this. Well, what's the prediction? The prediction is if you give the person 5 and 1 and ask him to put something in the middle, he either will or will not give you this pitch. If he does, that's a new piece of information which you predicted from your theory and what you've already observed. That's how theories work, right? I mean, you have a theory, you take in some evidence, and on the basis of the theory, you predict something new. And then you see whether it works out or not, and if it does, then so far, so good. Here we're not saying anything about physical magnitudes at all, right? Or we're just using the physical magnitudes to keep track of the pitches, but we're not, the numbers that we give the physical scale are playing no role at all. So this is, in that sense, a purely psychological theory. So it's a theory about sensation, and it is roughly true. It's roughly true. So it's a serious scientific prediction. Of course, propositional attitudes are not playing any role in this. So I'm just using this as an illustration of what it might be like, what it is like, actually, to have what I think anybody ought to call a serious theory. If it's not serious, it's only because you may have some doubts about what's going on when people answer the question, please put this halfway in between, or because it isn't precise. That is, people don't do this exactly right, they just do it pretty much right. Now, in a way, I've already given good examples of scientific theory in the field of psychology. One in the form of a general law relating the perceived intensity of sensory stimuli to physically measured aspects of the stimuli. The other in the form of the fundamental measurement of perceived intervals of pitch. The reason one of these is properly called fundamental measurement and the other not is one of them uses a numerical scale that's already been established, the one that matches up the psychological responses to the physical magnitudes. That's derived measurement, not fundamental. But the kind of scale I've described here is fundamental measurement, because all you do is set up certain axioms on the relations that should be there, and then you can prove, given that those axioms are satisfied, that you can represent the situation in the numbers, and those numbers will be unique up to certain transformations. In this case, clearly what you have is an interval scale, just like the one for values that decision theory deals with, or the kind that we have for Fahrenheit and centigrade temperature. But of course these examples do not speak to the concerns of those who ask whether or in what way psychology can be scientific. What they're interested in is the description, prediction, and explanation of intentional actions and associated attitudes such as intention, belief, desire, and linguistic meaning. Well, now, since I've been describing for the last couple of weeks a theory that deals with some of these more interesting and difficult concepts. I'm going to sort of re-describe it very briefly and then ask in what respects it has the features of a scientific theory. The theory that I've been describing relates the concepts of belief, desire, and linguistic meaning. And since the theory treats belief in a quantified form, sometimes called subjective probability, and desire as measured on an interval scale, it includes what is sometimes called decision theory, and is suited to the explanation of intentions and intentional actions. Unlike traditional decision theory, in the form first given it explicitly by Ramsey, the theory I have in mind integrally includes a theory of meaning. So it can be called a unified theory of speech and action. I'll refer to this as the unified theory. I hope this isn't going in for isms. I don't think so. You know what the unified theory is. I just described it in some detail yesterday. The theory itself describes or defines an abstract structure. This structure has certain interesting and desirable properties which it's possible to prove that it has. Thus, one can prove with respect to the part borrowed from decision theory both a representation theorem and a uniqueness theorem, two of them actually, one for probabilities and one for values. The first says, in effect, that numbers can be assigned to beliefs and desires that preserve the quantitative constraints imposed by the theory, the qualitative constraints imposed by the theory. The second says the numbers assigned to measure probabilities constitute a ratio scale, and the numbers that track desires constitute an interval scale. This is adequate to yield unique predictions of intentional actions. The part of the theory that copes with linguistic meaning is, in effect, a modification of a Tarski-type theory of truth, and so is provably capable of supplying the truth conditions of all utterances of sentences in a language of which it treats. The final part of the theory joins decision theory and truth theory by a formal device which I described yesterday. The possibility of marrying the two theories depends on two things. The first is that decision theory shows how to extract both cardinal utilities and subjective probabilities from simple preferences. The second is that subjective probabilities, when taken as applied to sentences, are enough to yield a theory of meaning. There's thus a root, which is technically, as we saw, a little Byzantine, but intuitively clear in each of its steps, from simple choices to a detailed interpretation of words, desires, and beliefs. The possibility of such a theory rests on structures dictated by our concept of rationality. Both decision theory, as I have used it, and the version developed by Richard Jeffrey, and theories of truth, for example, depend in part on logic. Jeffrey's decision theory and Tarski's truth definition take an underlying logic for granted. These theories would be true only of would be perfectly true only of perfect logicians. Beyond this, of course, there is the assumption of a rational distribution of probabilities over propositions and of a proportioning of degrees of belief in accord with the conditional probabilities. In other words, propositions are held true to the degree made rational by what one takes to be their evidential support. Thus, the entire structure of the theory depends on the standards and norms of rationality, a number of them. One is logic, one is what you get out of decision theory, that is a rational relationship between one's various desires. Some of it has to do with the relations between the truth conditions that one assigns to various sentences. So rationality, so to speak, runs through and through this theory. Now, these considerations cast doubt on the scientific pretensions of the unified theory. But before I entertain these doubts, let me dwell a bit more on the overall pattern. Like any scientific theory, we have a clear and precise formal structure with demonstrable merits. There are only a few undefined concepts, and these are extensional. The basic primitive concept is the three-place relation between an agent and two sentences, which holds when an agent would weakly prefer one sentence true to another. This relation is extensional in the technical sense that a statement that this relation holds of three appropriate objects, that is an agent and two of his sentences, holds regardless of how those three objects are described. Yet if the observed pattern of such relations fits the terms of the theory, it's possible to infer the degrees of belief that the agent accords to his or her sentences, how much the agent would like those sentences to be true, and what the truth conditions, that is, meanings, of those sentences are. In other words, the theory, if true of an agent, would serve to interpret the thoughts and words of that agent. Now, even this claim, guarded as it is by that little clause, if true, needs plenty of defense. It's a question, for example, whether belief, evaluation, and meaning are enough to support interpretation without adding, say, intention or perception as further related but independent variables, not to mention the emotions. It's also by no means clear that a theory of truth is adequate to the interpretation of speech, even assuming a theory of truth could be made to cover all the idioms of a natural language. But important as these matters are, I'm planning to leave them aside so that I can get on with the question whether a theory more or less like the unified theory can be thought of as scientific. My conclusion so far is, from a purely formal point of view, it's a powerful theory. And so far as it corresponds to many of our intuitions concerning the nature of rationality, that is, the nature of minds, it's an attractive theory. It's when we attend to the empirical interpretation of the theory that questions and problems arise. Now, here I want to distinguish between the official story about how the theory can be interpreted and an unofficial account. Officially, it's essential to be able to show how the theory can be interpreted without appeal to evidence that assumes the individuation of the contents of any propositional attitude. One such form of evidence is, as I mentioned, protocols that specify an agent's preference that one sentence rather than another be true. Given enough such evidence, a picture can be built of the agent's beliefs, desires, and meanings. A finite account of such evidence can only confirm the theory. Of course, it can't prove that it's true. But this is what we'd expect. That's going to be the case with any scientific theory. Now, yesterday I gave you a brief outline of the official story, that is, how it leads from the kind of evidence available to an outcome where you can interpret the person's beliefs, desires, and meanings. So I won't go through that again. That's an official story because it assumes that everything is going to go right. The merit of the official story lies not in its plausibility as an account of how we actually set about understanding others, but rather it lies in the fact that it amounts to an informal proof of the adequacy of the theory to yield what is needed for interpretation of the basic propositional attitudes. Here I should just compare it with the official story of how Ramsey's decision theory yields sufficiently unique results to explain choice behavior on the basis of simple preferences. That is, one sees that one can take a first step which will tell you that for a certain person, a certain event has a subjective probability of 1/2. You then see that you can keep dividing probabilities in half over and over and over and over again, given the assumptions that are made explicit in the axiom system. One sees that having done this for any arbitrary event, one then sees how one can calculate the relative values of certain outcomes for a person and so forth. All of that has to be put in slightly different language to fit Jeffrey's system. Unofficially, one can admit that as living, working interpreters, we never have enough of the sort of evidence needed to follow the official route. And we always have a great deal of other sorts of evidence. We make endless assumptions, the other sorts of evidence. Well, we make endless assumptions about the people that we meet, about what they want, what they're apt to mean by what they say, why they act as they do. We come to any actual interpretive situation filled with information of this kind. Our skills as interpreters come into play mainly when one or another of these assumptions turns out to be false. And by then, we have much more than the poverty-stricken evidence that the unified theory depends on. But this is the way it ought to be. The point of the theory was not to describe how we actually interpret, but to speculate on what it is about thought and language that makes them interpretable. If we can tell a story, like the official story, about how it would be possible, we can conclude that the constraints that the theory places on the attitudes articulate some of their philosophically interesting features. Now, I've described the art of applying the formal theory to an actual individual in its most transparent form, with both interpreter and agent to be interpreted as outfitted with a mature set of concepts and the linguistic aptitudes for expressing them. All that's lacking is in the situation that I'm imagining, is a shared language and prior knowledge of each other's attitudes. Since the theory and the official story of how it can be applied are already remote from actual practice, let's expect that the theory will throw only oblique light on the acquisition of a first language and still more oblique light on the origins of speech. The most that can be said is that if we agree that the pattern of attitudes is as the theory depicts it, one can perhaps see that a creature properly endowed by nature could acquire it in the company of others already possessed of thought and speech. And the theory may also prompt an interesting hypothesis or piece of guesswork about the origins of language, but that is as may be. I should emphasize how much belongs to the province of interpretation, of trying to give an empirical application to the formal theory. The intended application is to individuals, strictly speaking, individuals at a given time, since we can expect many of the values and beliefs of anyone to change swiftly as the world around them changes. The apparently quantitative ingredients, the measures of degree of desire and degree of belief, don't belong to the theory itself. Like any theory of measurement, the numbers simply make use of the theory without being part of it. We could, if we pleased, use the theory only to keep track of the relations between the attitudes and the relations of the attitudes to the world, that is, their semantics. But in the case of beliefs and evaluative attitudes, it's convenient to represent these relations in the numbers, as the representation theorems for decision theories prove that we can. Now, here a special feature of the unified theory emerges, one which may well excite suspicion. For what plays the role of the numbers when it comes to assigning contents to the words and attitudes of an agent? And here I am going back over things I've said, so this does amount to a kind of summary of some of the things I've been at. What's required is some potentially infinite supply of entities with a pattern or structure complex enough to provide a model for the attitudes. Given such a supply, we can then keep track of the identities of the attitudes and the truth conditions of sentences. As far as I can see, each of us has such a set of entities, namely the infinite set of his or her own sentences. And these are all we have at hand when it comes to understanding other people. It's obviously these we employ whenever we attribute a particular belief or desire, intention, or meaning to someone else. This is not to say that my sentences are the objects of your attitudes. I merely use my sentences to keep track of what you think and mean, or to say what you think and mean. The attitudes don't have objects in any psychological or epistemic sense. The attitudes are simply states, and no more require objects before the mind than sticks require numbers in order to have a certain length. Now to return to the question with which I began. To what extent or in what ways is a theory like the unified theory scientific? Such a theory is not, I think it's clear, reducible to a science like physics or neurobiology. Its basic concepts can't be defined in the vocabulary of any physical science, and there are no precise bridging laws that firmly and reliably relate events or states described in the psychological vocabulary with events and states described in the vocabulary of the physical sciences. But it would be uninteresting to simply define science to be what can be reduced to physics. Now, are there other difficulties? Three features of the unified theory and other theories like it that have been thought to remove it from the domain of serious science are holism, externalism, and its normative properties. Well, as I said, the entire theory is built on the norms of rationality. It's these norms that suggested the theory and give it the structure it has. But this much is built into the formal axiomatizable parts of decision theory and truth theory, and they are as precise and clear as any formal theory in physics. However, norms or considerations of rationality also enter into the application of the theory to actual agents, at the stage where an interpreter assigns his own sentences to capture the contents of another's thoughts and utterances. The process necessarily involves deciding which pattern of assignments makes the person we're trying to interpret, intelligible. Not intelligent, of course, just intelligible. And this is a matter of using one's own standards of rationality to calibrate the thoughts of others. In some ways, this is like fitting a curve to a set of points, which of course is done in the best of sciences when they're being empirically applied. But there's an additional element in the psychological case. In physics, there's a mind at work making as much sense as possible of a subject matter that is being treated as brainless. In the psychological case, there's a brain at each end. Norms are being employed as a standard of norms. The unified theory is holistic through and through. It's designed to assign contents to beliefs, utterances, and values simultaneously, because these basic attitudes are so interdependent, it would not be possible to determine them one at a time or even two at a time. Its treatment of each of these domains is also holistic. Sentences are interpreted in terms of their relations to other sentences, beliefs in terms of their relations to other beliefs, and so on. Such holism is characteristic of any science of measurement. Items owe their measure to their relations to other items. A meaning could no more be assigned to a single isolated sentence than a weight or location could be assigned to a single isolated object. The holism of the mental cannot then in itself be an obstacle to the scientific claims of a theory of the mental. Quite the reverse. The possibility of theory rests on holism. The truth conditions of a speaker's utterances determine and so depend in part on the logical relations of the sentence uttered to other sentences. In the case of observation sentences, the truth conditions can also depend on the causal history of the situations in which the sentence was learned and used. This is one form that externalism takes. Since perceptual externalism of this sort introduces an irreducibly causal element into the interpretation of the theory cannot hope to emulate physics, which has striven successfully to extrude all causal concepts from its laws. Externalism sets limits to how complete psychological explanation can be, since it introduces into the heart of the subject elements that no psychological theory can pretend to explain. On the other hand, this feature in itself makes psychological theory no less scientific than volcanology, biology, meteorology, or the theory of evolution. Both Fodor and Chomsky have criticized the unified theory and its interpretation, which I call radical interpretation. They've criticized both of them. Some of their criticisms seem to me to miss their mark. Both Fodor and Chomsky say that radical interpretation gives a completely wrong account both of how linguists study new languages and how children acquire a first language. Now, here they have understandably been misled by the age-old tendency of philosophers to discuss the theoretical question, how a linguist or child could learn an unknown or first language, as if it were a practical question about how they actually do it. I've often explained that radical interpretation doesn't attempt to provide useful hints to real linguists or to criticize their methods. Much less does it pretend an insight into the mysterious, to me, business of first language acquisition. Fodor and Chomsky are actually outraged that radical interpretation makes use of so much less information than is available to the informed and methodologically sophisticated linguist. This irritation is fed by the conviction that, in my view, the evidence on which I say radical interpretation could be based is, in fact, all that is legitimately available. Chomsky, in particular, thinks I ignore his discoveries, if they are those, about how much of the syntax of natural languages seems to be genetically programmed. I've argued, as I mentioned above, that it's one condition on the correctness of a theory of meaning that it be such that if an interpreter knew it to be true of a speaker, the interpreter could understand what the speaker said. Of course, I denied that interpreters generally have, or at least know that they have, such a theory. The theory is rather what the philosopher wants if he is to describe certain aspects of the interpreter's interpretive abilities. I then added, it does not add anything to this thesis to say that if a theory does correctly describe the competence of an interpreter, some mechanism in the interpreter must correspond to the theory. Now, in a recent essay, Chomsky quotes this remark of mine, and he comments that, quotes, from the standpoint of the natural sciences, this comment is utterly wrong-headed, unquote. His subsequent discussion makes clear that what annoys him is that he thinks I'm denying that there would be any interest in knowing what the mechanism is. But of course that's not my view at all, nor is this what I said. What I said was, and intended, what I said was and was intended as a tautology. If a pill puts you to sleep, it adds nothing to say something about the pill had the power to put you to sleep. It would be vastly interesting to know more about the nature of the pill, which explained this. It would be vastly interesting to know more about the nature of our linguistic abilities and the mechanisms underlying them. Who would deny it? If I have any doubts, they concern only the philosophical conclusions that Chomsky and some of his followers have drawn from their results. Now, Chomsky has accused me, and more particularly Quine, of supposing that all we know about language must be based on a certain kind of behavioristic evidence. Quine has spoken for himself on this matter, but I would certainly deny the accusation, and as far as I can see, there's no reason why Quine shouldn't. If we want to know everything about language, its acquisition and uses, there are no a priori limits on what evidence may be relevant. But I do share with Quine the conviction that our understanding of what speakers mean by what they say is based, directly or indirectly, on what we can learn or pick out from perceiving what they do. No matter how much grammar we come equipped with from the cradle, we must learn what words mean. We're not born with English or Hebrew or Mandarin. and this we only learn from being around other speakers. The behaviorism I speak of is, of course, not reductive in nature. I don't expect any basic intentional predicates to be defined in terms of non-intentional terms. The point is simply one about the general character of the evidence on which one has to base or ought to base any theory of meaning. And we learned from Quine yesterday, he also thinks that we can't give explicit definitions of things like prompted assent in physical terms. The criticisms Fodor and Chomsky have leveled at philosophers seem to me largely, though not entirely, based on their having read into those philosophers views that those philosophers simply don't hold. I've tried to point out some instances. But there's also a failure to appreciate a difference in fundamental aims and interests. Chomsky apparently sees me as trying to understand and explain the same phenomena that he is, and therefore as proposing competing hypotheses. This seems to me to be altogether wrong. I want to know what it is about propositional thought, beliefs, desires, intentions, and speech, which makes them intelligible to others. This is a question about the nature of thought and meaning which can't be answered by discovering neural mechanisms, studying the evolution of the brain, or finding evidence that explains the incredible ease and rapidity with which we come to have a first language. Even if we were all born speaking English or Polish, it would be a question how we understood others, and what it is that determines the cognitive contents of their sentences. I don't care whether we call some of these projects scientific and withhold the term from others. I do care, however, about the limitations of the study of the attitudes that I've been discussing, just as in another context I'm interested in the limitations of Chomsky's or Fodor's work. What are the most obvious shortcomings of the unified theory of thought and speech, at least from my point of view? Well, first and foremost, there's the striking fact that the formal theory, as opposed to features of its empirical application, says nothing at all about inconsistencies. It not only postulates perfect logic and a consistent and rational pattern of beliefs and desires, but it assumes rationality in the treatment of what we take to be evidence. Inconsistencies and failures of reasoning power must be accommodated by injecting large doses of what Quine has called charity in fitting the theory to actual agents. Perhaps all straightforward irrationality shows up as inconsistency, but clearly not all inconsistency is what we normally call irrationality. The formal theory just leaves no room for irrationality, and therefore is powerless to explain it. Any explanations of irrationality that we care to offer have to work against the unified theory, not with it. The unified theory, as I've described it, is static. It says nothing about the forms of rationality that deal with the incorporation of new information into a going system of thought. However, this is an area in which there is hope. Much work has been done by Jeffrey himself, Isaac Levi, and a number of other people on making decision theory dynamic. That is, discussing how a rational agent would adjust his beliefs and desires given new evidence. And in fact, if you think about it, the failure of the unified theory to incorporate anything like that is really a very serious matter because it is quite explicitly changes in one's beliefs and desires that one uses to determine meanings. So this is not a superficial comment on something that's basic, that's lacking. It's a very deep one. Of course, this has to do with the interpretation of the theory, not the beauty of the formal structure. Finally, and perhaps most significantly, the interpretation of the formal theory does not rest entirely on ordinary intersubjective evidence. In measuring physical magnitudes, we can use the numbers to keep track of the properties of events and objects as publicly observed. The relevant properties of the numbers can also be agreed to by all concerned. But things are different when one mind tries to understand another. People are as publicly observable as anything else in nature. But the entities we use to construct a picture of someone else's thoughts must be our own sentences as understood by us, or other entities with the same structure and characteristics. The meanings of our sentences are indeed dependent on their relations to the world that they're about and our linguistic interactions with others. But there's no escape from the fact that we cannot check up on the objective credentials of the measure we're using as we can check up on our understanding of the numbers. We can't check up on it because to do so would mean comparing notes with others, and to do this is to make basic use of our own norms once more. Now, whether the features of a psychological theory that I've been rehearsing, especially the last one, show that a psychology is so different from a theory of the natural sciences as not to deserve to be called a science, I don't know, and in a sense, I don't care. What I'm sure is that such a theory, though it is as genuine a theory as any, is not in competition with any natural science. Thank you.
That I learned about Watson from my good psychology professor in college, and it was just, I've learned from Skinner's autobiography that it was just about the same time that he got onto Watson as a result of a reference to Watson in something of Bertrand Russell's. I think it may have been Our Knowledge of the External World. And as for language, my interest in historical linguistics had antedated my encounter with Watson's writings, and I think that was true equally of Skinner. And so the result was that in 1933, when Skinner and I, both of us PhDs of 1 or more years standing, met with these two interests already well embedded and shared, and became fast friends.
Well, I'm sorry to have lost an anecdote I've been telling for years. I can still tell it, yes. Let me try another. I talked at the very beginning of these lectures about how many of Quine's students and grand students and great-grand students and so forth were present here. I didn't mention the fact that Quine and I have a common teacher, and that's Alfred North Whitehead. And furthermore, both of us came across Whitehead when we were undergraduates, because Quine got started in some of his interests anyway, with Principia Mathematica, and in fact that's, I think I've got this right, part of the reason he went to Harvard as a graduate student was that Whitehead was there. That's more or less the end of what Quine learned from Whitehead. I took Quine's undergraduate course and graduate seminar in my sophomore year at Harvard, and that was the last year he taught. The last year he lectured there. And I became a student of his in the sense that I could talk more or less the way the language goes in process and reality, and Whitehead befriended me, and for years I used to talk with him, And I've always said, and I still believe, this set me back in my philosophical development by at least 3 years, maybe more than that, because I thought I understood all that stuff, and it wasn't until many, many years later that I turned back to Process and Reality and other of Whitehead's late writings and realized I didn't understand them at all. So either I had understood them and forgot, or more likely, in my opinion, never did really understand them. So Whitehead had quite different influences on Klein and me, but he did happen to be a teacher in some sense for both of us. Is that right?
That's absolutely right.
Oh, good. I got so one true and one false.
Philosophers. Well, you had another common teacher, didn't you? C.A. Lewis.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Lewis certainly had a big influence on me, both in teaching me something, whatever it is I ever knew about Kant, but also Mind of the World Order seems to me, as it does to Bert Greben, to be a wonderful book, extremely impressive, clear piece of work expressed in a way that makes it pleasant and exciting to read. Underappreciated these days, but I think one of these days it'll come back again. It's a good book for students and indeed for anybody. Terrible man, though. Well, in a way, what could be more rewarding? Perhaps we shouldn't try our luck, or I shouldn't try my luck. Let's say, or let me say, how much I have learned from these sessions, and I'm not just saying it to be polite. I really have gotten, I appreciate certain problems which I either didn't see at all or hadn't quite taken seriously enough. Some of them are really quite basic, and I really just have to go home and think about them. In a few cases, because of the questions and discussion, I thought of answers to things that have been puzzling me for a long time, and which wouldn't have occurred to me if it hadn't been for these discussions and these questions. So it's certainly been rewarding for me in every way. Also just the general friendly, helpful atmosphere in which it has all proceeded seems to me a model for philosophical discussion. Thank you.
This is just a word, final word. Thank you very much. It was an extremely nice and interesting series of lectures. I think that it was not just a personal period, but it was also an intellectual experience, and it was having all of you here again, to have here Professor Quine, and to have here again Professor Davidson and Professor Dreven, and all of you. That was not just an intellectual experience, it was intellectually a luxury. Right. It's luxury. Really. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. We have decided, well, there is a poster of, there is for all of you. We think that we can perhaps like to have this as well. But the name of the name is Peret. P-E-R-E-T. But since she knows, probably the best would be that she leads the group. The group. And then I'm going to pick up Marjorie. Correct. That's little Peter. That's little Peter. Little Peter. That's it. It's not far away from here. But she will